The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Elite players from around the globe return to the American chess capital for the penultimate event of the world's premier chess tour, the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. Punches were traded early and often, with MVL taking an early lead, but he was promptly supplanted, having to claw his way back into contention before joining the two other frontrunners for co-lead following the Rapid section. But frontrunners can quickly become afterthoughts once the clocks speed up and the Blitz specialists kick it into high gear. Speed demon Alireza Firouzja was more than prepared for his moment, reeling off win after win to amass an impressive lead going into the final day of Blitz. Despite an incredible showing from Wesley, it was just too much to catch the French superstar who earned his second St. Louis Rapid and Blitz title. Another successful event means that it's time for the final classical battle of this year's illustrious tour, the Sinquefield Cup, where tour players will be joined by the reigning world champion in an epic conclusion as we crown the 2024 Grand Chess Tour champion.
Welcome, chess fans, to day one of the 2024 Sinquefield Cup. This is it, the final event of the 2024 Grand Chess Tour season. And the players know what they have to do. They have to leave it all on the line because Grand Chess Tour points are on the line. It's going to be an exquisite event. Let's go to the studio and start day one action.
It's been an exciting year for the Grand Chess Tour, and the last event starts today. Classical chess returns with the Sinquefield Cup, and it starts right now. Hello and welcome everyone. I'm your host, International Master Nazi Paikidze, and I'm here with my amazing co-hosts Yasser, Seirawan, and Peter Svidler.
Peter! It's
Good
wonderful.
to be back.
I don't know. The weekend went by so fast. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our show. The Sinquefield Cup is back in town. And what a time it is when all the great players from all over the world descend upon St. Louis. It just feels a different vibration in the air. We are ready for round one, and we have some amazing clashes. Talk about starting with a bang. But first, Nasi, introduce our field of competitors.
Yes, let's do that. We start the roster with Fabiano Caruana.
Our defending Grand Chess Tour champion.
Next, Alireza Firouzja,
who's leading the Grand Chess
who
Tour.
also just won the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz.
Yes, he did.
Next in line, Nepomniachtchi, Nodirbek Abdusattorov, Wesley So, Frenchman MVL, Prague, the world champion Liren,
Welcome, Mr. World Champion, to St. Louis.
world championship challenger Gukesh,
Indeed, welcome Gukesh as well.
and Anish Giri.
And tell us about the format of this year's Sinquefield Cup.
It's going to be a 10-player round-robin tournament. The time control is 2 hours with 30-second increment. And there are no draw offers allowed, so there'll be a lot of fight in chess.
Indeed, and the schedule, Nazi.
It's going to be 9 classical rounds, 1 game per day. After round 5, there'll be a rest day. And after round 9, if necessary, we will have playoffs.
Alrighty. And Peter, you're going to talk about one of the great clashes of round 1.
Absolutely. And to begin with, all the classical tournaments on the Grand Chess Tour feature the 9 full participants and 1 wildcard. And for this tournament, we have an absolutely fantastic wildcard. It has already been slightly spoiled by the previous graphics, but there he is on your screens, Liren, the reigning world champion, and the man who will be defending that title later today, hailing from China, 31 years old, the URS of 2736. There he is on your screen in his usual somewhat pensive outlook. Outlook maybe is the wrong word for that. Yeah. Outlook seems to be improving, actually. We will get to that. This is a long show, and we'll obviously talk about the outlook. And who is he playing in round 1? Fantastic matchup for us to start the tournament. He is playing the person he will be playing the World Championship match against in Singapore in November. You have the dates there on your screen. Starts on November the 20th. So far, they only played 2 classical games between each other. Both were played in the Tata Steel Vaikanze tournaments, one this year, one last year. And both were won by Liren with the black pieces, which is quite something, considering how solid and strong Gukesh is on the white side of things. Gukesh is higher rated on the FIDE list, slightly lower rated on the URS list, and because Liren has had a bit of a rough year in classical chess, he is currently ranked 15th against 6th for Gukesh, but we all know how good Ding is when he plays well, and we really hope to see him playing well here.
A remarkable personal record, Peter. I wouldn't have guessed that, especially with the 2 blacks. Thank you. And it's my pleasure to introduce the 4th member of our broadcast team, Christian, who's going to talk about another key matchup. Hello, Christian.
Good to see you guys. The vibes surrounding the club as we enter this Sinquefield Cup are absolutely immaculate. Everybody is buzzing with excitement for the games to begin, and you highlighted one of the big clashes, that between the world champion and the challenger. But another big clash I have my eyes on, and that is between Fabiano Caruana and Alireza Firouzja. Why am I having my eyes on this one? Because these 2 players have been jockeying for the top position in the Grand Chess Tour, and right now it's Alireza who is on top. But as you can see, their lifetime matchup, incredible percentage for Fabiano: 7 wins, 1 loss, and 9 draws. 27-98. Take a look at this. Alireza entering in this competition as the leader of the Grand Chess Tour. Let's talk a little bit about the Grand Chess Tour standing and the points all of these players have gathered up to this point. Alireza Firouzja, 30.58, and some nice pocket change as well. Fabiano Caruana closely behind after winning back-to-back events in Romania and Croatia, but this was not enough because he did not play well in the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. 26.75 points. Still, that's not an insurmountable lead. Anything can happen, and this clash in round 1, it's so important for the overall Grand Chess Tour standings. And as we can see, Fabiano Caruana making his way from the elevator to the playing hall, ready to take on the challenge that Alireza Firouzja is. And I also know that in 2022 and 2023, we've had back-to-back winners for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinquefield Cup. 2022, it was Alireza. 2023, it was Fabiano. Will Alireza be able to win once again back-to-back St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and Sinquefield Cup? Well, only time will tell. Time to start the games, guys. I'm very excited.
Thank you, Christian. Definitely key question. Who's going to win the Sinquefield Cup? Well, we'll answer that for you shortly. But first, they're going to be fighting for a lot of GCT points and money. Oh, pairings first.
Pairings first, we have very exciting start today. Fabiano Caruana will be playing Alireza Firouzja. Pragg against Nodirbek Abdusattorov.
Nice.
Nepomniachtchi against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Of course, the key matchup, Liren against Gukesh.
Right.
And Wesley against Anish Giri.
Now it's a good time to get in the Grand Chess Tour and the money. They're fighting very, very hard for these next week and a half.
They're fighting for a lot of money. Total prize fund for this event is $350,000. First place, $100,000. Second place, $65,000. Third place, $48,000. Great prizes for everybody.
Thank you, St. Louis Chess Club. Thank you, Rex and Jeannie. Sinquefield, as the players are taking, and there he is. Rex is the bell ringer.
Yes, he'll be ringing the bell today to start the event.
2013 is when the Sinquefield Cup began, and it just seems to me that we're just going from success to success. And the players here, they really, really enjoy coming to St. Louis.
Yeah, great conditions. One of the strongest tournaments I think St. Louis has ever had.
Absolutely, absolutely. Tony Rich, the tour director, giving some final instructions.
After which we have time for a playoff tribute.
I think he's explaining the playoff rules.
Yes.
For you is that the bags in the back of the room are for all of you. Those are the gifts that have all of your Grand Chess Tour and Sinquefield Cup swag in it. A few of you, I think there are 5 players that I need updated tax forms from, so I included those in your
Tony's
bag
just
as well. So you
mentioning
just
the
get them back.
gift bags for the players. They get swag from the
That's all the
St. Louis
announcements
Chess
I
Club.
have. Do you have any?
And here is the big clash. World champion Liren versus Gukesh. Chief arbiter Chris Burr giving some final instructions.
So should you have a 3-4 repetition claim or a 50-move claim, please get an
Explaining the draw rules. Because there are no draw offers allowed, they can only claim.
Just remember, for anyone who hasn't been to this venue before, the restrooms and the kitchen and the lounge area are all through here, and you're more than welcome to walk around the entire room. Just do not go out the way you came in. So once you leave that door, you won't be allowed back in. So, starting the round, we have Rex Sinquefield, who you all know very well. So Rex, if you would do us the honors and start. Please go ahead and start with the clock.
Good job, Rex.
And the games begin. Do we expect fireworks in round 1?
I do, and the clashes, fantastic. Again, these two, the key matchup for the World Chess Championship coming up later this year. Liren, first time playing the white pieces in a classical game against Gukesh. That's a funny thing to say, having won 2 games with the black pieces. That's really rather remarkable.
Do you think they will reveal their opening prep for the World Championship match?
You know, these days, I think the answer is yes, just because so much prep goes into a World Championship match, and so many things can happen in 2 months' time that I think it's not worth sitting on something exceptional. And we have Bishop C4, Joko piano.
I remember Gukesh playing 97, 96 in the recent Grand Chess Tour Rapid.
Yes.
We'll see if he chooses that in classical as well.
It's funny, in this exact moment, I've always much preferred the move Bishop C5 over Knight F6, but I have to confess that a lot of players have been going with this Knight F6, and they've been going for a setup with Bishop E7 and H7, H6. It's almost as if they're saying, yeah, Bishop C5, it's kind of played, and it's played so often, we know it all too very well, and the bishop does potentially get locked out of the game after C3, D4, and there is those Bishop G5, Knight takes G5 sacrifices. Bishop C4, we're going to be on pause here for a moment, but Peter, jump in and tell us what caught your eye.
Well, the first thing to say is that there's only one game in today's round which has not featured a 2e4. I mean, it's way too early to talk about openings, I think, by move 4, but the one thing that absolutely jumps out is that once it's one Italian, although it's going to be a different Italian to the other two, but 1 Italian, 2 Italian, 3 Italian, Petrov.
Right.
And this might be a Catalan, might be a Reti, depending on how Wesley treats the next couple of moves. So a lot of open openings, and this is not a tautological statement, weirdly, in the first round, which is something I quite like because I think it makes me say fewer entirely wrong things. This is sort of where my expertise lays, but still to a very little degree. The thing that Jan is playing, the bishop c4, knight f6, d4, is, I guess, the rarest of the things we've seen so far, and perhaps we could start here. Knight f6, of course, MVL is inviting the knight g5 lines, which have been scoring reasonably well recently after d5 and knight a5, bishop b5, c6. This has become a modern-day tabia with bishop returning specifically to d3, and very funky positions occasionally arise from here. In the last year's Sinquefield Cup, there was a tremendous game which Fabi ended up winning against Alireza, I think, midway through the tournament, starting from these moves. But Jan does not do that, also does not play d3, which is a kind of a
main line.
Yeah, neutral response to knight f6, not knight g5, and also not what Jan is doing. Jan has gone d4, e4, e5. Oops, not knight h5, of course. d5, bishop b5, knight e4, knight takes d4. This is a very, very old line, which, in my understanding, is not really supposed to give white anything, but as is always the case with really, really old stuff, a lot of the value lies in expecting your opponent not to remember what you're supposed to do here, because, of course, the engine will suggest some improvements on how the old masters were playing this position. And this is a position which I'm pretty sure was already discussed in the 1800s.
Right.
And if you're not, if you're suspecting your opponent of not being up to date, it's a good try for one game. So this is one Italian. This one is also progressing really, really quickly. This is a game between Fabi and Alireza, in which, once again, knight f6, d3 was played. And bishop c5, we're back to normal gioco piano territory, c3, d6. And here Fabi did something which was played a bunch of times against me in the junior tournament.
Yeah,
so this is sort of how we were supposed to do it in the 1980s, which is normally not a compliment, frankly. b4, bishop b6, a4, a5, b5, knight e7, castles, castles. I almost never played this with white when I was a kid. I played it with black. And I think if I got this with black, I would already, when I was a really stupid child, I would have already thought I'm better here with black. I'm not.
Right.
Let's make one thing clear. All of these things are a legitimate way to try and play for advantage. Often white goes for rook e1, d4 quite quickly here. The old plans of, let's say, knight g2, then the bishop dropping back and the knight coming to c4, I think by this point are understood to be a little bit too slow. Knight b2 played for now. It still doesn't rule out d3, d4 next move. So this is potentially, sometimes these positions become quite sharp, and still plenty to look forward to. The last Italian I will mention is our biggest game of the day, the game between Liren and Gukesh. And this is the one that is moving very slowly. They have now made 5 moves that have been made hundreds of times, and are sort of taking time on pretty much every single decision. So not a lot to say here. For now, we'll wait until they actually settle on a setup for both white and black. There is a Petrov in the game between Prague and Nodirbek. Nodirbek does play the Petrov, but he also plays a bunch of other more ambitious openings. So this is perhaps him, trying to play himself in a little bit into the tournament and play the most solid thing in his repertoire. Prague opts for the line with 5 knight c3. Takes is more or less forced. Knight c6, bishop b3, bishop b7. I'm a little bit curious as to why he started with knight c6, because I think these days very often players on the black side of this, they start with bishop b7 and frankly even go castles. And then the knight very, very often goes to d7 and f6. It doesn't go to c6 at all. So starting with knight c6 could be a bit of an indication that Nodirbek is maybe considering going queen d7 and castling long, which is an approach that is extremely solid, but is generally it leads to much less fun positions for us to watch, because obviously as viewers we would very much prefer opposite side castling and a run on the black king on the king side here. This move, queen d3, is an interesting little quirk, because normally the queen, of course, goes to d2. It looks much more natural on d2.
I was going to ask what the difference
Yeah,
is.
from d3, sometimes you can maybe put it on b5, in particular against the plan of queen d7. Like, you can put it on b5, a4. Like, if we continue this line, I'm not suggesting this is something that could happen today necessarily. But something like this is not entirely stupid, because we are now threatening bishop b5. If a6, very often bishop takes a6 will actually work. So it could be used as a kind of a disincentive for black to go for this plan with queen d7 and long castles. And also in some positions, I guess maybe you can play queen e4, queen f4. Because yes, on d2, it's not in the way of your own pieces, but it also is not very threatening. And placing it somewhere in the center where it can maybe participate in the game slightly more is an interesting option. But for now, all of these things are still very much in play. And our final game of the day turned out not to be the pure Catalan. This is a line which I think has been discussed a great deal recently. White is trying not to commit, and black is trying to play the main line of the Catalan, not trying anything fancy. And here, of course, d2, d4 does transpose into the pure Catalan, and b2, b3 is one of the moves which tries to avoid it by keeping the options with the d-pawn alive for now. One thing to note here is that d3 very much does invite black to play d5, d4, and there's been a lot of discussion in this line, starting with e3, c5, and there is, for instance, this very quirky move, knight e5 here, which I myself made a couple of times, normally with horrible results, but that's because I don't know anything. But strong players have been playing this with reasonable amounts of success. The idea being mainly to prevent black from comfortably playing knight c6, and also lengthening the diagonal for the bishop on g2. But the positions do become very, very non-standard, because you pretty much have to support it with a 4 if black plays queen c7, and you get these kinds of Martian landscapes where I think there was a Ding versus maybe Anish game, which went something along the lines of e5 here, and knight a3, a6, g4.
Oh dear.
And yeah, these are like expressionist paintings, which are very, very difficult to explain even to fellow professionals. But hasn't happened. Anish goes for a more solid response with c5, bishop b2, knight c6. And here you can play the kind of a double fianchetto here with like e3, bishop, queen e2, which doesn't really give you very much, but is a way to continue the game. Or you can go for positions after cd5. Normally they take with the knight here. E takes d5 is not a mistake, but I think the way to try and equalize completely is to take with the knight. And there's a very topical line here which starts from here. And if you take with the queen, which is what you generally would like to do, after bishop f6, queen g2, I think the current understanding is that this move knight f4 should equalize.
Dang.
This is all, as I said, even I know something which should tell you that this is a very topical line, because I generally don't play this with either color. The move knight f4 is aimed at not allowing white the usual kind of small Catalan advantage of having a better bishop. After knight f4, you're more or less obliged to play g takes f4, because queen takes d8 runs into the intermediate knight takes. You would like to take on d8 first, of course, but this is a check, and you're immediately not doing all that well. So gf, queen d2, knight d2, bishop takes b2, rook b1, the bishop drops back. And white still has the slightly more active pieces. The bishop on c8 and the rook on a8 are still not participating in the game properly, and I think Vladimir Kramnik in particular was trying to prove that with very, very precise play with white, you can still ask rather pointed questions. But I'm pretty sure the engine does hold it, and it probably doesn't even sweat all that much to hold this position. No weaknesses, a pair of bishops. Seems to be reasonably comfortable. Let's see if we have any progress anywhere.
Ding is still thinking, hasn't he?
Yeah, Ding is still thinking on move 6. I don't think it's that unusual for him. I think he generally likes to take time. This is a time control. Okay, so moves are now. I guess there was maybe some sort of a little glitch because the moves are coming in a batch here. Yeah, this is a very topical Italian now, with black playing a5 and white kind of ignoring it. a5, a4 is a move in all of these positions. Black could also choose between rook e8 followed by bishop e6, or the immediate bishop a6, which is something that people have been doing more and more, I think, because I think the understanding is when you have already played a5, this structure, which I think a lot of players, myself included, normally avoid because it's very passive. With a pawn on a5, white cannot immediately gain space on the queen side with b4, a4, and so on. And that gives black enough of a cushion to quite safely go for these structures. And in fact, after bishop e6, if you check, bishop b5 is by far the most popular move. People don't actually even take on e6 in this position. So this could potentially become quite sharp as well.
Thank you, Peter, for that fantastic rundown. I feel like I'm getting a master class watching these opening experts. We asked Ben Underwood, our in-house statistician, to tell us about the probabilities for the results of this round one game. And here, take a look at what he came up with.
Between Fabi and Firouzja, looks like draw is the most likely result. That applies to every game.
But the victory margin, expected victory, is nearly, 3-1 in favor of Fabi. That's remarkable, yeah.
Nepo has an edge over MVL. Wesley also slightly better edge than Anish. And then we have Prag against Abdusattorov, 19% against 13, and okay, Ding and Gukesh quite close, 19 against 16.
Hey, but I've just been told that Ding has a 2-0 lead, and he never got white before.
Sample sizes are a thing, yes.
We need more data.
Yes.
We've reached that point in the show where we have to put ourselves and everybody on panel on alert and inform the viewers who are going to win the tournament. You get to tell them first. Who's going to win the Sinquefield Cup?
I'm gonna pick Gukesh.
Why?
Why?
Justify your...
Well, he just won the candidates.
That's a good reason. You can stop there. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I'm going to pick Alireza because he just won the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. And in 2022, as you've heard, he won the Rapid and Blitz as well as the Sinquefield Cup to take the GCT Tour Championship. I've seen this movie before, folks. Maybe we'll see it again. Alireza.
I'm going to go the full contrarian mode and take MVL.
MVL?
Yes. I think MVL really enjoys Sinquefield Cups. He's won a couple in the past. And I just kind of want him to do well. I think it's about time he won something again. It's not like he's never won anything in his life. He won plenty of things. But it would be good to see him sort of upset the
apple cart.
Expected order of things.
And the probability. Forget about those probability. We got to get Christian as well. Over to you, Christian. Who's going to win?
I'm going to have to go with the World Championship challenger for this one. I'm going to pick Gukesh. I think he's coming into this one in good shape. He probably did a lot of good preparation, perhaps has some ideas. Sure, the best ideas he's going to keep for the World Championship match, but I'm sure his team has been trying to figure things out and trying to put him on a positive path. So that's why I'm expecting Gukesh to be at his best. I'm going to take Gukesh.
Christian, I mean, come on. Christian, you threw your fellow podcaster under the bus.
Yeah, we were waiting for
Fabiano from you.
We are very unbiased. We are very unbiased on this panel. Peter didn't take Prag, his boy. I didn't take Fabiano, my guy. So, that's the way it works. We're very unbiased on this panel.
Darush,
you should know that. Yes.
Darush, he weighs in with a very, very strong pick of Fabiano. You saw the probabilities.
There you go.
There you go. You saw that Fabi is the Grand Chess Tour, defending Grand Chess Tour champion, and Darush with Fabi. We'll get Anastasia's pick, and maybe Begum's as well. We got to get everybody involved on this. Ding Liren and Gukesh. We were told that Ding Liren was slow playing it, but then again, I'm looking at the clocks. Is that true?
Yeah, I think Ding has still 2 hours.
There may have been a glitch. There may have been a slight glitch with the board.
Delayed. Moves, and Gukesh has spent about 10 minutes now deciding what to do next after h3.
So it hasn't been Ding that's been considering his move. It's actually been
Gukesh.
Gukesh,
Yes.
okay. H2, H3. And as Peter was saying, in this specific position, the move bishop e6 is quite popular. And the idea is that after bishop takes e6, f takes e6, the fact that white can't very quickly expand with b4, a4, oftentimes knight to d2 to c4, means that while the structure is a little bit brittle for black, white doesn't have immediate tempi.
Peter saying that white often goes bishop b5 here, doesn't even take on e6.
Exactly, and then you have either variations that could go bishop to d7, knight e7, you even have these crazy lines with queen e8, and it really, really is tough keeping up with the latest and greatest in
I did
theory.
see in the database in the current position, most common move for black is h6.
Makes a lot of sense. You just
Then
keep
knight d2.
keeping this bishop at bay.
Yeah, and then after knight bg2, if we go to that position, this is something that is incredibly topical, and this is where, in particular, this move queen b8 is massively, massively popular. And Ding, I think, has played it a bunch of times. Definitely with black, but also I feel like maybe with white as well. And yeah, there's this very, very sharp line starting from here, where black, for the time being, gives up a piece, but bishop takes f2 is going to come next move, collecting some material here. If I'm not mistaken, this happened in a game between Kirill Alexeyenko and Ding Liren, maybe in, I think it was in the candidates where, or possibly the Grand Swiss. Things slightly all blend together in my mind. But yeah, Ding used to be a very principled defender of this line with the black pieces. You could more or less count on him going for this because he believed it was fine for black. And it probably is, but in particular, these positions, they get very, very sharp. I have not seen this being discussed very recently. I have a feeling that sort of the universal understanding of this position settled on an evaluation of some sort, and people are now in agreement that this is either better for white or not, and therefore one side is no longer playing it. But this used to be quite popular. Still thinking about options, though. H6 is, as I mentioned, not forced. It is the most popular move in practice, but it's not by any stretch a forced move.
Absolutely. Thank you, Peter.
Should we check Fabi's game?
Please.
There have been some moves made, some development.
Let's go. And again, this particular clash between Alireza and Fabi, when you think about the Grand Chess Tour standings, current Grand Chess Tour standings for 2024, and the fact that both these guys are duking it out for first and second place, again, boldly stating the obvious, the winner of the Sinquefield Cup will get 12 GCT points, except if they're clear first. If Fabi was to score clear first, he would get 13. And that means that Alireza would have to finish in the top 3.
Clear second,
clear
actually.
second.
Or even
Clear
clear second.
Right.
Because Fabi would be on 39.75.
Right.
And to beat it, Alireza would need the full 10 points for second to get to 40.
Gotcha. So Alireza, to win the Grand Chess Tour, needs clear second, or
If Fabi wins.
First.
If Fabi
And
wins.
only if Fabi wins clear first as well. Anyway, bringing up their particular
So you can see Fabi's walking
Italian.
around.
I just
He's
like
still
the
in
way
his prep.
I like the way Peter was introducing the Italian number 1, Italian number 2. This Italian is probably one of the oldest of the Italians, and as Peter, tongue in cheek, was saying, feels like the scholastic days where you play a4 in this position and expect your opponent to castle, so you could trap
If only.
the bishop with a5. Those were the good old days. It oftentimes worked that you could ensnare the bishop on the queen side. Okay, catching up with the players, I did notice this d3, a d4 move here at this moment. And I must say, white has to do something, because the space you've gathered on the queen side is more than compensated for the fact that this knight can jump at its will to the f4 square. So d3, d4, bishop to g4, queen c2, queen d7, rook e1, and we saw Fabi walking around the playing hall. Are we still in theory, Nazi?
I think so. In the database, there's still 3 games. But you can see the playing hall.
It looked like that they've crunched all the players into one half of the room. Before, last week, they were on the other side of the divider as well, right? So now there's more room on the other side of the wall dividers.
And a very nice color scheme, as you could see. The other side was all colored in red for the totem color, so to speak, of the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. And the Sinquefield Cup is all in blue, and they're playing on the blue side of things.
On the blue. So, are we still in theory, Nazi, after the move rook?
There are a couple of games in the database. Black played rook f to e8, defending the e5 pawn, so on the next move, the knight can jump to f4.
Right, maybe on a good day, bishop can slide to h3. Peter has pointed out in very similar positions that this bishop on c4, which of course is very nice and aggressively placed, sometimes it's required, and f4 is a nice square to drop back into. Peter, pick up on this position, if you don't mind.
Yeah, it's very difficult to assess. All 32 pieces are still on the board, and it does seem, and that honestly feels very, very logical, that you're choosing between rook fe8 and rook ae8. Both seem to be eminently playable for black. The engine is kind of torn and can't really choose between them. Everything else appears to be weaker. One thing to note is another memory from my childhood. I used to think that once d4 appears on the board, you're more or less obliged to play d4, c4, d5, create a nice Solani, and be extremely happy about things. These days, it's very well understood that these types of positions are just very pleasant for white. Bishop a3 comes out. This is one of the pluses of having pushed a4 before b5. Bishop a3 is already a massive threat. Let's say bishop e6. And you can maybe even restrict both of those knights, deny the f4 square. Then you play queen b3, you play knight e4, you play bishop a3. The bishop on b6, which, once again, young me would have thought puts a lot of pressure on the d4 pawn. In fact, it's just not doing very much, because the d4 pawn will always be very well covered. And yeah, these types of positions are really no longer considered to be at all safe for black. So d4 just gets ignored, as we've seen in the game. Bishop g4, queen c2, queen d7, rook e1. And after, let's say, rook a8, you can make a number of moves. Like, you can develop this bishop. There's an argument to be made for both bishop b2 over protecting the... I use the forbidden word again. Yeah. I am so very sorry, Yasser. Further supporting the center. Or bishop a3, which might eventually prevent black from recapturing d takes e5 if we ever want to take on a5 because of the pin on the a3 f8 diagonal. You could also definitely make an argument for bishop f1. Bishop f1, though, does perhaps allow black the immediate break with d6, d5. And this is how they actually approach the fight for the center in these variations. You do want to play d5, but you want to do it in this formation without including e-d-c-d, so that the entire center gets blown up. And if you imagine the center disappearing, black has by far the more active pieces.
Yeah, for sure.
So already here, the engine does start suggesting you have to maybe fight for equality. So bishop f1 maybe not the move, and something like bishop b2 and bishop a3 has to be chosen. But black seems to be comfortable. I'd be surprised if black isn't really comfortable here.
Thank you, Peter. Once again, Nazi, the theory here in this position that that Fabi and Alireza achieved. What's the database pointing out? Rook fe8, rook ae8, and just how would the main line go? For example,
this
one.
Rook fe8 only. I didn't even see a game after rook ae8.
Okay, let's go with what you have.
And bishop b2 and knight f4.
Bishop b2, knight f4. Just continue just a few moves to see how things continue. Do we drop back with the bishop? Do we play? I don't know. I'm afraid of
bishop f1.
Yeah, mostly,
games,
right?
And then black played bishop h5, h3.
Right.
And rook a to d8.
You know, it's actually kind of funny to see the move in this position, bishop to h5, and then the move h3, right? You didn't force the bishop back, it voluntarily retreated, and then you played h2, h3. And the results even?
I think white won one game and drew the other.
Just drew. Okay, so our early days here. Let's go to our other key matchup. Once again, this is a preview, if you will, a glimpse in the future between Ding Liren and Gukesh as champion and challenger square off in round one. And we did see the move bishop to e6.
Without h6 immediately.
Without? I think we were including knight d2, right. So bishop e6 immediately, bishop b5. And then Gukesh didn't play any of those sequences that featured queen b8 as Ding Liren has played in the past, followed by queen a7, pressuring f2. Indeed, he played a surprise move, retreating the bishop from c5, and Ding said, you know what? My bishop on c1 is not going to go to g5. Let's trade bishops.
I think black should take, right, on e3?
Sure. I'm assuming we're playing rook takes e3 here.
Maybe move the knight to e7.
Okay. Knight e7 and
head into f4.
Yeah.
Let's go.
These types of positions are not very much, but they are, I think, understood to be ever so slightly better for white. Let's say knight g6, we go bishop f1 maybe, and then we try to play c4, knight c3. Try to occupy as much of the center as possible. And
first bishop f1 and then?
Yeah, I don't, c4, knight c3, yeah. I don't want to play c4 with the bishop still stuck on b5. Right. That seems like a recipe for disaster. So, yeah, something like this. It's not a lot, obviously, but it's maybe a touch better for white, and particularly if I get all of my moves in knight c3, queen d2, rook d1, will be a pleasant little spatial advantage for
these two players coming into their head-to-head matchup today. Let's just take a gander. After all, we put Ben to work, you know, about their performance in their most recent tournaments, and the trend is not the friend of Ding Liren.
No, but pretty good for Gukesh.
And when we talk about the most recent tournaments, what events are we discussing in particular, Nazi?
There was World Championship is for Ding, that's 7th.
Clear.
Then Superbet Romania, First China Chess, Tata Steel, Grenk Classic, Norway Chess, and FIDE World's Team Championship.
Right, exactly. Well, we certainly are looking forward to both of these players being in their top form. Both, of course, coming to St. Louis, not for the Rapid and Blitz, so they've got their jet lag issues.
They must
and,
it's a long trek for both of them, assuming they came from home. And one thing about that graphic, and we might be showing you more of that graphic later in these broadcasts, is it's their respective 7 last tournaments, so they are not the same tournaments.
Right.
It's the 7 last tournaments for one and the 7 last tournaments of the other, and they don't actually correspond at any point in the graph. They played the same tournaments, but they will be numbered differently.
Right.
But the graph does show that for Ding, it is consistently below 2,700 performances, as you could see there. The dividing line there is 2,700, and I think for the past 5, his TPR was below that,
right,
which by his standards is frankly poor. He is a fantastic player, and it should normally be performing at a much higher standard than he has done.
He took a lot of time off, Peter, and let's say his most recent events have actually been played in China. He's been doing training,
yes,
and what have you.
And we have no idea. Like, we have some very, very slight information about that event, but no real clue as to what happened there. And yeah, when you discuss Ding's results and Ding's career between, let's say, 2019 and 2024, I think it's not anybody's favorite topic by this point, but we do have to mention COVID.
Yes.
Because as for someone who actually resides in China, it has not been easy for anyone.
No.
But for people who had to stay in China for that period, his options were severely limited.
Exactly.
He almost did not travel for the entire 3 years between 2020 and 2023. He played some tournaments. The most important tournaments he still found a way to get to, like the candidates in 2020, which lasted 400 days, and then the next candidates which he used to qualify for the World Championship match, even though he came in second. But mainly he played online, and he stayed, I think, at home. And for an active chess player, this
That's
is not great.
Yeah, exactly.
So whatever discussion we will be having about his slump, and there is a slump. Let's call things what they are.
Yeah.
It absolutely has to be factored in that even compared to his colleagues, his COVID experiences were probably a lot harsher than anybody else's. Yeah.
Absolutely. We did see the exchange. Bishop takes e3, rook takes e3. Once again, I do see that, at least from my monitor, it looks like Gukesh is the one spending the most time. And probably that decision, bishop c5 to a7, consumed a good portion of that. Rook takes e3. Peter, just talk about the current position, outlining, as you see it, the plans.
Well, I'm pretty much always playing knight e7 with black, simply because in all of these types of Spanish structures, the one piece you really don't know what to do with is that knight on c6. It has no squares, apart from that knight e7, knight g6 maneuver. Sometimes it's sort of so badly placed that you even go knight b8, knight bd7. Maybe not here.
Right.
I mean, actually completely not here, because I would lose a bishop. We can just show a funny line on the screen there. Knight bd8, d4, knight d7, d5 resigns. Yeah, that would be...
That's good scholastic work.
Yeah, less than ideal.
Right.
But the point still stands, and yeah, you see on your screen the knight going to e7. It needs to be moved away from c6 in order to be able to play c6 or c5, and also just in order to put it on a square where it does something. As for white, I think you pretty much always do play d3, d4. An opportunity to occupy more of the center should not be passed up. And then after the expected knight g6, I mean, some other moves could be made, but I think knight g6 is by far the most obvious. In general terms, we don't want to be playing d4, d5 here, at least not very early, because it relieves all the pressure in the center and also gives black a very easy out of playing bishop somewhere, then moving knight away from f6 and pushing for the f5 break. Gives black an immediate, very comfortable plan to create counterplay. So you keep the pawn on d4, and as I mentioned, I think the current understanding is you drop the bishop back, and you very much dream of being able to play c4, knight c3. And when we got to this position on our screens for the first time, I kind of thought, do we maybe play c5 here with black? It looks strange, but I do want to stop c4.
Right.
To such an extent that I'm even willing to give, let's say, the knight on b1 this wonderful square on b5, which is probably the immediate... No, I don't think we're playing d5. We can even go knight a3 immediately. I'm not sure d5 is great even here. Just go knight a3, queen e7, knight b5. It's a very beautiful square for the knight, but I could honestly imagine an argument for this being preferable to allowing c4. Because I think then, okay, you landed on d5, I put a rook on d8, and I ask you, okay, what's next? And it's not that easy to suggest how white will be improving from there. But maybe I'm completely wrong. And I don't think this is the usual way they play this position. Usually they play c6, rook e8, queen c7, rook a d8, the normal stuff.
Right. And we do have, by the way, d4 on the board, and the line's going as expected. Nasi, tell me where I should be heading next.
Let's check
Thank you,
Fabi's game. There has been a pawn sacrifice.
A pawn sacrifice? What? Sacrilege. Just a second. We have left it. Fabi has played queen c2. Alireza played queen to d7. Tell me if we're still in theory, by the way. Rook e1, rook e8.
I think this is your position.
H3. Wow, wow, wow. I would be taking deep breaths around these parts, especially with these knights.
Yeah, but this
so menacing, right?
This is why we played rook e1, though, to at least have access to bishop f1.
Right.
So I suspect the exchange, the sacrifice on h3 shouldn't work. We go bishop f1, I guess.
Knight g4, bishop f1.
We should be able to stabilize somehow. Maybe even, takes, queen d3, queen f1?
Okay. Spoken like a true martial player.
Yeah.
Queen d3.
This is still, I understand your reluctance to engage with this, but if we survive for another 2-3 moves here with white without getting mated, I think we will be doing quite well. Okay.
He did not sacrifice a piece. On the contrary, after being faced with h3, Alireza decided to capture, take, and to take. And this is where...
Fabi didn't retake, he played bishop b2, so let's check why not. If c takes d... I'm guessing black has this d5 move?
I suspect it's all about d5, a move that Peter pointed out in previous lines of play. The idea is to leave white with an isolated
but
queen
here I
pawn.
suspect we take the other one first, right?
Which way?
We probably take on
D4?
d4, not on d5 after rook e1,
Oh,
knight e1.
apologies. I didn't even see that was available.
I think
Knight
this
E1.
actually might be the difference.
In this case,
Yeah, the bishop is now alive. D5 is hanging. I might actually be able to take it next move, even after
Right.
the rook moves somewhere. So yeah, I have a feeling this is the reason for this not being played. And what Fabi has played is a very cute positional pawn sacrifice. He's on 2 hours, 3 minutes, and 41 seconds on our screen. So
it's
I think,
fair to say.
Yeah, fair to suspect he has seen this position before. I'm still not very sure what's going on though. Like, how do we reply to knight e5? No, not c takes d4. What are we doing here?
Knight e5 is a very, very strong move. I cannot believe.
No, I
don't
think
want to believe.
no.
that
We cannot be sacrificing
a
an
pawn
h3
like
here.
this. This is just ridiculous. Although
Knight
Peter,
h5.
This looks very
it looks
scary.
very doubtful.
Yeah, obviously, if he knows this is good, he knows this is good. But it looks incredible. But I mean, there's an easier way to refute it. Even if we go back to the very, very
I
first
think
position.
you can take on e5. Knight e5. Here.
Yes.
Take on e5.
Yes, and then
Yeah, I
take
think
on
that's
d4.
the point. d5, rook a, d1.
And
And
we're
the
gonna
threat is
take on d4 first.
Take on d4 first. Okay. So the idea is
and now rook
Now
a, d1,
d1.
I guess. Yeah.
rook a, d1.
And we want to take on d4 and go e4, e5. And that is not that easy to stop. I mean, we have queen d6, but queen d6 might run into some queen b3 or problems maybe. This is very interesting. This is very interesting.
And yeah, Fabi's still in his prep. Like Peter mentioned, he has gained time on the clock. And Firouzja has spent already 25 minutes.
Wow. Has this pawn sacrifice been essayed before?
In my database, there are no games.
Right. Peter, you've got so much experience that you know these types of pawn sacrifice always.
But before we do that, let's
Yes.
check in with Christian.
Let's do it.
Just to give you guys a bit of a background to this opening preparation, I don't know obviously the technical details of it, but what I can tell you is that before the last day of Blitz chess at the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, during the games, I was talking with Fabiano's second for this tournament, Grigory Oparin, and I was asking him how the preparation is going for the Blitz and Rapid, and he was saying that for the last few days, we've been training for this game against Alireza. So this prep has been brewing for at least a few days, maybe a week. We'll see. I mean, we are already seeing right now what Fabiano has in store for Alireza upon sacrifice. And I have to say, I'm looking through the variations and it looks devastatingly dangerous so far. Fabiano definitely feeling good in his prep, comfortable in his game. Against Alireza as of right now, and Alireza definitely feeling the pressure right now.
Thank you, Christian. Long gone are the days where I've found a novelty that I've saved for years. Now it's a week, a whole week they spent. I wanted Peter to say that oftentimes when I'm presented as black, especially as black, with the possibility of going into some very sharp tactical lines, I tend to return the pawn.
Yes.
Playing d4, d3.
d3, or there's another way,
Please.
which I've been, once again, the usual proviso applies here. The engine that informs my opinions here probably shouldn't inform my opinions all that much.
Okay.
So take everything I say with a grain of salt, because it's me in a faulty communicator with another one over there. But an idea I sort of like is, d3 is playable. And interesting thing is, I think the top 3 lines are all, not all, d takes c3 is actually the move I would have been very, very loath to make. What is wrong with my clicking skills today? It keeps on insisting I should play this. This looks very scary, but maybe black can play c7, c6 here with the intention of moving d6, d5 next move. But the other 2 options are d3, as Yasser mentioned, and the other one is something I quite like. Starting with d5, you have to take with the pawn. Now we take on c3. Now queen takes e3 allows us to play queen f5, and there is a lot of jumps on the king side. For instance, I think knight h4 is being threatened with the pressure against the f2 pawn here. So black seems to be already okay. And if bishop takes e3, this move queen d7, d6, which I think does a pretty decent job of stabilizing, because we have given ourselves some space for our pieces. Some queen c5 ideas could happen at some point if, once again, they constantly have to watch for the f2 pawn. I suspect, at least in some positions, knight takes d5 is now a threat. Now that we've stabilized some more, we might want to play knight f4 somewhere. We might actually, maybe in some positions, just want to trade on e1 and then trade another pair of rooks on the e8 square. So this is a way to not accept the most principled reactions, because I absolutely agree with your initial premise. You see this, you see 2:03:41 on the clock, and you think, okay, what's the most obvious and the greediest move I can make? Probably knight e5. Not making that one.
Right.
Because it clearly has been checked.
Right.
It looks like black has a healthy extra pawn in the center. If Fabi is allowing this, something must be pretty wrong with it.
Right.
So definitely not doing that, and choosing between ways of, exactly as you said, sort of toning it down a little, lowering the stakes, because if you accept the pawn sacrifice with either knight e5 or d takes e3, you're very much playing for the highest stakes possible in this position, and against somebody who is clearly exceptionally well prepared, you probably want to avoid that. On the other side of that equation is Alireza is young, incredibly ambitious, and generally speaking trusts his assessments. And he's just won a very strong tournament, so he must be on a bit of a high.
Right.
And somebody like that, he's already been thinking for quite a while in this position. If he feels that he got to the bottom of it, he might just trust his calculation powers and just go dc3 or something else that is a principled reply. But I would be very much in the same camp as you. How do I not take this pawn and get to a position where the cost of a mistake is much lower?
The more you think about it, cowardice isn't that bad. You know? I mean, backing down from a challenge. You're a competitor, Nazi. I know it's round one. It's round one. If it was a later round and you needed to win with the black pieces, maybe you'd be very happy for this opportunity. But all things considered, 2:03 on the clock, versus 1:28. Are you accepting the pawn, or are you playing moves like d5 or /d3?
I'll be trying to get my opponent out of prep as much as possible.
Okay.
So I'd be playing d3 probably.
Right, just to tone it down just a bit there. I did like that whole sequence with d5 as well. And one of the reasons too, when my opponent's in like this, full battle mode and attack, trading the pieces, a lot to be said for it. And in these variations, where the queen is, nicely parked on d6, and
something I probably should have mentioned about this position and didn't. This also does a very good job of blunting the bishop on c4.
Yes.
Which is the one sort of unopposed piece on the board right now. So by forcing white to close the diagonal for that bishop, I think we're doing some good things to our chances.
So it's a very simple question. Instead of queen d6,
yeah,
does knight d5
why not knight d5? Yeah, I was wondering about that myself.
So rook d1, I can play c6.
Rook d1, c7, c6.
I'm sure Engine has an answer, but I wasn't. It's not that clear to me.
No, I.
Yeah, it's none of this is obvious. The pawn can immediately be won back if we switch to this position for a second.
Sure.
There are some options here. For instance, you can go rook e8, queen d2, and then just take on a5 next move. It looks like it's not a lot, but if you think about these types of positions, white will have some pressure because the queen side has not been resolved, and white could maybe hope to end up with like the a5 pawn against the b7 pawn and bishop against knight, and those endgames are not often are not completely equal. Or alternatively, in this position after knight takes d5, I saw a suggestion of perhaps rook ed1 followed by rook ab1, and just sort of playing against the black position this way. But this, once again, would need to be investigated properly, because at first glance, we've stabilized, we're a pawn up. Yes, white probably can win this pawn back if he decides to put a lot of pressure on the d5 square, but that will trade half the board. And why we should be worried about something like bishop a1, which is one of the suggestions, I am not sure. We can go rook a d8, we can go knight e5 and try swapping pieces down. Looks playable. So yeah, my first investigation here did not really land any kind of decisive answers as to why you cannot just take on d5.
Well, one thought that flashed through my mind there, Peter, when you were showing this variation, rook on e1 to d1, c6, takes on c6, takes on c6, takes on g7.
Nice.
Oh.
Yeah, this does work, actually.
Takes on d5.
And sadly for us as white here,
Yeah,
black probably makes a draw in this position. Once again, the pawn on d5 can be won more or less at any point,
Right.
but at the cost of allowing a lot of trades. And so much material has come off that this is
I truly
probably...
wanted queen b2 check and b6.
Yes, let's illustrate.
b6.
Let's
Yeah.
illustrate why this was required.
Right.
This position is genuinely unpleasant for black. This
yeah.
position is genuinely unpleasant because the missing g7 pawn will be quite important, and also the white king is completely safe, which it isn't once the f2 pawn is gone. So yeah, this is an interesting option, but seems like bishop takes f2 is still holding things relatively under control.
Spoiled.
But that's a very nice shot.
My petite combination. We haven't looked at 3 other games because we have been so focused on these marquee
Too many
games.
exciting
I
games.
mean, indeed. Tell us where I should go.
Nepo against MVL.
Let's do it because we've somebody's got skin in this game. I won't mention any names, Peter, but this is an important game. Let's see. We left it, and as Peter was explaining, this is a very old variation of the Italian. And for me, the move f3, f4 was always something that the players who played this position as white left in abeyance. They wanted to first see this knight somehow skedaddling away before they'd ever reach for their f-pawn. And they often played, let me just put some very bad moves on the board, if you don't mind, for just a moment. Like the dream position for white would be something of this nature, where after knight b3 takes, well, looky,
Ooh,
I've got this
control of those black squares.
beautiful positional grip on the dark squares, and then later f4, f5. And I always thought that they played this position specifically like this and not playing f4 because then the knight would come rushing
Back to e4.
back to e4. But guess what? I mean, Jan had a very concrete idea. I'm going to mate you.
Seems that way. One more surprising thing is that we know Nepo is incredibly well prepared.
Right.
But he has spent 37 minutes while MVL gained time on the clock. That's surprising, right?
That is a surprise. Sometimes you have such a position in mind, you want to play, and then you're wondering, is this the opponent? You know, because MVL is also well prepared. Peter, jump on this, because this one, for me, this is a very concrete moment here. What if
Absolutely,
I play e6? I'm a pawn grabber. I want to take on e4, I want to take on c6, and yahoo!
Yeah.
What's happening?
The interesting thing about this, honestly, and I feel like a lot of my commentary in the past years have sort of become look at the clock. But I'm a bit shocked about this because Jan chose a line which I have not seen in play. I think bishop c4 followed by d4. While, of course, this exists and has existed for hundreds of years, it's not really very topical. And at least in my immediate memory, I have not seen Jan do this. This is move 13. This is a very kind of a forcing straight line from here, which is sort of the beginning of it. And white f3, f4, f5 is very, very logical, taking away squares, creating some ideas of f6 somewhere, and so on. Black goes knight e4, knight c3, rook e8. And we are 45-ish minutes into the round.
Yeah.
And honestly, before I maximized the board and took a look at the clocks, I assumed MVL was doing all the thinking.
Yeah.
No.
No.
MVL is above the starting time here, after being faced with what I assume is
a challenge.
a challenge, and also something he couldn't have expected normally.
No.
He is above 2 hours, and Jan, who played this line and must have prepared this line for today, is down to 121. E6 is definitely playable, but the engine says we're doing okay because knight takes e6 pretty much always gets met by bishop c5 check. I would be much more worried about something like queen h5, trying to give mate on the king side.
Queen f7.
But the engine does suggest that once again, we don't need to panic. And all of these things more or less work out for black. We're just in time to stop the rook getting to f7.
Wow.
Importantly, let's find out why this is not mate. I guess very simply just because of
knight f2.
Just because of knight f2 check. Yeah,
yeah, right.
And interestingly, if king f1, this is very strong. And it's also kind of required, but it's more or less winning with bishop a6 check coming next, and after king e1, bishop takes f6. The attack against this king has completely vanished, and the attack against this king is just beginning, right, with rook takes e6 coming in next move.
Good point.
So there is no mate against the black king after e6. The other more conservative option is probably something like this, trying to play bishop e3, bishop c5, switching to sort of positional methods of play. Also queen d4 is being indicated. But once again, after bishop c8, looks very logical to take on d4, but after queen d5, you have to recapture. And now after something like, you would like to play bishop f4, but unfortunately for you, f5 is hanging. You would like to play rook e1, but unfortunately for you, f5 is hanging. So you're actually just returning the pawn on e5 here. So queen takes e4 is not even the strongest move in this position. The engine goes bishop e3. And now after, you can play queen d5. The machine also throws in a7, a5, trying to chase away the knight on b3 with a5, a4.
Dang.
The equations on my screen all hover around equality.
Peter, I have a question. In the current position,
Okay.
why not try f6?
Yeah, you always want to try f6, and it would be quite good if not specifically for bishop c5. Everything else gives white a massive advantage, actually.
Let's say take on
But
e4.
bishop c5 works out.
Take on e4?
Take e4, take e4.
And defend the pawn, or bishop e3 or bishop f4?
Bishop e3 or e5 is fine. Bishop f4, the heartless engine just says I can start taking stuff. Ef, queen f6, bishop e3, and now both queen g6 and queen g7. I mean, choose a square. You can sort of see why it's not impressed, because we really aren't giving any mate to this king on g8 now. There's rook e5, rook e8, the bishop might drop back to d6. Our pieces are just not going to get to the g file. I mean, you can play queen, you can't even play queen h5. You have to start by playing something like c3, so the knight isn't hanging, and rook e5. It probably is enough compensation not to lose with white, but we are not really attacking. Yeah. And we are down a pawn, so...
Rook g3 required.
Yeah, but everything else is bad. Like if you go for something like this, this is massively dangerous for black. Yeah. You can very much imagine like one more naive move, and actually knight takes c6 here is very strong.
Oops.
Trying to destruct the bishop on d7 and go queen g4. Yeah. This is close to winning for white. So yeah, it's a very topical idea, and honestly, whenever you have these pawns on f5 and e5, I'm much more drawn to the idea of playing f6 than I am to the idea of playing e6. Right. Because I very much want to give mate. But it doesn't seem to work move by move here.
Thank you, Peter. On the internet, there was a fan poll which asked the fans, which game were you most likely to view in this round one? And of course, we're talking about the two most exciting games, Ding and Gukesh versus...
I think we guessed that right.
Yeah. Well, it was pretty close. I mean, the GCT Tour versus, the prelude to the World Championship. I kind of would have guessed it falling in this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like it's the right one. Thank you to the YouTube fan poll for that one, as we do see our marquee matchups. And this moment between MVL and Jan, I think it's like somehow it is a critical moment. These ideas of knight takes e4, bishop e3, just kind of going into a positional mode, f6, checkmate,
E6,
e6, potential checkmate, potential win of
very tempting
material.
moves. And maybe Nepo's thinking maybe he should be a little bit patient, not push the pawns yet.
Right.
But at the same time, if you miss the right moment, you won't get a chance.
Exactly, your advantage can slip. Very key moment. We'll keep an eye on that. We're going to go check out the game between Wesley So and Anish Giri, two of our Grand Chess Tour.
Only non-E4 game today.
And the only, I was about to say non-Italian, but I think
That's actually
that's
very
not.
accurate.
Okay, Bishop B2 and Knight C6. This is where essentially one of the questions is, should we take and play D2, D4, or should we take Knight takes and, again, in this case, D4 can be met by Bishop F6, Knight C3. Very, very different approaches by White and Black by capturing. So White keeps the tension with the move E2, E3, but at the same time invites the territory, a central grab of space.
I always like it with Black when I can play D4 and get some space.
I like the space as well, except it's very strange. I like playing the Benoni when I'm 2 tempi up. So first of all, I'm playing the Benoni as White, so that gives me 1 tempo, pardon me. But with the move E6 as opposed to E5, I feel like I'm 2 tempi up. Rook E1, Rook E8, D3, A5, and these are always very, very big questions. When should I play Knight A3? When should I be playing A2, A3? I love the move Knight E5, takes, Knight to D7, and we've caught up with the players.
Anish will finally push E5 now on the next move, and
that's the tempo type of thing. So I might, for example,
I was going to ask, where would you move your rook? Drop back down to like E2 or stay on the 5th rank, Rook B5?
Yeah, I'd probably drop back to the E2 square, anticipating that I'll one day double and bring my knight as quickly as I possibly can to E4, with or without F2, F4. Peter, was the Benoni ever big in your repertoire? Something you avoided or something?
It's just not something I pretty much ever play. I think I may have tried it out in some absolute must-win games with the black pieces, but no. But I do play the reti a little bit now. I dabble in the reti. I don't consider myself a proper reti player. Here, and this is exactly the kinds of positions I get with White a lot when I try to play this with White, and then I don't know exactly what I'm doing, because if you drop it back, honestly, these types of positions I just sort of don't like at all for White. You can go Knight G2, but then you're just never getting A3 before, and if you're never getting A3 before, I think these are not very attractive positions, even though currently, I think Knight C5, you're quite happily. Oh, sorry, this is a blunder of opponent E5, which should be avoided. Yeah, let's go something like F6.
Whoa.
Not Queen C7, which is.
Or maybe Queen C7. Yeah.
Michael Tal would be enthusiastic by F6.
But generally, I want to play F6. I want to play Knight C5. I want to put the bishop on F5 or somewhere. And the resulting positions, I'm not entirely sure what White is supposed to be doing, because sometimes you can go for F4 breaks, but here it feels massively over-optimistic to expect it to work. If you go Knight E4, very often Black will enthusiastically chase it away with F5 and Knight C5, although maybe not immediately here. Here, interestingly, the engine switches to this plan, Knight F8, Knight G6, and then perhaps F5 and so on. But I think the larger question is very simply this. In this type of a reti structure, you need to have something to look forward to. So one plan is A3 before, which the way we've positioned our pieces, like the bishop on B2, is actively counterproductive. I think you'd much rather it was on C1, because then A3 rook B1 would be faster in terms of pushing before. The other one is F4 break. If you don't really have either, Black has, unlimited is a very strong word, but Black has oodles of time to reposition his pieces in some way and meet whatever you're doing with something proactive. Whereas you're shuffling within your bottom two ranks, and you don't really have, apart from this very beautiful square for the time being, for the knight, it probably gets chased away eventually. So the interesting question is rook b5, I think. Because b7 is hanging, d4 is hanging. And now you can sacrifice either one, depending, e5, bishop takes b7, was initially, I think, liked by the engine, but now it no longer thinks this is fast enough, because yes, if black manages to get e4, e5, e4 here quickly enough, he will probably be doing okay, but for the time being we have it under control, and both bishop a3 and even simply knight a3 seem to be doing okay for white. So you're probably playing knight e5. We can play bishop a3. I think, once again, my understanding, and it's very limited about these structures, I am probably very interested in actually trading this bishop for this knight. I think I'm doing this reasonably happily, something like this. Mm-hmm. And then, strategically, I think this becomes more attractive because we got rid of what was arguably our worst piece. But we do have an issue with this rook on b5 after something like that.
Good or bad?
Yeah, because...
asset or liability, right?
It's not really in trouble yet, but if you give black one move to play, let's say rook a8, a7, bishop d7 will start becoming a massive, massive issue. And we're still undeveloped on the queen side. So I think Anish should be very happy with the outcome of the opening here.
Thank you, Peter. And Nazi, how do these two players match up when they sit down for a classical game?
We do have a graph for that. They have 24 draws.
Wow.
3 wins for each. Very equal. Wow. I was not expecting that.
The 24 draws is remarkable. 3 wins, 3
It is
losses.
Anish Giri, so 24 draws.
Yeah, wow. Very, very, very...
and perhaps a little bit of a audio quiz for our viewers. We probably don't have a graphic for it, but I will go with it nonetheless.
And that is?
There are 2 players who are playing their first Sinquefield Cups. That is Nodirbek and Gukesh. Of the remaining 8 players, name 2 who have a lifetime negative score in Sinquefield Cups.
Can you answer that?
Not immediately, no.
Yeah, I would have to think.
Once again, thanks very much to Ben Underwood, our
stumping
local statistician. Yeah. I wouldn't have known the answer anyway, but I do now because I was provided with a booklet.
Okay,
which tells me things.
Hold it and let our audience think about that one for just a moment. I just one last game to get through before anything gets done. Prague versus Nodirbek. This is not an Italian, not a Reddy, but a Petrov. And we saw the slightly quirky, as he described it, move queen d3. And this move queen d3 is designed essentially to discourage queenside castling. The idea being that if, for example, queen d7, the queen could pop out to a4, as Peter mentioned.
Like that queen
I did too.
A4, and then you can't play a6 because I'll take. So you can't stop bishop b5.
Exactly.
It's a really nice setup for white.
It is. And it's for that reason that Nodirbek, he did not play queen d7. He played the move a7, a6. You're going to discourage me from castling. I'm going to ask you, what is your queen doing on d3? Isn't it interfering with the development of your bishop? King b1, castles, h2, h3. I can get behind this move.
I was expecting more h4, but I guess his plan is h3, g4 instead.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Those are the 2 options, really. And the engine, even on the previous move, instead of king b1, was suggesting h4 is very playable. But it's seemingly even more playable once black castled kingside, because h4, knight g5 is very much on the table there. But yeah, Prague goes with a more conservative option. I'm not entirely sure what scared him away from pushing the pawn.
And we do have knight e5.
Yeah.
Are we still in book, Peter?
Probably not. Queen d3 is very, very rare. I would be shocked if this was still theory.
And how does our Silicon Overlord evaluate this one?
It still likes white a little bit. I'm not sure knight e5 was, strictly speaking, necessary, but it is definitely one of the moves you make. Important to note, I will just make a move somewhere to illustrate. With the queen on d2, white often replies to this by taking, and putting the bishop on d3.
Okay.
And weirdly, maybe not in this particular position, but often, despite the fact that optically black has a very nice majority on the king side, 4 against 3, and white's majority on the queen side is doubled, so you're never really creating a passer. It's not about passers. Because of four pawns in front of our king on b1, the king on b1 is very, very safe. Whereas for black, we have a lot of play on the king side, and if, for instance, you are eventually forced to play f7, f5, we can start trying to play against this pawn on e5. But the difference is, if we do it here, the queen is already on d3.
Bishop d3?
Yeah, we can't play bishop d3, and if the queens come off, everything I said about structures and the extra pawn on the king side actually starts being true.
Right.
Because there will be no attack against the black king, and you just have a better structure with black. So the option is something like queen e2, which is playable, but you don't particularly want to do it. So for me, an almost automatic reaction here would be a move queen e4.
Okay.
Trying to, like if we get here, I think we're reasonably happy with white because once again, this is a very safe king and we can start pushing. We will put the bishop on d3, we'll play g4, g5, h4, and black will still need to solve some problems. These types of structures are generally quite safe for both sides, but white has the more active queen, the more obvious hope of generating something against the opposing king, so I'm preferring white. I'm guessing Pragg is trying to figure out if he should be worried about f5, but seems like after queen f4, although I think this is probably what he is checking, yeah, because on my screen the best move is this. And I mean,
it's a little deflating.
Yeah, shrug emoji goes here, you know. It's all good and well for the machine to suggest this is completely playable.
There's even f4.
Yeah,
and you have to go through c1.
Yeah, and then we want to play h4, h5. We want to play bishop d3 and attack the knight on g6, and eventually perhaps get to that pawn on f4. And you know, the more you look at this, the more you realize, yeah, I can definitely imagine why this is playable for white, but sort of going for this by yourself without any support from the screen. If you realize that these are your choices, because queen takes b7, rook b8, you don't particularly want to mess with this.
And Pragg
Only
has
move is
played
queen
queen
a7.
e4, so we might see this.
Yeah, so queen b7 is not really a move, and queen a4 really, you know, allowing b5 is also not a move. So you're more or less forced into this really, really weird. I mean, you could go queen d4, but once again, it continues getting shunted around with the black pawns. Yeah, this could become quite a quirky little game if he actually ends up putting the queen on h2.
Well, I'm just reminded of hometown Seattle, where after moves like knight g6, queen h2, f4, bishop c1, the popular expression was, so aggressive. Queen h2, bishop c1, queen e4.
You feel like you're doing something wrong if you have to put the queen on h2, right?
But I mean, as a counter argument, f7, f5, f4 is not something black wants to do.
No, because
strategically, you are opening up your king side. You are generating targets for white to play against later in the game. So you absolutely have to wait against the fact that you are sidelining the queen for probably quite a while.
Yeah. Importantly, and something we didn't get a chance to mention, in this position after knight e5, the actual dream move, of course, was knight takes e5, d takes e5, queen e4, so that you could play bishop to d3. And that was where maybe the move king b1 got missed, because, of course, this one hangs the rook, and that was why maybe the engine was looking at, instead of the move king b1, here, h3 or h4 with the king still on c1. Nice stuff going on in all 5 games. I like what I'm seeing. I'm seeing big fights. I'm going to turn our attention back to our 2 marquee matchup games. I'm going to start with world champion Ding Liren, and guess what? Bishop f1. Yeah. They should have listened to our show. They would have reached this position right away.
So I think is by far the slowest developing game of the round so far.
Well,
the game.
That promises as a future battle.
Because they're making the moves we sort of called out an hour ago.
Right.
The moment we got here, we were talking about this position and the choices black has here, and they just got here.
Right.
And understandably, Ding is choosing between various options. And now that I've looked at my screen, I think I've even seen this.
H5.
I think there was a Nepomniachtchi game that did go h5, c4, knight h7, and the pawn on h5 is used for the future. If something lands on g3, it can be chased away, for instance, because often, like after the knight g5 trade, I think the game actually did go like, I think, wasn't this something we covered last year here, Yasser? I'm starting to think.
Say it.
Yeah, it looks very familiar.
Okay.
I think Jan was on the white side of this, and he almost won later, but it was a draw. But yeah, I'm hazy on the exact details. So yeah, there is this option of h5, knight h7, and apart from that, also h6, knight h7 is very similar, but the engines, I think, do suggest h5 is slightly stronger than h6. And the third best option is d6, d5, which is another very topical way to react to what's going on. You really do not want to allow c3, c4. And the line currently on my screen is knight bd2, for the time being keeping things under control. And now, probably knight takes e4, knight takes e5, and knight d6. And if this happens, this starts looking a little bit like a rook e1 anti-Berlin.
Right, it does.
Or some Petrovs sometimes resemble this structure. White has the slightly better pieces. Actually, having the rook on e3 is quite useful because you can play something like queen f3 and try to immediately double on the one open file in the center. White has a bit of a pull, but this is never really tragic for black, I assume.
No. So d6, d5, very, very decent
d5
move.
is playable, or otherwise the engine is very, very focused on the idea of playing knight h7, knight g5, which means that h-pawn has to be moved somewhere from h7.
Right, and it's strange. I think our predecessors would be, if they were going to go for this, they would be doing it in the style with h6. I don't think anybody ever played h5 as a prelude to going knight h7, knight g5,
but
where everybody was more or less hopeful of a gainful employment of their h-pawn after.
But as the poet said, I used to care, but things have changed.
Things have changed. Okay, we'll keep an eye on this one. But now, the answer to the quiz. And once again, the quiz was how many players on the GCT Tour?
I think I said two, but I wanted you to name them. It is two.
It is
two out of 8. And the two people with the overall negative record in their history of Sinquefield Cups are Anish Giri and Jan Nepomniachtchi.
No.
Weirdly. Yeah.
Jan.
Which, honestly, I think...
He won the tournament once, didn't he?
Sinquefield Cup, I'm not
whoa,
sure.
Whoa. Oh, maybe he lost in the last game.
Yeah, I think he
MBL.
was supposed to beat Hans in 2022, and he was on the verge of beating Hans, and then didn't win a completely winning endgame and did not win the tournament.
Sorry.
I think that's what happened, right?
So
but yeah, I think what this speaks to is just how incredibly strong these tournaments are, because these are not the people who are in the minus anywhere.
No, twice champion challenger.
Exactly. You just don't associate them with being below 50% in any competition. But such is the field that the Grand Chess Tour amasses year after year that even such fantastic players as those two could be below the waterline a little bit.
You're not allowed to stump the panel. Peter can't put the questions together to stump the panel. Although, of course, we do enjoy your questions, and there are ways that you can get your questions to ourselves if you have any questions about the GCT.
I think we should jump to this back to Prag's game, because
let's do it.
We didn't predict the moves. And now I really like Prag's position.
When we left it, we saw him move queen e4, and then after queen e4, knight takes.
And we missed an incredibly important detail there. Knight takes f3, not queen takes f3.
No.
But bishop d3, which is a huge big deal, because this provokes g6.
Exactly.
And now after queen takes f3, c6, we can immediately go h3, h4, for instance. And ask Nodirbek, how happy are you with the potential opening of the h file? And the answer has to be not very.
Just help me out here, because I do see h5.
I'm guessing queen g3 for now.
And you're just
hinting at some bishop takes g6.
That's fair. I don't think that's a hint either.
Direct threat.
It's like a sledgehammer to the top of your head.
It becomes genuinely dangerous, because you think king h7, what's the big deal?
Right.
And then queen f4. And I get to h6, and if I get to h6,
the position,
the position really does start to creak alarmingly.
Exactly. Oh boy. Well, very, very nice intermezzo, that bishop d3, but Nazi, we've reached that stage in our broadcast where we're about ready to take a break, which means we get to check in at our friends at Q Boutique and ask them what's up. Here we go. Commute in style with an exclusive World Chess Hall of Fame laptop bag. This bag features a separate zipper compartment for your laptop and multiple smaller compartments for all your work needs. It's available at qboutiquestl.com. In fact, all your chess needs are available at qboutiquestl.com. Just a second, let me give myself a pat on the back for a good job.
And as we go to break, Anastasiya sat down for a one-on-one with Fabiano Caruana. Enjoy, and we'll be right back.
Fabiano, welcome to Sinquefield Cup. What about the previous Sinquefield Cup? Is it still fresh in your memory? It's actually finished not that long time ago.
Yeah, it's funny. It's kind of recent. I even intellectually can understand it's recent, but I feel like it's years ago already. Because since then it was like preparation for candidates, actually playing candidates, and then a bunch of other tournaments. And especially when it comes to like the candidates, you feel like everything else is a distant memory. So the last year of the Sinquefield Cup, which I think we played in December, was it?
I think November, December, something like that. But you won it, yes? Do you remember at least that you managed to win?
I remember that, but it was a strange event because we had this very unfortunate instance where young Christoph Duda got ill and wasn't able to finish the tournament. So it really kind of spoiled, let's say, the natural competitive feeling of the tournament, right? We played 8 games instead of 9 games and so on. But for me, it was a good tournament. I won 3 games. The end was very smooth. I managed to win and to avoid even a playoff, which was very likely to happen with Liren, that I would have a playoff. But I managed to win the last game and clear first. It all went very well.
Yeah, it was a really great event. What do you think makes Sinquefield Cup so special compared to the other top events?
I think that has been going on for so many years and has such a rich history. So 2013 was the first year, and it was already a very unique event. It had Magnus, Levon, Hikaru, Gadakamsky, so it was just like kind of Americans against the rest of the world. And in 2014, of course, some very fond and personal memories for me, my best performance that I've ever had. And I remember every year very clearly. I remember the winner, 2015, 2016, and I remember all my games. Even in 2015, it was such a unique event. It was the year that Levon won. But in the second round, I'm playing Magnus, and we were extremely competitive because there was this kind of small rivalry, and we were very close in score. I think I was even at some point ahead in score against him. And then I played with the white pieces. I lost my first game to Levon, and we get a very tense, complex position, but we're playing without increment, and we're both thinking oceans of time. Because we're trying to figure out this, we're both trying to win the position. It's very clear that we're both trying to play for the win. And we both get down to 30 seconds, and I end up running out of time. I was already losing, but 2 moves before I was losing, I was also winning. So it was one of those games. And unfortunately for me, that was the end of the good tournament. You start with 2 losses, you have no good chances to win. But yeah, I remember that game very clearly. Of course, not in a good way, but still. And yeah, every year I have some either fun memory or some interesting memory from this tournament.
Yeah, that's really great, yes. And I mean, the event, we'll see what will happen with this event, but what is also interesting that right after Sinquefield Cup in 10 days, you're going to play in the Olympiad in Budapest. So what do you think about it? How important is it for you to play for the American team? What are your thoughts about the chances to win the Olympiad?
Yeah, the Olympiad is a very important and I think a very special event. Of course, we have a really strong team, but it's not a guarantee for anything like we saw 2 years ago that even though we had a very similar team to now, and a very, very strong team and the number 1 seeded, it wasn't enough, and we were far behind always from first place. And in the end, Uzbekistan won. It was a big surprise. Very young team, only young players, and a lot of them not very established at the time. Now they're more established, right? Nodirbek and Sindarov and so on. But yeah, it's a very, very special event, and I hope we can do well. So our team, I don't know if it's public yet, if I should say it, who all the players are, but
yeah, I mean we know, I think already.
It's already known,
announced,
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you think you have a great team spirit in general, a good connection between the players?
I have good relations with the players on the team. Levon, I've worked with. Lenier I've worked with as well. We've always had very good relations. Wesley has always been like one of the really steady players on the team. Like he always has a good performance. So definitely I think he'll be a very important asset to the team and maybe our biggest scorer. And Ray Robson also has played on the team before and one of the best players in the country for sure. I think also he has very good chances to score really well. So I hope I can play well and then maybe we have a good shot.
And my last question, I would like to ask you about your podcast with Christian Kirilla. Of course, it's really important for the chess world. You have so many unique insights from you and from Christian. But I was wondering what has hosting your podcast given you that you didn't expect? Like maybe some has influenced your thinking or you got some special emotions from doing it?
Yeah, I think that I do think about the events in the chess world more from not my own emotional personal point of view, but also trying to find what the unbiased way of thinking about things is, because I'm also involved in so many of these events in some way or another, so I always have my kind of biased personal view, right? But then when you're kind of speaking to the public, you also have to think what is the truth, not just what do I feel emotionally, but what is the truth and what should I say about it. And also in the last 2 years, since we started in August, actually maybe a bit after August, but more or less around that period, August, September of 2022. And then this was the most crazy period in the last few years of chess. As everyone knows, it even started here in the Sinquefield Cup. And since then, a lot of events have happened. We've spoken about 2 different candidates, the one which finished in 22, the one which happened recently, and a lot of events that are a world championship match also. And now another one is going to happen. So a lot of interesting things, and I've definitely thought about the chess world in a slightly different way.
Yeah, that's absolutely great. Looking forward for new podcast episodes. Thank you so much, Fabio, and all the best of luck for you in Sinquefield Cup.
Thanks very much.
In our game, we see echoes of warfare. Every bishop's silent shift. Every piece finds its place. The clocks are ticking, and every second matters. Legends will rise, and champions will fall. Give it everything you've got, and ask for more. This isn't just a game. This is it.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Christian Kirilla, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
Welcome back, everyone. We have a very special guest in the studio with us. It's Grandmaster Maurice Ashley.
Thanks so much for having me back. Absolutely. You know you're always welcome. Maurice, what brings you into town, my friend?
It's St. Louis.
It's the Sinquefield Cup.
Like
it's the Gala.
You act like I didn't used to be here hanging out for a while. I'm allowed to come back to St. Louis.
Yes, you are.
And hang out.
Always welcome.
But Maurice, we saw you at the Strategy Across the Board Gala, and we heard from you along with the 5 Scholastic chess kids who shared their experience in DC. Tell us more about that.
Well, the gala, of course, usually happens later in the year. And this time they brought it up and sandwich it around these 2 epic events, the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and now the Sinquefield Cup. Sandwich it right there perfectly. Everybody was here. It was such a fantastic event. Senator Eric Schmidt, who actually sponsored this bipartisan event in D.C., was here as well as part of a panel with 5 brilliant youngsters. I mean, they were so articulate, they could do this job. I mean, they were incredible.
Well, wait a minute.
And they talked about, I know, I've seen the ads. They could replace you in a minute. But they were here to talk about their experiences in Washington, D.C., where St. Louis famously was awarded this great moniker of being the capital of chess in the United States. Right. And the kids represented so well there. It was a spectacular event, just incredible. I was grateful to be invited to go to the Capitol to represent St. Louis. And I was there with Begim Tokijanova as well, our very own. And it was just great. And so I was happy to be here for Strategy Across the Board. We raised some money for kids here and kids programming and the like. So it was a great event.
Rex took down Senator Ted Cruz.
I beat Ted Cruz also.
Everybody got it.
That's right. We all got a piece of Ted Cruz. Oh, hit him. We were tag teaming him.
It was a beautiful moment at the gala where Senator Schmidt, he was trying to make a speech, but Begum had taken his microphone to begin with. Next, he couldn't even see the teleprompter, so he just went over to one of the students and said, "Could you read that for me?" Oh, and she did a great job.
Just read it,
nailed it,
smoothly nailed it. I'm so impressed by what chess does for young people and the young people who were involved in chess. Right. And so that's what the whole evening was about. It was a great feel-good evening for everyone.
It was.
And just fantastic event.
And the biggest fundraiser of the year for the club is the Gala. Tell us about what you're doing. What is Maurice Ashley doing these days? How many projects you got in the fire?
I'm hanging out in Florida, riding my bike on the beach.
No way! You got books, you got chess courses.
I do try to stay busy.
You travel all over.
Yeah, I am doing certainly those books, those chessable courses as well. I just had 2 books come out in April, Move by Move and The Life-Changing Magic of Chess. So those 2 I'm very excited about. The chessable courses, I keep doing them.
Yes.
I'm going back to Barcelona later to be able to do that as well with a great group, a great company, Chessable. And I'm also working, teaching chess to a lot of young talents, particularly African-American talents. Mm-hmm. I've gotten deeply involved in that. And I'm also working with my home country of Jamaica to build support there and train the next generation of grandmasters.
Well, my most immediate neighbor, I can't get rid of him. He's a lout. He hangs out all the time. Fabiano, he just came from Jamaica thanks to your efforts. Tell us about that project.
It was great. Fabiano coming down, it was fantastic. He came down with Tatev Abrahamian, and Jamaica treated him like the mega star he is. They were so happy to have him. We even took him to Tracks and Records, Usain Bolt's restaurant. So he got a chance to put on the Jamaican colors and also be in the restaurant that, of course, Usain Bolt is famous for. And it was absolutely a wonderful time they had. I know Tatev left when she was leaving. She said, "I haven't had a bad meal yet." So it was great to have them.
And Maurice, you're a keynote of the St. Louis Chess Conference, which will be in October 24th. Tell us more about that event.
The educational conference alongside Garry Kasparov, Judith Polgar. I don't even know how I got invited to speak at this thing. I'm so psyched. Two of my favorite players in history. And it's, again, for a wonderful cause. Education and chess, they go together like white on rice. It's so beautiful to be able to talk and extol the virtues of our wonderful game. And so people will be coming from everywhere to be a part of the conference. And if you haven't signed up yet, sign up now. Sign up now, because it's going to be absolutely amazing.
Cannot wait. I'll be in town. I'll attend.
Yeah. Now, let's turn our attention to the chess game. I can't let you go without... Did you see that pawn sacrifice that Fabi essayed?
You realize that there's a time delay when we're outside. We don't get to see any of what you're doing in here.
No,
but I have been watching, and yeah, it looks like he is coming straight after Alireza. He wants to win this tournament by knocking out his main rival right away.
Well, I mean, you've been all about the aggression and attacking chess your whole career. I'm looking at Fabi essaying a move like rook on d3 to f3. He sacrificed this pawn. He's putting pressure on this f7 pawn. He's giving up the control of the d file. And yes, after a move, for example, like bishop d4, well, I'm going to try to keep as many pieces on the board. Your knee-jerk thought, is this enough compensation?
You know, I like to sack pawns. Or at least I pretend to like to sack them. But this one, I would say that light square bishop is such a monster, right? It's not about just the two bishops. It's really about that light square bishop. Yep. It's such a monster along that diagonal. Who's ever going to compete with that piece? Literally, I can't even conceive how you compete with the piece. Even if the knight managed to wriggle its way and worm around to d6 square, right, which would guard f7 and attack the bishop drops back to a2, and you're still staring at this beast on the diagonal. So I think that the compensation to me looks adequate in terms of play. Right. But black also has no weaknesses whatsoever in the position. So how to actually add more pressure, if a bishop lands on g5, yes, you might be able to crack open that king side a little bit. But how to actually increase the pressure is not 100% clear to my eyes yet, anyway. But that's why I'm over here and Fabi's over there.
Well, but that's why we get you to pull you in. Rook, as you were talking, rook f3 was Fabi's move, and the clock time still indicate somewhat, maybe not decisively so, but somewhat that Fabi's still in his prep, something that
seems that way.
He's and to what you were saying, how do you increase the pressure? How do you increase the pressure? Well, as we know, whenever you're attacking, you want to open up the position, f2, f4. So it's going to be a while. You're going to play rook to f5, move your king, play f4. It's going to take some time. Sorry, you were about to say something.
Oh, no, Maurice, just one last question. Do you miss commentary?
You know, if it
careful, because you're coming back.
I know, and I am going to be doing commentary, doing Chess 9LX right after the conference. So they did rope me back in. Obviously, I love talking about chess, and the opportunity to be around you guys, hang out with the gang, be here in St. Louis, always a ton of fun. But I got to say, those 9-rounders like this one, the Sinquefield Cup, where you're here for a long time, and sometimes they keep you here for 6 hours at a time. I don't miss that too much. But I would say for Rapid and Blitz, yeah, you can always wheel the old guy in to come have some fun with the gang.
Well, excited to see you back for Chess 9LX.
Maurice,
I'm going to look forward to being back.
Thank you for coming, and do stop in more often. You know you're always welcome.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And our pairings for this round 1 of the Sinquefield Cup. Nasi, do the honors.
Definitely very exciting start of the event. We have Fabiano Caruana playing Alireza Firouzja. Those two are fighting for the Grand Chess Tour first place.
Yes, they are.
Then we have Pragg against Abdusattorov, 2 young players facing each other. Nepo against MVL, and of course, the current world champion Liren playing the challenger Gukesh. They will be seeing a lot of each other in a couple of months.
I think so as well. And Wesley versus Anish, and Peter, jump right in. Tell us what the action is.
I don't know where to start, because honestly, this is the best round 1 I have seen in a long, long time. Because normally when you switch between, and I Well, I mean, who wants to listen anyway?
They like the audio part of, of the presentation.
And I have a face made for radio.
Right, exactly.
Normally, when you switch the time controls and you go from rapid to classical, round one often, not every time, but often becomes an exercise in playing yourself in, readjusting to having oodles of time for any decision. Today, apart from maybe the game between Jan Nepomniachtchi and MVL, we have four very, very exciting positions to talk about. And I honestly don't know where to start. I think I'll actually start with the Petrov.
Okay.
Because it was pointed out to me, we stopped somewhere here, queen takes f3, c6. We liked the white position, and we wanted white to play h4, and Pragg did play h4. And now after queen a5, this is a bit of a shocker, honestly. He could have played h5. Black seemingly generated a threat that should be respected.
Right.
And it was respected in the game, and the move he made is not bad. But the attack on the king side is so strong here that the engine does seem to be suggesting that we can just give black a pawn in front of our king with check just to win this tempo to play h5. And yeah, the engine starts panicking. It goes g5. Already this is a huge, huge concession because this means that opening up the h file is just completely impossible. But this gives the bishop on d3 additional hope. It's also just a weak pawn in and of itself. And white even continues slowly. We're not giving any kind of immediate mate. We just go h5, h6. Now maybe the threat is bishop takes h7 followed by queen d4 check in some positions. Maybe the threat is just bishop d4, bishop g7. And with slow play, f5, let's say we even go rook h1 for now. We're just improving the position of our pieces. We are more or less never worried about queen a1 takes b2 because there's just never time for black to do that. And the attack on the king side is very, very strong here. Instead, Pragg played a3. And now very much, a lot really hinges on the fact that queen d5 exists. And obviously you can trade queens, but if you trade queens, your attack on the king side will be much less potent. So what I'm hoping will happen for us as spectators is white does a version of the same by playing queen g3 here, queen a2 check, king c1. And once again, we are allowing queen a1, queen takes b2, which in this position more or less loses to rook b1 because the queen will actually get captured. You can play queen a2, but with the queen on a2, I think the reason we include rook b1 is if we play h5 here, black does have the move bishop f6, and we have to kind of worry about the pawn on c3.
There.
So we go rook b1, queen takes a3, the queen actually gets captured. This is not great. It has no squares. So it has to go to a2, and if it's on a2, the pawn on c3 is completely safe. We just go h5, and we more or less deliver mate on the other side of the board.
Right.
Because black is completely helpless. So we can allow this quite safely. For black, black tries playing bishop f6, and sadly for white, now you do have to allow the position that we were very much not allowing in the previous line.
Yeah.
But even here, we can go h takes g6, put the king on e2. It's not ideal to have the king in the center of the board, but it's pretty well covered. Black has no rooks on the e-file, and on the other side of the board, we're making significant progress.
So it's still black's king that's weaker in this position.
Black now has to start making some way for the king to run to the center. And this is a mess, but it's a kind of a mess which the engine very much likes for white. So this is what I am hoping to see.
Wow.
What I'm really very much not enjoying the thought of is queen d5 followed by something which is not queen g3.
Right.
And queens coming off and the game becoming much, much calmer.
Dry, yeah.
Elsewhere, and this is, I kind of want to say, Maurice has mellowed. He said, rook on f3, bishop on c4, such a monster, but how do we make progress? I mean, how else do we make progress?
I was thinking f4, but you're thinking g4, g5.
What is this?
Boot the knight.
Chopped liver? Like, why is this not being mentioned?
Right.
It's genuinely the biggest threat in the position, I think.
Okay.
So much so that black maybe immediately starts preparing for it with a move like h6. And once again, I want to bang my favorite drum. Up to rook d3, everything was played more or less instantaneously. Rook e8 was played by Alireza. And the move rook f3, which honestly I thought is borderline forced. Because we are a pawn down.
Right.
And something that Maurice mentioned here is actually very much, I think, a desirable outcome for black. Getting this knight over to d6 covers the f7 pawn quite well. Yes, I understand the bishop will still be strong, but I would prefer for that not to happen. I honestly expected Fabio to have 2 hours here after rook f3. And he did spend 20 minutes on this decision, which I was a bit surprised by. But the move I expected to be made has been made. And yeah, I do think that bishop d2, g5, but honestly, in particular, g4, g5 are the main two ideas for black. The engine does seem to think this is manageable if you play precisely for black, but I like this. I like this a great deal, and I think this is an example of deep opening preparation where I suspect, to begin with, the engine doesn't really suggest starting giving up material in this position.
Right.
There are other options available. So this is a kind of an idea you very much look forward to in the year of our Lord 2024, an idea which at first is like line number 5 on your screen. So people might ignore it. And then you get the advantage because you show something that your opponent will not have looked at. Alireza was playing very quickly up to here. And I'm sure he had ideas how to meet moves like bishop f1, bishop b2, and what Fabi is playing is one of those extremely rare and extremely valuable ideas where it probably at first is quite harshly criticized by the engine, and you have to dig deeper. And very often those are the ones that people miss.
And indeed, by the way, just to finish on that note, that's exactly what Fabi explains, that in his preparation, they do have these main lines that they go down, and then they say, okay, in this subterranean variation over here on the side, there is this pawn sacrifice that the engine doesn't like very much. And then you have to say, well, why? And then you go, ooh, this is actually pretty good. And obviously, as Christian mentioned, he and his second had been preparing this pawn sacrifice for a week already, and they got a chance to launch it. So very, very, very nice.
It doesn't happen often that you prep novelty and you actually get to play it.
Exactly. And we had the probability of who was going to win the tournament, and Ben Underwood did a 15,000 tournament simulation, Nasi. And the answer was?
Fabiano Caruana at more than 21%. And it's a strong lead because next in line is Gukesh and Nepo with same chances of 11.3.
Right. And I took Ben to task during our break, and I said, Firouzja at 8.1%? That doesn't seem right. And he pointed out to me that Firouzja is starting with 2 blacks.
Right.
Fabi will have that extra white that he didn't have in Bucharest. Firouzja will obviously have an extra black. And for those factors, we're also to give us this probabilities.
Yeah, a lot of what audience might not know, in the pairings, getting more black or white matters so much in events like this. So Firouzja starting with 2 blacks is somewhat of a disadvantage.
A big deal. Going to the game between Fabi and Alireza for just a moment. By the way, rook d7 already on the board. I was just about to ask the question and to try to get your thoughts on this. Bishop to d4, just imagining that we did have a situation like this. Bishop to d4, rook to d6. So what's the idea of rook to d6? I'm anticipating that you're going to play bishop to g5. And what I really want to do is play rook f8 and, move that knight around, get out to defend f7. The move rook d7 suggests to me that Alireza is thinking about, defending the f7 pawn, but he's doing it in a different way. He's looking at playing queen c4 in order to move his knight.
c5, okay.
And Peter, jump in on this one. Rook d7, intuitively not the most obvious move.
I think putting it on d6 would have been slightly more logical because you do want to support the knight on f6. But rook d7 is not bad. And as I said, white pretty much has to at least put this on the board for now.
Okay.
And ask black to react to it. You can play h6. You can also play. The engine doesn't play queen c5 very much because it says that it's kind of stuck there, and now you maybe even have to worry about bishop a3 in some positions, and maybe the queen gets trapped. But it does play queen d6 if it wants to play the queen somewhere, and that would be a way to justify rook d7 because the pawn on f7 is now covered, and we have g5, knight h5, which is a massive big deal.
Right.
If that knight gets to f4, our attack on the king side is probably done.
Right.
But the way the engine plays this position is very often it just starts shuffling. It goes, oops, not king h1. King h1 is playable, but why? Put the king on g2. We're not really threatening very much. But an interesting thing I noticed is that the engine very often keeps an eye on this a5 pawn, because if you move the rook, let's say, from a8 to d8, then it becomes difficult for you to ever play bishop d4, because you're just going to be giving up the pawn on a5.
Right.
So for the time being, the engine does some kind of an improving move like rook e2. Maybe in some positions we want rook d2, maybe not. It often puts the queen on b3 to reinforce the pressure against the f7 pawn. Rook f3, f5, the move you mentioned, is also very much featured, because we attack the e5 pawn, and as I mentioned, bishop d4, bishop takes a5 is something we're very happy with. But in more general terms, it's just that the extra pawn is not really felt here.
Yeah,
Black,
c7 pawn.
Yeah, black is not really doing anything that would, make us fear for our queen side, for instance, where black has 3 against r2.
Right.
So what we have is a position in which we have the bishops, we have pressure on the king side, we have some pressure against the black center, and whatever advantages our opponent possesses due to the extra pawn, they're all very, very far in the future.
Right.
If this becomes an endgame, and black finally pushes c6, even then, honestly, this is not particularly threatening. But for now, it just doesn't feel like we're down material, and we have some play. I like this for Fabi, and I think rook d7 may have been not the best choice. It doesn't throw the game away by any stretch, but I probably would have put it on d6.
Thank you, Peter. As Michael Tal famously said, between the opening and the end game, the gods have placed the middle games. And I thank the gods for those middle games. Rook d7. Nasi, where would you like to take us?
Let's go to our key matchup, Liren against Gukesh. We have a couple of moves since we last looked at it.
And I remember we left the game exactly here, bishop f1, and we were strongly believing that the threat is a very big threat, c3 to c4, and it must precipitate an answer, and even including as strange an answer is c5, but something to threaten. And an alternative, and one that Peter did give us, was the move d65, which was chosen by Gukesh, knight d2.
They are following the line we kind of tentatively offered our viewers, knight bd2 continuing to preserve the pressure in the center, knight takes e4 as a reply. And the best for white here is knight takes e5.
And then you had pointed out knight takes e5, knight to d6,
yeah.
And you were comparing it to the Berlin rook e1.
Yeah. If we go to the position after knight takes e5, black has two major options. One is knight d6, and the other one is taking on e5 and perhaps taking on d2 here. But this is a kind of a structure where if black isn't immediately playing c5 and d4, for instance, if you give black, I will just shuffle make like 3 pointless moves by each side. If we do this, and d5, d4 is already happening, even here, honestly, you have to watch out for your king side with like ideas of rook g3 and queen h6. But at least black has some counterplay in the center. But the way things are, obviously I'm not playing a3, I'm probably not even playing rook a1. I'm immediately I will start to generate some ideas on the king side. And these types of structures, they could be very, very dangerous, because if you imagine white going, I don't know, bishop d3, f4, f5, the game ends if this happens. It generally doesn't happen, because black, of course, will not be blind to the threat of this being the plan. But you do have to kind of worry with black. Once you have to start playing moves like g6 and king h8 and after rook f1, you probably have to start doing something in the center, or you will get overrun on the king side. So in terms of keeping things under control, I think knight d6 is better. But it's also significantly drier, and I think it more or less entirely puts paid to any hope of black ever having any winning chances, unless white does something tremendously stupid. Because the structure is rock solid, the bishop on f1, the chain is on the dark squares, and as usual, it's much better to have a light squared bishop when your longest pawn chain is on the dark squares. White, for now at least, has control over the open e-file. This is a pleasant, tangible little edge for...
Question, Peter. So just to not allow knight d6, could Ding try d takes e5 with the pawn instead of the knight?
You could play d5, but then the engine goes knight g5.
Still trades the knight.
Still tries to trade those off. And yeah, I think the difference is, with the knight on g6 still alive, it's just going to be much harder for us to push f4 in the future. And without those threats of pushing f4, I think black is much healthier in the structure.
Thank you, Peter. And once again, this is a preview of the upcoming World Championship match as Liren and Gukesh show what that World Championship match is going to feature, what kind of game, as we see.
Yeah, because they only have 2 games.
In classical, that's
Between
still,
them.
yeah. And again, those were from the Vaikidze tournament, 2023-2024, and remarkably enough, Ding was black in
He
both
won
of those
both those
games,
games.
and he won both of them. What was confusing for me is this position that Peter was showing us. So I worked with Viktor Korchnoi for his World Championship matches. And one of the things about Viktor is basically he had such a long chess career. He played every type of opening, including the Dragon, the Open, Rui Lopez.
Not afraid to take risks.
Exactly.
Dragon.
French defense, you name it. He played it all. And what, for me, this takes, with the knights came off the board, Peter was giving this explanation that after the move c5, rook g3, f4, f5, and there's just like play on one goal. And white's really for choice. This almost looks like, well, I don't want to say a perfect open Rui Lopez, because black already got in c5. He's done a lot of things that he often aspires for, and after c5, I don't know if Peter liked rook e1 or rook g3 immediately, but it just struck me how this was a position that I could never persuade Viktor that this wasn't okay for black. Because he was a French defense player, here his bishop's kind of good, he's always got f5 as a fail-safe, and he would argue till the cows come home. I mean, one of the wonderful things about these really incredibly strong players is nuclear atomics will not separate them from their openings. They really do believe,
Right.
like MVL really believes in the Najdorf,
I believe in Karol.
Yeah, you gotta stick to your principles. So I mean, this position, Viktor Korchnoi would play it for black and play it happily. Peter has been pointing out, you may play it, but it won't be happiness, because there will be f4s, there will be bishop d3s that you have to do.
I absolutely understand what you're saying, and it does look like a good open, which is perhaps...
Right?
But I will take the other side of that argument a little bit, and I will say a good open is still an open.
It has its drawbacks.
Yeah, I think this is what it comes down to. This is a very healthy open Spanish for black,
Right.
but it still has the inherent dangers that those types of structures possess. So it's not much, but I think it still is to be preferred for white. By the way, absolutely decision time for Pragg in his game against Nodirbek, because Nodirbek understandably did play queen d5. Of course, for black, you cannot afford to allow white to play h5 unchallenged, so the choice really only was queen d5. And now, as I said, queen g3 is playable, and if it's playable, you have to play it. I think it comes down to a very, very simple equation. Queens should not be coming off here. And I don't think it's that difficult to work out that queen a1, queen b2 is not a game-ending threat. So my suspicion is both of them are trying to figure out what's happening after bishop f6. Both of them will probably realize that having committed to allowing queen a2, we're now absolutely committed to playing h5, giving up whatever we have to give up on the queen side to take on g6 twice. The entire line appears to be really forced. If you don't do this, you are in a lot of trouble. So we get here more or less by force. We even get here, I think, more or less by force. And now choices start. Rook fd8, which is not a difficult move to see from, not an easy move to see from afar, is the best. The second best is something I would not have countenanced, honestly, by myself. But I guess because the c2 pawn is hanging, this is not as bad as I originally thought. But still, black does survive because the queens come off. But this endgame is not going to be much fun because the king on e2 is a lot safer than the king on g8, and the push in the center on the king side has already started, whereas this push is some way away. And after rook fd8, yeah, play becomes very, very difficult to judge because you apparently have to go for this position and then play rook d3, giving up on c2 with check to shut off the queen with bishop d2. Strictly the only move is queen e5, everything else loses. Queen h4, king f7, rook h3. Honestly, I think it does look like white is risking absolutely nothing here. The king on f7 is not very safe. Yes, I would much rather still have, the king on b1 and safe. But it's reasonably safe on e2. And black has to make a number of very, very precise moves, it seems, to not be much worse. But obviously, this is a lot easier to do when this is not your pieces.
It's not your question. Instead of rook f d8 in that position, can black give queen c4 check on bishop d3, queen g4, or am I getting mated?
Bishop d3 is still better, but even stronger for some reason is king
just
e1.
King e1?
And if you continue insisting, bishop h7 followed by queen h2 is mate.
King e1, I did
but
not
just to
expect.
illustrate how dangerous this position is, the engine also suggests even this endgame is very, very scary with bishop. Yeah.
Also.
Pawn on d6 is hanging. Also, king g7 instantly loses material to bishop h6 check, so I have to play king h8. And then, even the very simple idea of trading and taking on d6. Maybe you make a draw sometimes, but you are not going to be, I think, even a favorite to make a draw here.
Yeah. How do these two match up, Nazi?
Lifetime. Let's take a look. Well, 5 draws and 1 win for Prague. Not that many games between these two.
No, and I think if my board is not lying to me, sadly he did not play queen g3. Ooh. So this will now be a much drier position because the queens are now coming off.
Tamer position. Like before it gets too intense, want to just check in on the game of Wesley So versus Anish for a moment, because I was very curious if Wesley was going to play that rook, excuse me, that rook to b5 maneuver. After knight takes e5, rook takes e5, you're going to see white's pieces going backwards.
Yeah, I did.
There goes that
rook
one.
e1. We were talking about rook e2.
Exactly. Rook goes over, and it was sort of like, that wasn't what we expected.
A little too passive, right?
Yeah, this is frankly very pleasant for black. The bishop on b4 is a bit curious. Like, obviously the ideal square for this piece is on c5. But then after, let's say, knight b5, you have to start worrying about a2, a3.
Yeah.
Which is why the engine just goes knight f6 and plays the bishop g4 next move pretty much against any reply. And the best seems to be knight c2, bishop g4, and a very, very ugly looking move f2, f3.
Okay.
The engine really dislikes bishop f3 because even h5 is strong. But interestingly, it even hates something like this and says that your bishop on b2 really isn't a particularly good piece. We want to play rook e6, rook e8, play h5. e5, e4 is going to be a constant thing that you have to worry about. But even more concretely, it goes h7, h5 for now and says, your pieces are so cramped that you eventually might have to take on g4, improving my structure. This is just not great. So it goes f3, it at least collects one of the bishops. But the resulting position is just, I think, very pleasant for black, because if you can play f4, and here it appears maybe you can play f4, and tactics here do somehow work out, this is currently what the engine suggests we do, then maybe you survive. But I think there is absolutely no question that black is running the show here.
Thank you, Peter. Wow. Wesley with white suddenly a game that we haven't really touched up on, but again, before the other games become too intense, that's the game between Jan and MVL. Now, we had reached more or less this point after rook e8, and it was like Jan who had spent like 40 odd minutes, and it was MVL who had extra time on his clock. Thank you very much, playing all a la tempo. And we were eyeballing opportunities of f6 as well as e6. And the problem with the immediate f6, as Peter pointed out to, is don't touch the pawn. Don't capture on, but immediately put...
Everything but bishop c5 was good for white.
Exactly. Yeah. But it was bishop c5 that was essentially putting the kibosh on f6, as we do want to play rook takes e5 in this position. So that was why, that was why in this moment...
Nepo took on e4.
He took on e4, followed up with e6, and they got here. And if it was white to play, there's no question White would eagerly and with both hands play a move like queen h5 and continue his attack. Rook f7 is, but it's queen f7, it's knight takes c6. That's on White's agenda. The problem was that we got in a position where he had to give up his e6 pawn, and they have reached, why did I think they had played more moves? Pardon me, they have reached this position.
This looks pretty equal, I think.
But
that's because it is, yeah. mainly for that reason.
Captain Avi, how do they match up, Nazi, these two?
I'm going to guess they've played each other many times.
A ton of times. No, only 12. I was expecting 24 draws.
I'm showing Rapid and Blitz, they have 100 games.
Right.
Classical, 12 draws, 7 wins for MVL.
Wow, didn't see that coming. Peter, weigh in on that. Did you see 7 wins for MVL in 1 win?
We've seen this graphic before, so I shouldn't be surprised. But every time I see it, I'm surprised anew.
Right.
This is not how this is supposed to work, because these are, very, very level, evenly matched players. And
Exactly.
such a blowout in one player's favor is very unusual. But today, I think we will not see a continuation of that trend. This seems like a very safe position for Black, and there is even like different ways of equalizing it, I think.
The most concrete being?
The most concrete being, I think, just taking on d1 and going either the immediate bishop g4 or rook b8. Let's say rook d1. Rook d1. I want to play rook b8.
Exactly.
Give you whichever one you want to take.
Right.
Probably a7 to attack the bishop. Then I go bishop g4. I take on b2 next move. Yes, White has an outside. Like if we examine a position like this.
That was my question.
The a pawn is on the board, but it should be. With the way the pieces are, I'm pretty sure, like, the engine even does it cutely. It goes c6, cutting off squares from that knight, saying, I want to play bishop d7, then it will actually never move. So you kind of have to take, and then we go bishop d7, and that pawn is now gone off the board,
right,
with basically an immediate draw. But even if you don't do that, even if you play something like bishop c3, it's just never going to progress very far. So that's a very, very decent way of doing things. If you want to play slower, you can play rook c6.
Even that?
Yeah. c3, bishop g4, followed by rook b8. If you go knight d4, I'm obviously very happily repeating. So, yeah, I think this is pretty safe for Black.
If I take on a7?
After rook c6?
c6.
And then
I think we take
then
on
take on
c7.
c8. I don't have anything here. Bishop.
Yeah, this is just such a strong rook, yeah. You're still fine after bishop d4. You're also fine after a4, but you're not playing for a win if you drop the b2 pawn. So yeah, feels like this one is maybe the one quiet game of the round. It's not the one we expected maybe, but this appears to be the quiet game of the round. Woo, interesting things going on in the Wesley Giri game.
Let's go.
Because I did mention that we would very much like to play knight c5, but if we do, this bishop on b4 becomes a bit of an issue. And Anish actually decided to embark on this very forcing sequence.
Whoa.
Which I think makes White's life a great deal easier. This bishop is now alive. It was completely dominated by the e5, d4 pawn chain. It now has squares. I mean, Anish is fine after queen takes d3. It's not like he's suddenly worse. I'm pretty sure this is a manageable situation because this queen side is kind of soft. b3 is constantly hanging in pretty much every single variation, like rook c1, rook a, d8. It feels like Black will be taking on b3, but honestly, just optically, why have we done this to our position?
Yeah. Bishop takes a5 is on tap.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure why we've done this to ourselves.
Things to worry about.
Yes, we're still fine. We're probably not going to lose this position. But you can now actually imagine how we might if we play imprecisely, because White has the two bishops which are now actively participating in the goings on.
Right.
And there's a passer, and there is like a5 and e5 are tender. You have to support them with precise play. So yeah, I think. Maybe, once again, a misjudgment based on, you're playing Black against Wesley. This is move 15. You're not really expecting to be better.
No.
So maybe this colors your thinking a little bit. You think, I seem to be fine, therefore I'm equal. How do I make the most direct equality here? How do I just simplify to something I will hold?
Yeah.
Instead of thinking, I appear to be fine, maybe it's more than fine. How do I play for an advantage? It's much easier for us, once again, seeing that the engine likes a bunch of options. For Anish, I guess he didn't realize just how comfortable his position was.
Right.
And he just decided, okay, black against Wesley draw is a good result. Let's just make sure we equalize in the most direct fashion possible.
Forcing possible.
Yep.
Yeah. Rook C1, as you predicted on our screen. Nazi, where would you like to take us?
I was just looking at that game as well.
Gotcha. Unawares. I want to go to the Fabi versus Alireza because when we left it, we saw the move Rook D7. We didn't call it dodgy. We didn't call it imprecise. We felt that Rook D6 just had a more wholesome feel to it in the sense that, you know, you can see that the pressure is going to come against the knight on F6. So reinforcing it felt right, and you could play for Rook F8. After the move Rook D7...
I'm still thinking he hasn't made a move.
Right.
Because I think he wants to play G4, but that's not a move you make without a lot of thinking.
Right.
Can't take that back. It's very committal, but I think he's going to go G4.
Can't take that back. Still, I mean, it always... every time I want to have a good laugh, I think about Viktor Korchnoi. Yes.
You go G4 and you say, we're not going back.
Yeah, pawns don't move backwards. Coach Noy always admonished me, pawns don't retreat. But in this particular case, it's a very concrete idea. You want to play G5 and blast away against this pawn on F7. If I might ask, Rook here, we saw Peter was suggesting King G2, Rook E2. The computer just plays it very, very carefully. He doesn't advance
White
to...
creates a forever weakness on F4, but Black Knight doesn't have an easy path to get to
Exactly.
F4.
Yeah. It's not a weakness if you can't exploit it. And for these two players who are currently #1 and #2 in the Grand Chess Tour, it couldn't get more dicey. Here you go.
So the chances to win the Grand Chess Tour, Firouzja at 55.6% and Fabi at 42.9%. It's still very close.
That little sliver of yellow and red.
Yeah, it's for Wesley and MVL.
I don't know where 0.4% came from. I think they rounded up to 0.333. Nice. Okay, this game and the clock times, if you don't mind, because...
So Fabi at some point, I think, had a 1 hour lead.
1 hour, right?
Now he's catching up more. He has 1 hour and 15 minutes against 59.
And again, we're using the Grand Chess Tour tournament time control of 2 hours only for the entirety of the game. 30-second bonus starting from move 1, but after move 40, you don't get that break. You don't get to jump up from the board and have an extra half hour. So different time control, 2 hours. Use it as best as you can.
I think these players are already used to this time control. They've played a couple of events with this exact time control.
Definitely. And this is not the current position, by the way. Rook to D7, and this is the one that Fabi is considering G2, G4 versus other moves. And Peter, there's probably a ton of other moves in this.
Surprisingly, not really, because
not a ton.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing particularly wrong with playing Rook F5, but one thing it does is it sort of forces Black to make correct decisions. Bishop D4 is more or less forced, and this is a good move. And here, one thing that the machine does is it goes B7, B6, and says, now A5 will never be hanging, and I will be much more freer with my Rook on A8.
And it doesn't mind Bishop G5.
Bishop G5, now we admit our quote-unquote mistake. We put the Rook on D6, and we say, how are you going to increase any kind of pressure against the F6 pawn?
Gotcha.
This seems quite safe, because Black is ready to play H6 next move, and very sadly, it currently seems like the best choice White has here is to get the second one to F3, which will be completely fine for White, but you're not winning this.
No.
You're not winning this. There will be enough compensation with the pressure against F7, but
no
we go Rook F8, we go Queen E7, we hope to play G6, King G7, and this ends up being kind of level with Black having the moral advantage of having more pawns. But you're never generating a passer on the queen side, so it's basically a draw. But you've given away all of your winning chances by doing this.
Right.
So yeah, I think I think he will settle on g4 because he kind of has to. Nothing else really is remotely fast enough. But yeah, he clearly is taking a lot of time to assess, to weigh other options, because it is a move that could backfire long term. Well, once again, this knight really has no realistic path to get to f4, like it takes 4 moves. And somewhere in the middle, he will blunder f7 and resign. So it's not like we should be immediately worried having played g4, but it's not a natural thing to do to move pawns in front of your king, I guess.
I'm thinking again of an alternative to g4, bishop to d2.
It's just slow. It's not bad, but it's slow. We can play g4 here,
Right.
but we will probably have to put it back on c3 because it really has no. Like,
Not c1?
Maybe on c1, but black starts having, you know, oops, not rook f1, of course. Say rook e2. We need to calculate rook d4, even though the engine that kind of disagrees with it and says we're still fine after bishop b3. But you're giving up some time, and also a larger point is, I think I can invite bishop g5. Honestly, I think I can sort of make you do.
I was supposed to frighten you.
Yeah. just as in the previous example, I think I might as well just force you to do it, and then you will play bishop c1 next move anyway. Because like, what are you doing here?
That's annoying. I mean,
You achieved what you wanted, and then you have to go back.
Right. I thought I was doing the best.
It really
I
isn't
could.
generating enough of a threat. It's.
Oh, great. Wow. A key moment. And before we go in and take our second break, before we break away, I just want to take one more gander at the Liren versus Gukesh game, because that
We get to discuss Victor's legacy.
Oh,
length.
guess what?
Yeah.
Yes.
We get to discuss the structure now because Gukesh, and I think this is also something that he does consistently. This is not a shock to me whatsoever, because I think he generally takes the path of leaving the most life in the position. So when you compare knight takes e5 and knight d6, I think it was always going to be skewed in favor of going for this, because here you can imagine black actually playing for something, whereas after knight d6, you will probably defend, you will most likely make a draw, but you're not going to have any winning chances for the rest of the game. And here you might.
Right.
So yeah, I think this is a very Gukesh decision. I still think it's slightly better for white, but queen h4 or queen g5, I guess, are the two main options. You can start with c3, but I don't like allowing rook g3 so easily.
Right.
Sorry, c5, not c3. Yeah?
Right.
We'll see how they treat this position.
Thank you, Peter. As we go on break, anything special that we're going to tell the audience they can look forward to?
Well, we'll find out.
All right, we'll see you on the other side of the break as round one of the Sinquefield Cup gets underway.
In our game, we see echoes of warfare. Every bishop's silent shift. Every piece finds its place. The clocks are ticking, and every second matters. Legends will rise, and champions will fall. Give it everything you've got, and ask for more. This isn't just a game. This is it.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Christian Carilla, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the National Championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by Grandmasters Firouzja and Dariush Virks, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University. The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairn Sinquefield and Rex Sinquefield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinquefield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
the World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autograph collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's take a look at our round 1 pairings. We have some very exciting matches going on.
Yes, we do. Talk about starting with a bang, Nazi.
Fabiano Caruana is playing Alireza Firouzja. Those two are fighting for the first place in the Grand Chess Tour. Prague is playing Nodirbek Abdusattorov, Nepo against MPL, Ding Liren playing Gukesh, and Wesley against Anish.
That Ding Liren versus Gukesh, a prelude, if you will, of the World Championship match coming up later this year, jumping right into the position. They do have, well, you said it, the kind of the ghost of the center game. Rook G3, Peter. And I'm looking at the position, okay, F7, F5, that's always kind of, I want to say, my bailout move. If I don't have to play it, I would prefer to start with Queen H4. And with Queen H4, okay, you know what I'm trying to do. It's the old standard good stuff. Bring a rook to D8. And, how does white...
King H2 maybe, so I can play a
King H2? Okay, I like that move. That move basically says, I'm coming for you. I'm going to play F4. I'll play B6, just so I want you to play F4? This move. You could prepare it with rook E1, you could prepare it with bishop D3, and I more or less wanted to play F5 in answer to F4, so that if you en passant, I've got a target on F4.
What about rook G5 with a threat of G3 here?
Uh-oh. I'm glad you boldly pointed out the obvious.
It's a kind of an impasse, though, because H6 does lose to G3, but until Black plays H6, we're not really threatening G3 all that much, because the queen will just drop back to H6. It's a cute idea, though, because it does lock the queen out from good squares, like maybe it would have gone to E7 otherwise, and now it's on this rather weird square on H6. But we've also locked out a rook on G5. I don't know which one is worse.
Worse, yeah. Like, who's going to come back? This is, I think, the play, if you will, for both sides. Black is looking at D4 as a way of answering
a
counter.
Double-edged position, yes.
Right, and you're maybe thinking about bishop to D3 and with plenty of preparation, playing for G4 and rook G1, rescuing your rook from
But at the same time,
G4.
Black can open up the center and, yeah.
Exactly. But we do have rook G3 on the board. And again, my reaction of Queen H4, well, I don't have to tell you exactly why, but I was worried that if I played a quiet move like Queen E7, I'd be inviting Queen H4. And the move I really don't want to be messing around with is G6. I think this is...
F6 instead.
F6. That
or
one
F5
I can.
like you wanted to.
Yeah, I think F6 as well as F5. Those moves I would be more supportive of.
F4 is actually a threat now. Well, you have Rook G5 still. Well, Rook G5. I feel like
And then my queen will get trapped.
I think what I want to play here, if I can, is something like Queen F4.
After F5.
No, here, in the position you have on the screen.
Yes.
I want to play Queen F4.
Yes.
Rook D8, Rook D1.
Yes.
Then ideally I want to play H4, H5, perhaps Bishop E2, put the Bishop on F3, and pretend I have some pressure. Because the Bishop on E6 is somewhat an attractive piece.
But you do have pressure.
I do have some, yeah. I mean, it very much depends on whether you can get some kind of D5, D4 counterplay more or less immediately. Otherwise, it will become unenjoyable, I think, for black.
Right.
Yeah, the more we talk about this position, if we go slightly into more detail, the more I feel that it absolutely should hold. This should not be anything dramatic. But my evaluation sort of still stands. And one line that I was looking at, which I wanted to check why it's not doing this for black, King H2, I was just curious, why not just Rook A8, F4, D4? After all, we're not threatening F5 yet. This is a massive, massive idea here, which needs to be prepared for. Because now we're threatening Rook takes G8, G7.
Whoops.
The Queen on H4 is hanging, so you kind of have to play King H8
But
just to
now-
sidestep the check. And now White, for instance, gets to play F5, F6 if he wants. And yes, it probably is still okay after G7, G6. Black is not really, you don't need to panic. But these are developments which I think make you worry a little bit. Because,
kind of alarming,
yeah, like
actually.
if White manages to push away this queen from H4 and land the queen on H6, the game might just end. So these are the kinds of sequences that you need to probably prepare for, and the way to prepare for them would be something like Rook A D8, F4, G6 first, so that if you play Queen F2, we can play King H8, and F4, F5 doesn't actually land on the board. And we don't have to worry about dropping the C5 pawn, because the F4 pawn is arguably more important, more important even. So, yeah, this is still very much in progress, but probably balanced, fairly balanced, but White is to be preferred.
Mm-hmm. Again, just to pursue that line, if you don't mind me, Peter, Queen H4, King H2, Rook to D8, F2, F4, and I appreciate that Queen F2 is about to land on my head. F7, F6. I want you to play the move F4. If you play Queen,
this is stronger than D4, because Queen F2, King H8 here. Yeah. It's an improvement to what we were looking at earlier.
Bingo, right.
This does seem to be playable. The best for White is probably Queen takes C5, Queen takes F4, and Queen E7, which creates an annoying double threat. But just to illustrate how annoying losing the F4 pawn is for White, you can play Bishop F7, EF, GF. The structure is now completely destroyed.
Right.
But this pin is so unpleasant that after Queen E3, another clever move here, Queen E5. Not the only move, but the move to illustrate the point.
Right.
And then we want to play Rook G8, or maybe Bishop G6, E4 in some positions. And this is entirely manageable, because simplifications are coming, and the Black King will be, I think, sufficiently covered anyway in most cases.
Wow. Thank you. A very, very intriguing strategic dilemma for both players. White's majority on the king side, while non-threatening. Like really, it takes so many moves to play F4, Bishop D3, F5, while non-threatening, and the majority on the queen side also non-threatening. Underneath, the tactics that are boiling are very consequent. Queen H4. A crucial move. Once again, the clock times, Nazi?
46 minutes for Gukesh and 1 hour and 2 minutes for Ding.
All of these variations that we've been showing, what's your take? Would you find it easier, more comfortable to play White, or you like this counter? Because F6 when it comes
very
back,
attractive.
Right? A counter-attack.
No, the lines Peter was showing where White pawn got to F6, and Engine still says Black is okay, but I would be terrified with Black in that position.
Scary stuff, indeed. All right, we're going to keep an eye on this one. Peter, where's the action?
Yeah, I wanted to show the Petrov that we had, and we did have the disappointment of not having queen g3 on the board, or even more excitingly h5 on the previous move, giving up the entire queen side, which was very, very strong. But after h5, queen takes f3 and gf, I think maybe Nodirbek did not... I do not want to criticize his decisions too strongly, because I think the moves he made are very, very logical. But what I would like to do here with black, if possible, and it's a big if, maybe he just did not like something move by move, but my ideal outcome here would be to prepare and somehow get to play f7, f5, to kill off both the bishops. And the immediate f5 runs into takes, takes, and rook dg1, and you're in trouble. But you can prepare it for... You can prepare it with rook f8, and if white goes f4, now we can play f5. And if you go rook dg1, this is, I guess, what is very missable. The move king g7 looks like you must be losing now, because you're allowing bishop d4 check, you're in all kinds of pins. But bishop d4 check is always very well met by bishop f6. And the fact that we've completely killed off the bishop on d3 is arguably the most important part about this position. And this is just, I think, completely fine for black now. Instead, very understandably, Nodirbek occupied the long diagonal so that after h takes g6, white cannot combine it with ideas of bishop d4 and giving mate on the h-file. But after f4, rook f8, takes, takes, f5. This is now a position where black will have to play very, very precisely. If you take with the bishop, I think very simply taking, taking, and taking on d6 is quite unpleasant for black because of just how unsafe this king is. And for instance, after king g7, you can even continue simplifying. Very important intermezzo here with rook d7. And then c takes d4, h7 is hanging, b7 is hanging. Maybe you don't lose, but it's close. It's very, very close. So you have to play gf5, and now after rook g1 check, you have to play king h8. And both rook h6 and even rook g6 are all very, very playable. Something like rook h6, rook f8, this is a blunder.
I was about to say,
very, very
is this
cute.
Winning?
Yeah, very, very cute, right? Just collecting everything along the sixth. So rook h6 forces you to drop one bishop back. Now we go rook h5, f5 is hanging. And I also want to play rook gh1 and collect the one on h7. And yes, the fact that so much material has come off earlier probably indicates that something like currently on my screen, black does this, we lift the rook, and black goes something like rook f8 and says, without the queens on, we are probably not getting mated here. And if we're not getting mated, yes, we will have to suffer a little bit, but this should be manageable. But you have to play very, very precisely. It's still a pretty sharp position, despite the fact that the queens have come off the board. In the meantime, Pragg played rook h5, which is maybe a touch softer because we're not driving the king to h8 first. And the suggestion now is we can play rook a d8. We're kind of happy to give up the f5 pawn just to trade some pieces off the board. And if after rook a d8 you go back to the original plan, now bishop g7 has become stronger compared to the previous position because more pieces are already in the center prepared to support our pieces. We can go rook d7, rook e7. It looks kind of, you know,
dubious.
Yeah, cramped. Right. Cramped, I guess, is a way to describe it. But eventually we will be playing c6, c5 and forcing white to cash in something, and then pieces will come off, and it gets closer and closer to a draw. So maybe rook h5, in practical terms, is a slightly weaker move than rook g1 check first, but still only white really plays for a win here.
All my life, I've just been playing for the win of a pawn, and Pragg is winning a pawn in like 3 different variations, and not getting a big advantage. Let's take a look at the probabilities of what would happen in this round, according to Ben Underwood's proprietary AI.
Well, we're just talking about Pragg and Abdusattorov, and Pragg's chances were better, but not by much.
Not too big probabilities of draws all the way through. Still a little bit shocked about Fabi having such a big advantage over Firouzja. Again, they do match up well in Fabi's favor. 7 wins for Fabi, 1 loss in classical. Lots of draws, of course. Nepo having a significant edge there as well. I'm going to go to that Fabi game because, again, that game is so absolutely vital.
Fabi actually did not play g4, what we expected.
Okay, when we left it, of course, this is where the time just got eaten away. Rook to d7, And the move we had been focused on was G2, G4. He played Rook F5, a move I was actually at one moment very enthusiastic about until Peter pointed out like 3 different refutations, including starting with Bishop to D4, and I think it was even Rook D6.
Yeah, when we're not
C6.
playing G6, it's interesting that Alireza immediately goes to this idea of, starting to dig at the queen side, which is a bit double-edged because you're doing something, but you also, like after b takes c6, b takes c6, I think, find an argument for Rook b1. And I could find an argument for you as
Why
black.
did you open?
Yeah, you open the b file maybe for your opponent, not
Right.
for yourself. So,
Yeah.
and in particular, I want to point out just briefly, if we talk about this, bc6, bc6, if we get to this position,
Yeah.
it's still not a passer that strikes fear into the hearts of your opponents.
No.
It's going to get to c5, and then it's going to be on c5 for the rest of the game. The overwhelming likelihood of how things will progress from here is that. So I think it's how Alireza approaches the game of chess. He doesn't like sitting and doing nothing, which would be a move like Rook d6. And in particular, we were in some positions, I was making the move b7, b6, which the engine also makes.
Right.
Just saying, yes, I will probably never have a passer on the queen side, but I also would like not to blunder on a5 at any point.
Right.
And I don't particularly want to open the b file. It might bite me
Right.
later in the game. Alireza doesn't really see things that way. I think he thinks, I have more pawns on the queen side. One of them could eventually become a queen. Let's get on that.
Right.
Let's actually make a passer and maybe we get lucky later in the game. Very, very different approaches there. And it's enjoyable to watch him play because this kinds of optimism and a desire to play every game to its fullest is what separates the best players from just the good and the very good.
This maximizing. Quick question for you. I think it's kind of a cute one, Nasi. In this position, imagine that you were in Alireza's shoes. And you thought to yourself, like Alireza, well, let me put my queen side to work. Should I play the move c7, c6, inviting a pawn sacrifice and en passant, or very cleverly playing the move c6, c5, cementing my bishop in the middle of the board and inviting en passant? Now, when you play the move c5, very strange thing occurs. Your bishop is awesome.
Yes.
But trapped. It's stuck. Yeah. And maybe you would want to double on the D file and move the bishop away. But you can't do it anymore. And then maybe after a move like Rook E2, you start to think to yourself, oh dear, what have I done? I've encased and tuned my own bishop on this frighteningly good square. Does that thought occur to you?
It's very strange, trapping your bishop on the best square it can be on.
Right. That's the
genuinely feels like a mistake.
It doesn't it?
Yeah. It
because the bishop is trapped, and
you would like to have options, and this really, really entombs your entire position because it's not gonna have any sensible jumps.
Indeed.
And it gives White so much time to do stuff. My initial reaction was like the moment I saw this, I thought, okay, I want to go Rook E1, B1, B3, F3. And I will probably have time for that now.
Right.
It's like a four-move maneuver.
In fact, your rook starts on E1, so if you wanted to
that's what I meant, Rook B1, B3, F3.
Wow.
And I might actually now have time for that because the position is so closed and the bishop on D4 has so few moves.
Exactly.
I think C6 is very much preferable to C5.
To the C5.
It's more flexible for
C6 on the board, and you're the driver.
Let's go to Wesley's game against Anish.
Wesley versus Anish. Now that was the Benoni, the reverse Benoni. Benoni from the Jewish son of sorrow. that Benoni, son of sorrow. That's where, and it's so apt for the opening. This is an exchange sacrifice. We left it here. We just saw the rook come to C1, A4, B4, kick the knight jumped to C2.
Yeah, Anish continuing to treat this as a kind of a puzzle rush exercise to make a forest draw. And he probably will.
Are you sure?
But he's going to have to do it in ways that he will probably not enjoy a great deal.
Which rook should he take? Or
Yeah, well,
Neither for now. I think we're taking bishop take. Like the engine suggests, bishop takes c4 is the strongest move in the position. Just leaving everything in place.
I think the one rook you don't
Right,
you
two
don't want to
bishops.
give up the minor piece, the bishop, because also your knight could get trapped, right? And
two bishops with those connected to pawns should have to be
No.
better than the rook.
Okay, so we're starting with the move bishop takes c4.
Yeah, and it has a
I suppose.
cute tactical justification.
Okay,
After bishop
let's
takes
go.
8, I'm actually still taking on a8. No, I'm not taking on f1, I'm not taking anywhere.
Still
I'm taking on
double
a8.
attack.
And if you take on e5 now,
Yes.
bishop f1, rook takes f1,
Yes.
sigh of relief.
Uh-oh.
Not yet.
And knight of
Not
3
yet.
at the end.
Oh.
Yeah, and you cannot stop knight of 3 check, which means that you will have to give up an exchange, and you're probably lost, actually.
That's not.
Is b5 something here? b5, knight f1, b6?
Except you take the bishop.
I probably take the bishop anyway. You can't force me to take on f1.
But I like d5, the last great act of defiance. Nice.
And that suggests that after bishop takes c4, if we go to this position, bishop takes, rook takes, the best move, well, you choose between f4 and something like this, where the e5 pawn is still hanging, but importantly, we get an extra tempo to play some kind of a position like this. And yes, it seems like we have this protected passer on b4, but strictly speaking, I suspect it's a draw. I suspect it's maybe not even a difficult one, because had this pawn been on g2 and this one on h3 or this one on f3, maybe this would have been a problem. But with the white king as well, somewhat compromised, a line like rook c, not rook c5. Let's say we put a rook on a good square eventually.
You can do
f6, bishop b2, and black can start generating their own counterplay with like rook d3, rook b3. And it's one of those positions where you probably get to play forever. I don't really expect black to be able to, let's say, trade the rooks off. Because if the rooks come off and the bishop just parks itself on b5 and the king comes to d5, for instance, it's a very known and a very easy draw for black. The rooks probably stay on, but some position like this, like I play g5, I play h6, I park it on b3, it's just going to be very, very difficult / impossible to win. So my guess is Anish still gets away with it. But honestly, this is move 24, and this is move 16. So what we've done is we've taken a very safe position in which we're having an enjoyable little pressure.
Yeah.
And we've probably successfully drawn it by force.
But
Probably successfully, not even immediately successfully.
I would like to challenge this, because in the current position, we take on a8, take on c4, take on a8, take on a8. I like this ending, what we might call the Bobby Fischer ending for white. Rook c1 to d1, please take.
Yeah, we
my
take on
rook.
f1, you take on f1, we go f6.
Exactly.
I think if the bishop is on e3 in this position, black resigns.
It's that good? Wow.
I suspect, but it's not. And rook c8 is going to come in, and you're going to have a very difficult time stabilizing, because you're just going to have to put your pieces on very, very uncomfortable squares. Like if we try playing this with white.
Okay, so
I promise I will not even look at what the engine says.
No, on the contrary. Welcome. I was trying to bring my king as immediately.
So king e2, I go rook c8.
Right.
You cannot play king, or maybe you can play king d3 actually. But king d3, your next move is unclear to me. Like king d3, I just go king f7.
Right. And I want to play. I don't. Knight e4, knight d4 check.
Yeah, it's just you basically never can play b5. If we return to, we will switch to a different game momentarily. But if we just briefly return to the one we're discussing, you get to a position like this, and then you suddenly find yourself unable to really make much progress, because whenever you play b5, I go rook c.
Rook b8.
Yeah, rook b8 or even rook c5, b6, rook b5, because it cannot be supported on b6 at all. And I just pick it up, and I'm suddenly much better. And yes, optically it looks very good, and once again, if let's say, if we imagine in this position I can move the bishop from c3 to e3, where it cannot be attacked, and it also supports b4, b5, b6 so well, black is in a tremendous amount of trouble, but there's just no way to get it there.
Gotcha.
And I think this is just fine. Well, we'll let Anish stew about bishop takes b7, and we'll go elsewhere, because
breaking development.
Yeah, d4 played here by Gukesh.
What?
Seemingly indicating he's entirely unafraid of queen h6, and I don't think he's right about it, honestly. Because even when we were allowing queen h6, if you remember, we were doing it in such a way that we could play f5 at least, or f6.
Right.
He's done it in a way where queen h6 will have to be met by the move g6, and now I would like to play rook e1 h4, right?
Correct.
And it seems like I'm joking, but I'm not.
No, you're not.
I'm not. Every move now, you will have to be very, very certain rook e4, h4 doesn't happen, because it very often will just end the game. Mm-hmm. So currently it says like bishop f5 is playable, but I mean, if you do get to play, I don't know, d3 and c4, your position improves. But after rook f3, I guess we introduced the idea of g4, which stops d3. Let's say king h8. I'm just trying to figure out why the engine hates it as much as it does. h4, h5 now becomes playable. In some positions, even the positions after bishop d3 become dangerous. Also, interestingly, the engine goes queen f4 and says the pieces are positioned in such a way that you're probably losing the d4 pawn now. Because let's say if queen d5, we go h4, and h4, h5, queen g5, f6. This is just not fast enough, whereas things happening to your king side are very often permanent. So after queen f4, my engine is so afraid of h4, h5 that it just does this and says, "This is my best case scenario. At least I've distracted you from giving me mate."
But that's a healthy extra pawn.
But it's just a healthy central extra pawn. So yeah, this is a
blunder,
a very surprising decision. I think maybe, I don't think Gukesh is a player of the open variation of the Spanish, and maybe he's like somebody like Korchnoi, or let's say Vichy, who's played the open all his life. I think his calibration of what's dangerous and what's not is pretty much on point in every single position. He would never have allowed this because he knows this is not a joke. Even with 3 pieces left on the board, allowing the queen to land on h6 where it cannot really be chased away in the next 5 moves is just not something you do. You have to stop it in some way.
Right.
But yeah, this is a big opportunity for Ding, and it's interesting that he hasn't played queen h6 yet, because I think you don't even need to calculate. It feels to me like you know this is good. You know this offers you the best chance of getting somewhere in this game.
Right.
So you really should be doing it regardless.
And Gukesh also spent a lot of time before he played d4. And as we say, long think, wrong think, right?
Yeah.
So right now it's 1 hour against 33 minutes.
And you said he spent a long time. Does it tell you how many minutes he, in fact, did spend on the move? We were looking at queen h4. We were focused on the move queen h4, actually.
I think it was 20, 25 minutes.
Ooh, that's a long time for a move we really don't like. Queen h6, g6, rook e1. I love the rover, rook up and over. This threat of rook e1 to e4 to
I was going to ask Peter earlier, but then I answered my own question. If they take c, I was like, can we immediately go rook e4, rook h4? But we can't, because
probably not, no.
Queen can sacrifice on h4.
Yes, he takes b2 and queen takes h4.
Queen.
But we go b takes c3 very happily.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because we have, at that point, also removed any need to think about the passer on the d file.
Probably with the pawn.
I would have taken with the pawn. I want to take away the d4 square from the queen.
I want to keep all the major pieces on the king side.
Yeah, b takes. And now rook e4, h4 is a massive threat. And also, where's the counterplay going to come from?
We haven't sacrificed a darn
Yeah,
thing.
and it feels like we have this for free.
Yes. Yes, that's exactly.
We have this for free.
Wow, huge opportunity. And I'm very, very confident when I say that Ding is going to play queen h6, and he's going to enjoy, the proceeds after provoking g7,
he looks
g6.
Pretty happy with his current position.
Exactly.
And queen h6 still is something I think you should do. But interestingly, the way Gukesh played, even queen f4 now is very strong.
Queen f4?
Yeah, it turns out that, like,
just win the pawn?
As long as we stop the queen from landing on h4, as long as we make sure that our kingside play cannot be stymied by the queen landing on h4, which is something that we were doing in pretty much every single variation when we were analyzing it. As long as we stop that, we're better. If you leave black the option of returning to those setups, your advantage, Maybe not vanishes, but becomes much smaller.
So help me out here, Peter. Supposing I start with the move rook d1. Yes, I want to take twice on d4, and if you play...
What about d2? Oh.
Yeah, king h8.
Let me suggest
rook
a
d1,
move.
yeah? Okay.
Yeah, rook to d1. I do have the move d4 takes c3.
Yeah, queen h4 by far the best move, cd4, rook
By
fd8.
far the best move, right. So, and that's why you want to play queen f4 as a prelude to
and I have a
d1.
feeling maybe Gukesh thought that, d4 looks like maybe it's a blunder of a pawn precisely because of that little combination that you showed, rook d1, dc3, queen h6. And he thought, okay, rook d1, I will play queen h4, I will play rook fd8, I will be fine. So maybe he feels that the only way he loses here is if he loses material in the center, where actually the much more likely way he loses here is if he gets mated on the king side, and he should have been much more worried about that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I just find the move queen f4 with, I could really understand queen h6, g6, and now, for whatever reason, stepping back and trying to round up the pawn. But queen f4 immediately.
Queen f4, I think it maybe also hints, in some positions at least, at bringing the bishop over to e4 via the d3 square. If we look at this, I can play queen f4. If you play king h8 here, rook d. I guess the threat is rook d1 quite simply. So, let's say you go dc3, b takes c3, and if you play king h8, the engine actually does suggest that we have so much time here that we might even have enough time to fix this structure so that black can never create a passer. And then it goes bishop d3. It starts like suggesting that your king side is still not entirely safe, which is better. We don't even need a direct threat. We have a majority on the king side. The king on h8 constantly needs to be watched over. Black has some weaknesses on the queen side even, like I can include rook b1 at some point and ask you what you think about that. It's just a very comfortable advantage. If you play f6, I can go rook e1, and once again, just a nice position to have with white. No weaknesses, better pieces, better pawn structure by this point as well, so yeah.
No denial from me, absolutely. Thank you, Peter. Just quickly, I do want to go around the horn. Prague, in that game, he did sacrifice, he did win the pawn on f5. He just went right after it, munch, bishop e5, c3, c4, and Prague enjoying the fact that he's a
small advantage.
It's definitely a bit better for white, but maybe not that much.
It's not a
after
pawn
all.
up.
No, he won the pawn back.
Well, that's not fair. I thought his play had been rewarded by winning a pawn, but no. Sorry.
He has the safer king and also the h-pawn. One thing you more or less never do here, unless it wins you a lot of material, is trade any rooks. Your rooks probably should be on h5 and h1.
As
if
white.
you trade rooks, that h-pawn's going to become strength.
That's the danger, right?
But as long as all four are on the board, you pretty much never can generate any of those ideas. Something like this.
Yeah.
And then you go king a2, king b3. You kind of try to maybe generate something on the queen side. But the black position is very solid. I go, rook e8, rook e6, and I stay. I hold that pattern.
Okay.
It's extremely unlikely black will ever have any active counterplay, but how does white win is the big question here.
Agreed. A game that we thought was fizzling was between Jan and MVL. Let me just check in on that game. Endgame, 4 rooks, bishops.
Black has maybe slightly weaker pawns, but should be easily holdable as well.
Easily holdable.
And Maxime's still huge time advantage on the clock.
Checking in once again on Wesley and Anish, because they didn't go into that ending.
Bishop takes c4 was not played. He played rook b8, now white played bishop c6. And now you have to maybe in some positions worry additionally about the idea of bishop takes a4, although I'm not sure in which positions exactly. Somewhere.
Couldn't he have played bishop d5 to not allow bishop c4?
Exactly, and after bishop d5, I'm assuming we're not taking this rook, but we're taking this rook, and we're getting into a position where I have these 2 connected pass pawns.
Bishop d5 was stronger, actually.
Yeah.
Bishop d5 was stronger. It was probably still going to end up being a draw, but bishop c6, now bishop takes c4 still works, which is a little bit surprising to me because I expected to. I blundered the same fork in a different way again. I thought, why not the very clever bishop takes e5? But unfortunately, after knight c1, I still have more pieces hanging. After bishop b8, it's not bishop f1, bishop takes e8. It's knight e2 check first, and then my bishop drops. Okay. So it doesn't really work out. So we end up in more or less the same position. Bishop e8, rook e8 is the same position that we were discussing earlier.
Right.
Arguably even slightly better for black because I think we held the rook on a8 and now it's on e8, which has to be an improvement. So this has to be pretty level. Yeah, he should have played bishop d5. And now the best play is knight c1, rook c1. And something like, for instance, rook bc8, trying to provoke c5 to be better able to kick away the bishop from d5. Machine goes bishop b2, rook e8, and then in a lot of cases, black will just be snapping on d5, getting the rooks off. Let's put something like this on the board so that I can illustrate. And then we go f6, we probably even provoke d6. Something like this. We go king f7, we go king e6, we put the bishop on d5.
And you're fine.
And this holds very, very comfortably because the king never breaches that defense.
The current position, Peter, after bishop c6, you mentioned rook c8.
No, bishop c4 first. Bishop c4 first.
First, pardon me.
And
I wanted to ask you, if I take on a4?
If you take on a4...
One is sacrifice exchange.
Yeah, we go knight c1, rook c1, and in this position, it likes rook d8 the most, but frankly, pretty much every single legal move appears to be okay for black. Although I do understand why you ask, because
every legal move,
like rook d8, rook d8, rook c8, rook e7, even bishop b5, all of those moves.
So you do all of this, and you play.
I think to occupy the open file, yeah, and then I think we just generate. The white bishops are not where they should be.
No.
So it'll take some time for white to get them working together.
Right.
Or f3 or something, yeah.
Wow.
It's an option. White definitely is not worse in any of these positions, but the engine does suggest it all holds for black.
All right. Well, that's a shock. I'm going to turn, if you don't mind, to the Fabiano game for just a moment and see what developments took place. After the move c6.
Not a lot.
We saw a capture. Bishop has gone to g5. Previously, when I tried this, Peter just put the rook on d6, played h6, and said, "You're going backwards."
Well, maybe Fabio wants to meet rook d6.
It is still
with
true
rook
to
b1.
an extent. Interestingly, the engine also suggests you could probably afford to play something like rook b8, bishop takes f6, gf.
Whoa.
In the current position.
Whoa. Rook b8.
Yeah, I mean, if we open the b file for something, so why not try to use it? Yeah.
I don't know, queen c1.
This is
queen c1. It goes rook b2.
Queen h6.
Yeah.
Yeah. Somehow it is not a big believer in getting mated on the king side here, although I'm not entirely sure why by this point.
Engine has no fear, but I mean.
Exactly, I think
rook takes f2, I guess, works, right? Because there's queen c5 in the end. I guess this is the point, right? Rook h5, rook f5 check, importantly, and I get rid of one of your two mating pieces.
Yeah, exactly.
And otherwise I get queen c5 check there in the end, getting rid of many of your attackers and also picking up some material along the way. But that's a very machine-like way to play this position. Like you really need to trust in not blundering something and not losing immediately.
Wow, rook to b8. You know, I'm sitting there thinking in my way of thinking that bishop f6 is such a powerful positional threat.
I think it is, honestly. In human
just
terms,
allowing it, you know, it's just such a...
If he doesn't play rook d6 here, I will be quite surprised, despite the fact that he played c6, and he clearly played c6 with some ideas in mind. But
so let's check rook d6 and then rook b1 for white.
Well, yeah.
It's more likely to happen.
Well, maybe in this case, it makes a lot more sense for white.
Yeah, we go h6. I think we can afford to play h6 here.
c1 or d2?
Probably d2, but I don't know. It's a difficult
a5.
question. Yeah,
bishop c1 wants bishop a3, maybe provoking c5.
Although I must say, I love rook b3, rook g3 on white's side of the board. That is...
This once again starts looking like a position in which we're fine, but we've given white maybe a little bit too, sort of more than we absolutely had to.
Yeah.
Looking at this, I enjoy the fact that I have an additional open file, which I definitely did not have 3 moves ago.
Yeah.
The rook on b1 doing something is an unexpected surprise to me.
So maybe Firouzja played c6 intending to go rook b8 and
I'm
just
sure
allow bishop f6.
I'm sure something of that nature he had intended. And again, what a maximal way of playing the position, rook b8, rook b2. And for those of joining us late, shame on you, but this is an absolutely critical game to our Grand Chess Tour standings, as these two players are vying for first and second position, as we see. 30.58 Grand Chess Tour points for Alireza.
He just passed Fabi after winning St. Louis Rapid and Blitz.
Yes, with the 13 point. Fabi finishing, well, I want to say in the middle of the pack, really dropped him, because Fabi came into St. Louis and the Rapid and Blitz as the clear leader. Now he's playing catch-up. Wesley just behind them.
And this is the lifetime matchup between these two. Fabi has a huge lead, 7 wins, 1 loss and 9 draws.
Somehow, yeah, that is a really lopsided. Beat them while they're young. That was the advice that Victor Korchnoi had for everybody. Bishop g5 on the board, and once again, the clock times
30 minutes for Alireza, 55 for Fabi.
2 hours is all you're going to get. You're going to get your time bonus, but there's no second time control, so that's 28 minutes.
Once you get into time trouble, you're never getting out of it.
Exactly. You're always relying upon your bonus to bail you out. Bishop g5. Again, isn't this a position you would just feel more comfortable as white?
I would. First, I have the pair of bishops.
Right, and you're pressing.
Then black's pawns, you could say that a5 and c6 are not the strongest.
Right.
I think it's mainly, I agree with the answer, but I think it's mainly to do with the king's safety.
Yeah.
I think it's very difficult to imagine how white will be in any trouble in terms of having to protect the king. And for black, you absolutely can. Like you make a wrong step somewhere, f7 starts creaking, or you allow bishop takes f6, and you...
where we're looking at rook b8, rook b2, suddenly white king was also a little bit...
There it became double-edged, but still, I think the amount of risk you are subjecting yourself to and the amount of risk white has after bishop f6, g6 are hardly comparable.
Right.
And also, you really need to be very sure you're not losing here, because after king c1, I thought, why not king g7? I think king g7, rook h5, we might resign, right?
Oh dear.
Yeah.
We're just no longer in time for anything. Like, we make one
inaccuracy,
admittedly really stupid move, and we are just done.
Yeah, thump. Yeah, that was really walking into an uppercut. But I think you had this really crafty idea of a queen and emerging after bishop. So I couldn't play the move queen takes f6 as desired. I'd probably have to make some...
Yeah, and if you have to spend a tempo on rook f1, I guess black finds time to do something in response. I'm not entirely sure what, though.
Ideally, black drops the bishop back and goes rook d2, but...
Yeah, queen h6 might be a bit too
time
fast for that, yeah.
Yes.
Well, again,
we'll
the
see.
speed with which these attackers...
just made, right? Rook
right?
d2, rook h5.
Allowing rook h5 would be made, yeah. Maybe we still have something we can do here, but yeah, one more move and we're done.
Wow. It's a razor's edge that the players are balancing on, and Alireza is taking his time on this very
critical moment for him to decide whether he allows bishop f6 or not.
Right. Personally, I'm playing rook d6. I've been scorched once too often, having damaged double pawns in front of my king. Especially with the queens on the board. So rook d6 and away we go would be my approach.
Elsewhere, Ding is still thinking after d5, d4.
No kidding.
Yeah.
He didn't respond
As you can
quickly.
see, I think he didn't expect it, but it's interesting that he, of the options he has, both queen f4 and in particular queen h6 followed by rook e1, look incredibly logical, and he is still trying to, I guess, reason it out to like a full conclusion, which I think is unnecessary here. Just trust your hand. So this is still exactly where we left it. Anish did find bishop takes e4 and rook takes e8, should hold from here, I think, reasonably comfortably. Once again, if we were holding it with a rook in the corner, we really should be holding it with a rook on a good square.
Exactly.
So that one I expect to be level. Jan, I guess, maybe is, you know, one of those moral advantages, because if everything disappears, if somehow all 4 rooks come off the board, the pawn on e4 might become a weakness. Also, we might have an outside passer on the b file, but generally speaking, I don't see how this is what's going to happen. Black can play rook a2, black can include h5, h4. Something I wouldn't have been very happy including, because we've created something for the future which could become a weakness. But the engine is very concrete. It goes take rook a2, bishop e5, starts hinting at some bishop g3 counterplay and says, we're just not worse here. You will have to dedicate your entire RAM to not losing the b2 pawn. Black can play king h7, king g6 later, and it's just the rooks are too active. There's too much counterplay against the white pawn pair on the queen side. So this also is quite level. There is some pressure here for Prague, as we mentioned, because you can't really get any more pieces off the board, so you can make as many improvements on the queen side as, well, I mean, define improvements and make them, because black really isn't doing very much. You can play c3, you can play a4, you can bring the king up. In some positions, the engine plays c5, but this you kind of have to time quite well, because c5, d5 in structural terms, I think, favors black. But maybe in some cases, you can then shift the bishop from e5, put the bishop on the long diagonal and enjoy that. Absolutely risk-free, I think, position for Prague, but generally speaking, very, very hard to win. And elsewhere, rook b8 has been played.
So that was
that must have been the plan, and this seems to be quite nicely judged, because after takes, queen c1, as I mentioned, rook b2 is playable. Perhaps even rook b4 is playable, trying to stop queen h6 mechanically by attacking the bishop on c4. But yeah, this is brave young man.
Well, ups the ante. Peter, one of my pet peeves in the chess world is I would really like all of the time controls to be standardized. Give me a classic, give me a rapid, give me a blitz, end of story. And it seems like every tournament, there's, whether there be opens or candidates or world championship matches, Olympiads, they play different time controls.
Yeah, it's also interesting.
The 2-hour time control, this time
not
control
specifically, but the general conversation I've had many a time, both in my playing career and now in my mix of sort of playing, coaching, and casting career, and it's
casting. I like that.
And it's interesting that I think if you go down a level, or maybe down a few levels, I think in open tournaments, time controls often are standardized. So we have a strange situation where the people who would like standardized time controls the most, the elite players who are potentially fighting for the title, for instance, they play an absolutely unique time control very often in the candidates.
Right.
Then they end up negotiating some time control for the match they've never seen before.
Right.
And yeah, it feels a bit absurd, frankly. So, not to point the finger of blame at anybody, this is sort of how the world has been for quite some time. I think, from the moment we gave up on the old 2.5 for 40 with the Germans, right, which used to be the absolute golden. Yes. Yeah, good thing this is not done anymore. But it's been like this for a while, and I would very much like for it to stop. To be honest, it's not great for anybody.
Right.
But we are where we are. We seem to not be doing a particularly good job of self-governance
and standardizing. Okay, question directly for you. If you were to play in a classical chess tournament, would you like it to be this time control?
I don't think I've ever played in these and game in something apart from the tournaments where it's like game in 40.
Yeah.
What was suggested as a kind of a new classical, where it's basically a very slow rapid, or a very, very fast classical. This is interesting. What they have here, I think it's better for the spectators while still recognizably being a classical time control. This is plenty of time. But on the other hand, you do get the spectacle of the eternal time trouble, which I think something that is more attractive to viewers than, you get jeopardy around move 40, and then with the old time controls, there's at least a feeling of all this jeopardy disappearing once you get the additional half an hour or an hour even in the longer time. Like the full 7-hour time control would give you 50 minutes with increment or 60 minutes without increment. So this at least provides consistent feeling of jeopardy. Once you get down to low time, you are going to have to deal with having very, very little time to make decisions. It introduces like topics which perhaps should not necessarily be topics of discussion when you're playing a chess game, such as like liquid intake.
Understood. I know what you're going. Yeah.
But I kind of like it. I think it's a way to present the game, which while preserving connection with the traditions. I'm sorry, something is happening to my voice.
Right.
It still does something new, and I think that the concept of jeopardy is very important in sports.
And just
the viewers need to feel that there is something at stake pretty much at any moment. And when you're playing a classical game, it's very difficult to generate jeopardy in the first 2 hours, but at least in the back 2 hours, there should be this feeling that things are at stake constantly.
We could do that with 90 minutes,
right?
30-second increment, and no additional 30 minutes.
So just shorten it in 90.
And
I
you still
actually
get
like that, and you get the jeopardy that you spoke about. The reason why this 2 hours for me just that there are these moments in this middle game where somehow the players get through their opening, they're all fine, they've got their preparation, they're at the board, and suddenly there's just this hour-long lull, and it could be 5 games that are going on. By the way, after a considerable amount of time, hesitation,
made 2 moves
he
in
played
a row.
Queen H6 and then Bishop D3, not Rook E1 as we were suspecting.
Bishop D3 doesn't seem to be the best move.
Well, this is a prelude.
But
I mean,
about
H4,
C4?
Okay,
C4 and D3 with a tempo?
Yeah, this is a...
C4 and D3 with it. So you've got a protected pass pawn on C4, which is
scary.
Very scary, but I may have checkmate.
You may, yes.
Which would be even scarier.
Absolutely.
I can say that. Yeah, I think I can say that.
This is super double-edged.
It is, but the engine does disagree with it. And I think, having clicked around for a very brief while, I think I sort of agree with it. There was really no point allowing C4 and D3 because suddenly, with black, you suddenly know what you're playing for.
Yeah.
You're trying not to get mated in the next 10 moves,
right.
And you will have this tremendous positive of having a protected passer already on the 6th rank. Yeah, and it seems like after H4, the way to deal with it is to wait for you to play H5 and then play Queen H4.
Wow.
And you're stuck. You're actually not making any progress here with white because you can never take because it's pinned. You're still fine, but you're just not going to be able to push. So this seems playable, and I don't know.
What if we push F pawn instead of H pawn?
Yeah, you can do that, but then there is a mechanical way of playing Queen C8, which appears to be okay. And also, interestingly, and this is once again, I think, hugely to do with the fact that we now have this passer on D3. The engine even suggests that by doing this, we have now removed all the mating attacks with the Queen on E5 controlling the long diagonal and the removal of both E and F pawns. We're just not getting mated. And we have tremendous amounts of counterplay in the center, like Rook F8, Rook A8, D2, maybe at some points.
Queen
to such a degree
check,
that, like Rook F1, Queen E3 check for some reason appears to be the immediate draw, because King H1, it starts liking black after Rook A6, I guess with the idea of swinging it over to F6. So for whatever reason, after King H2, this is for some reason weaker, so it goes Queen E5 check and just makes a draw. But also after Rook F1, I'm curious if we can do this. No, this actually loses to Bishop takes G6 now. So it's pretty much always Rook A6, just to increase the safety of our king. But this is once again playable, because all of these pieces are not where they are to deal with the passer. The king is very unsafe. And once again, this is not the strongest engine in the world. But it suggests this is a draw, this is a draw. Everything else, you are slightly worse with white already.
Incr, could you please show us how rook d8 loses to bishop g6?
Oh, yeah, it's
Because
probably
there's
quite
queen
beautiful. Yeah.
23
check, we go king h2.
Not king h1.
And then in this position, there is this really beautiful rook lift, which takes away all the checking squares. And you lose a lot of material to stop the mate.
Rook e5, queen f6, right?
Rook e5, queen f6, and we collect everything, yeah. So bishop d3, understandable choice because we want that bishop in the game. But it feels like if we're not delivering immediate mate on the king side, giving black so much in the center actually makes it much easier to defend. Because in particular, I think this line is a very big illustration of the difference this makes. With these pawns still on c5 and d4, this is just winning for white. It's just a piece. Yeah, there's no way it's going to be enough. But with them on c4 and d3, the situation changes quite dramatically.
I think I'm being a little bit hyperbole here, but is this an attempt to make a forced perpetual check? I'm
really, really hoping it's not.
Right? But you know what?
It occurred to me, but I really, really hope it's not.
I mean, the Deng fear, I mean, he always has the bail, right? He sacrifices his bishop first, he sacrifices his rook. No, I'm not interested even in taking this bishop. Rather, I'm just interested in making perpetual, that's
we'll see if Gukesh plays c4, if Deng plays bishop e4, or just
bails out with bishop. Because in this position, the move queen f4 feels right to me, but the move rook d1,
or rook e1,
or even rook e1. Yeah. I mean, those moves are far more. I'm playing for a win. I want to play rook e4, rook h4. Yeah. Let's go. And I know this. I want to just show the audience this one once again. I know that the desire of checkmate can be very, very compelling, and then after queen h4, you feel like, where's my lollipop? Don't hate that. But we would just recapture.
I think next move is going to tell us a lot about where Deng is at in terms of his preparedness and his state of mind, because.
Yeah. I see both players really, really hovering over the board, and it actually happened to me once with Michael Tal. It was one of those moments where I'm reaching all the way across the board to play rook takes e8, and somehow I go really down low. At a moment he had this cigarette in his hand, and the ash was really long, and he flicked it, and the ash fell down, and he went down to blow it, and we were both reaching, and we did the head bump. It wasn't hard, it was just a soft head bump. You have your problems, I have my problems. But that was pretty good.
I can't imagine time when you could smoke at the point.
Exactly, ashes would be all over the place.
Yes, providing me with the most perfect, that's what she said, set up in the entirety of chess broadcasting, and I'm missing out on it.
Let's jump into that Prague game for just a moment, because we're featuring them on our screen. Nodirbek just has played the move rook on g7 to g4, asking white a salient question. Do you want to play king b3? I think we do.
Yeah, I don't want to play pawn b3, so I'd rather go
I think we play king b3 here.
Exactly. And since it's a material equality, I'm going to bypass this. Jan versus MVL. Again, neither player making much progress in this one. Wesley So, Anish Giri, bishops of opposite color. Okay, I might make the argument I'd rather play white in the sense.
I'm a little bit surprised he went for this particular setup, because I think if we go, just scroll back 3 moves over.
Yes.
Yeah, like after rook c5 there. f6, bishop d2. Yeah, here, rook c5. I thought he was just going to go bishop b2 and go for like rook d8, rook d3 counterplay. I'm just not a believer in this pawn ever crossing the b5 square. I think it always gets attacked and picked up, so why are we not playing for more active counterplay? But I guess he just didn't want to calculate bishop b3 followed by b5.
Okay, f4. Just wanted to ask, in this particular case, Can I cut off the rook somehow? I don't know exactly why.
Black king comes in, king f7, king e6, king d7.
Nope.
You can't keep the bishop on c7 for
Nope.
too long.
Nope, you are absolutely right. Tear that one up. Would you believe? As Maxwell Smart would say. H2, H4, that one looks definitely like it's heading towards a draw. They can't offer draws, as we know. They'll figure out a 3-move repetition. We're going to go to the game of Fabi, and Fabi captured on f6. G takes f6.
So
and
he's in
now
a
comes-
similar boat there. You have gone through all the motions of going bishop d2, bishop g5. If you don't take on f6, then like, what was all the previous game play for?
Exactly.
You do have to follow through there.
So he's played A, B, and C. You better say D
Yeah.
after getting all of those moves in.
Yeah.
So A, B, and C, and D. He's taking on f6.
We're also going to see queen c1, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you could maybe play queen e2 to g4 check or something, but queen c1 h6 is by far the most threatening of the options he
He just
has.
played
And
it.
he just played it, just as we were looking at an alternative to Queen C1. He saved us from having to study alternatives. Queen C1,
And basically,
what did we say was...
Rook b2?
yeah, rook b2 was playable, but an interesting suggestion by the comp here is I go rook b4.
Rook b4, just to
Yeah.
tickle the bishop.
You put the bishop somewhere, and then the idea that the computer suggests here is to play rook d6, just defend the f6 pawn in advance, in preparation for you landing queen h6. And then after queen h6, I have queen f8. And I push it away just as you've created this deadly threat of queen rook h5 and mate.
Exactly.
So it feels like this is still controllable for black. It looks scary, but it feels like if he plays precisely from here, Alireza should be okay-ish.
So help me out here. So you played rook b4. Can I fall for a dastardly trick after rook
I think it
b4?
works, no? Rook c4?
Yes. Queen c4,
And then bishop
just
f2, and then rook
bishop
d1,
f2.
yeah.
Yep.
I don't know why you're provoking a
Yeah.
dastardly trick here.
No, I was trying. You know, whenever I see, my opponent setting up the agenda for themselves, they want me to move my bishop, I start resisting.
Yeah.
I'm immediately looking, I don't know, call it my rebel streak in me. But okay, rook b4.
Guess you can play rook e2, just to
Okay, I like that.
But
one.
you still don't have any threats, right?
not yet.
Not yet.
Also, okay.
So
queen
if
c5
we
rook
take
d2.
on
losing
the...
the pawn.
Yeah, maybe I can even continue picking up stuff, yeah. No, let's not blunder rook a1.
Yeah, I have to play
Yeah, you have to play
bishop
king
a2.
h2 probably, yeah.
Or
Right,
bishop
sorry.
a2 also
Sorry,
looks interesting.
rook a1, pitting the queen.
Okay, let's actually try that setup that I mentioned that the machine suggested to me. What if I play rook d6 here?
So that, are you ready to meet my...
Yeah, and I'm just in time to get it over to g7, and if it's on g7, I think it will be very
Yeah.
difficult to
No,
generate
no.
mating
I
threats.
really, hold on, just a second. I want, obviously, I want to make a knight move. I want to play rook to g3. So I'm worried about rook h1, king h2. Let's see if I can
What if black still does rook d6?
rook to d6, yeah?
Yeah, I'm curious to find something for white which deals with this setup. Because if this setup sort of holds universally, then black can more or less do this against anything and not have to think very much. You can start with rook h5, but then I still have queen f8 if I need to, and I might be interested in some other options as well. I don't know, maybe f6,
Including
f5 in some
f6,
positions.
f5.
But
Yes.
Probably just queen f8 anyway. And the thing is, there are files opened on the queen side,
Right.
but I don't know how we'll land anything on the b file that black will not be able to deal with. b2 is taken away. I can also put my rook back on b4 whenever I feel like there's enough of a threat.
Yeah, again and again, I keep,
yeah.
I keep hitting my head on the same brick of wanting to bring my rook.
Yeah, here I have a cute response, but
k1?
bishop b3, I thought.
Bishop e3. Oh, that's
Just a
really,
trade.
Yeah.
that's aggravating.
But that is slightly random. I want to talk about this position in more general terms.
Yeah.
If I don't have any tactics, how do I stop? No, let's play rook d2 and pretend this doesn't exist.
Yes.
How do I stop rook d3, g3, and maybe resigns. Although I still don't quite know exactly why
I'm resigning. Right.
Yeah, but I probably will be resigning for some reason.
Right.
Knowing myself.
Well, again, this bishop has no counterpart, so we're just thinking that if we could put enough fire against the king side by doubling rooks on the h-file, for example, that white could really potentially break through. But I need to do, and I'm failing to do it, but I need to do it in a very concrete fashion. Queen c1, I think rook b4 is asking the most salient question, Peter, in the position. And how does our engine like to respond to rook b4?
Well, the interesting thing is the engine actually abandons our preferred diagonal.
Wow.
And then doesn't even worry about the h pawn. It actually does pretty much what you wanted it to do. It goes rook d1 here.
Okay.
And let's say if we take on a4 with black, it goes queen h6, queen f8, queen h4. Now it says maybe it's time actually to go rook a1 because this is a massive, massive threat. So let's say rook a1, it takes, puts the bishop back on c4. We're now down 2, but this is, I think, a good point for me to return to.
Oh,
this looks like it's a draw.
Anish Giri and Wesley so drew their game.
Sinquefield Cup has its first result of the tournament.
And here I just want to briefly return to a topic which I've been mentioning. We now have 2 pass pawns. This guy holds them without doing anything.
Right.
You will be able to put them on c5 and a3, even in all the endgames, and they will probably not progress further. So despite being 2 down, I think in practical terms, like if you ask 2 strong players about this position, they will tell you only white is playing for a win. But it feels like you're not really giving mate. I think the engine even gives up on f6 in many cases because if f6 gets taken off the board, it means the rooks come off.
Right.
And if the rooks come off, you really aren't giving any kind of a mate on the king side.
Right.
So we end this kind of result in this kind of impasse where white actually switches to try and to get the other rook to the b file. But let's say we do this and then, for instance, it goes queen e7, and against the check, it will be chasing your rook and very happily giving you the f7 pawn for the rook trade.
Right.
So it feels like there's really no risk to white as long as white doesn't go completely all in, sacrificing pieces instead of pawns. But it also holds, and I should have the rook b4 currently on my screen. I'm very curious. It suddenly started saying we can do this. This I am very excited about. Only move rook c3, which I guess is not a shock. And now, the pièce de résistance. Rook 1e3. You, for some reason, have to take with the rook, because if you take with the bishop after fe, you have actually lost.
Just lost?
Yeah, you lost.
Wow.
The difference, I guess, is that here you have to play king h8. And in the other position, rook g3 would have been winning, but here this is a check. So I distract one of your pieces from giving mate, and I'm okay.
Wow.
So after king h8, it goes e takes d4. Strictly only move rook d8. Also not a shock, because you have to have a response to rook g3. And here, for some reason, by far the best move is rook f5, rook g8, d5, and it says white is pushing, but probably draw. Very exciting.
Hamina.
Very exciting.
Rook
suddenly.
b4, take my bishop, queen h6. I have to
queen h6 and then drop the rook back to f3, and you have to see all of these. But I think the biggest block for white would be just to consider abandoning it and doing this. If it occurs to you, I think the calculations become very makeable.
Right. But wow.
Firouzja might end up in time trouble pretty soon, so.
He hasn't played rook before yet, but he might. Yeah, he's down to 18 minutes.
Yeah, the jeopardy on the clock, it will be, as we know, perpetual. There is no second time control. And I'm hearing there might be another draw on the offing.
Right, we had 2 move repetitions so far in the game between Nepo and MVL. Okay. If Nepo now repeats for the 3rd time, well, it's hard to make progress for.
Yeah, and sadly, I think the indications are we might see bishop takes h6 in Dig's game. Because if you spend half an hour, play queen h6, bishop d3, and then start thinking again after c5, c4, I think you probably talk yourself in not being better.
Exactly.
And in not wanting to play on very, very low time, and you end up taking on g6, and that, I think he will be unhappy with himself once he cools down and realizes he had a very good shot at trying to do something today.
Exactly. And again, this is the game of Jan and MBL. Is this the third repetition coming up?
If Nepo plays Rookie 1.
In case of Rookie 1.
Right.
Rookie 1 will force King F5, and that will...
In the meantime, Nodirbek's position improved quite dramatically.
And we do have
we'll wait until the handshake here and move on to greener pastures. No, he's gone bishop e4, and Ding continues surprising me. Very kind of strange time management sequence, but does not take the draw, continues playing for a win.
And this game is a draw.
That's the second draw of
MBL equalized easily out of the opening.
Yes, he did. But it was, as Peter was saying, this is a line that you just test your opponent on occasion. If they're not completely well prepared, you can get an edge. Problem is, good preparation, and there's nothing. Bishop to e4, as you were about to say. Ding Liren, surprisingly.
But also breaking news, maybe we'll start with this.
Okay.
Because Rook b4 has now been played.
By Alireza?
By Alireza. And now it's on Fabi. Fabi has 40 minutes, thereabouts.
Yep.
And it's a good test. One thing I will say for Alireza here is, once we get here, pretty much the entire sequence is completely forced, which makes it much harder to make a mistake, which is honestly very, very important because he is a very, very good calculator, and it's useful when you can immediately see that all your other moves lose.
Right.
And you just go one by one.
You narrow
just
the list.
wanting not to resign. Yeah.
Right.
And, it does help. But yeah, this is a very decent try. It currently is saying that this is more significant than I originally thought. Rook g8, rook f5 is a very clever move, creating the idea of rook h5, forces rook g8, d5, kind of forces rook g6. And now we can, for instance, go queen g2 and go after the a5 pawn. And I mean, maybe maybe you make a draw after something like queen a7 check here, but he will probably have to defend some pawn down rook ending at some point. So good luck with that on the perpetual time trouble. Yeah, and it looks like the Nodirbek game is going to be a draw soon as well.
Repetition.
Yeah, this will count as a bit of a miss by the young man.
Which young man?
Pragg is
I think
young man.
Nodirbek will not have any reason to be unhappy about this. He held a difficult position, but yeah, Pragg, I think, once he gets back to the room and realizes that he could have played in a much more ambitious fashion, he'll be understandably, at least somewhat, disappointed.
You'll forgive me, Peter, for sharing a confidence, but you have gone to the zoo with Pragg. How did you enjoy the experience?
Well, for me, it wasn't
on the free day.
Yeah, I'm a regular. I have things I do every single time, such as like filming the penguins and sending the videos to penguins aficionados elsewhere.
Right.
But for Pragg, it was the first experience of the St. Louis Zoo, and he enjoyed it a great deal, as did his mom.
Right.
The three of us went
and enjoyed.
Yeah, it was a good day out.
Okay. 2 games remaining, and by coincidence, they both happen to be the games that we asked the internet audience what they would be looking at the most. And the choice actually came down to Gukesh and Ding Liren. And Ding Liren, as Peter said, kind of surprised after thinking 30 minutes. He didn't go for the perpetual.
Right.
He didn't sacrifice on g6.
Well, he still has that available, pretty much.
Yeah, it's not like he's lost
bishop
the opportunity.
Bishop before d3, bishop takes g6 is a very, very odd sequence of decisions. I mean, yes.
I wanted to make sure you were going to play d3 before going for the perpetual.
Let's make absolutely sure you make the sort of the only move in the position, and then I will take this.
Right. If you capture on c3 and then I go for the perpetual, that's even more confusing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
it's still nice to have the option to change your mind and like, fine,
Right.
I'll take the draw.
Now, interestingly, we got to this point, and I kind of routinely had proposed the move h4 and h5, I think, and then I fell into this queen h4 idea, and then you proposed, now see, this alternative way of trying to break up the king side with f4, f5. And I forgot, were we playing rook a6?
We were playing queen e7 first, and then just giving up the bishop.
Piece.
That's not the only thing that the engine
also
suggests
fine.
is playable. d3, by the way, is on the board, so we get to witness all of this. So queen e7, as we've established, is playable. The other way to go is to play something like queen d7. Wait for white to reinforce the threat. And actually, somewhat shockingly, it says we can do this. It looks like some sort of a 5 should be working, but as a matter of fact, you absolutely have to bail now.
Yeah, rook f1 is pinned.
Yeah, you have to do this, and now only move is king f8, which might actually stop black from doing it. King h8, check, and f5 is very, very strong with rook leaves to come. But after king f8, f5, bishop f7, or even bishop g8 is fine, so I have to give this check, and the king starts running, and once again, I'm guessing without the pawn on d3, we could continue with quiet moves here.
Right.
But as things stand, somewhere here, like we would like to maybe play a 5 of 6 here or something, but it's coming, and also rook a6 is coming, and if you allow rook a6, your entire attack will disappear. So you have to take some kind of a perpetual after queen c5, king d8.
In some ways, this is the last time for bishop takes g6. I mean, once you play
like
f4 or h4, queen e7, and or, as you've just been mentioning, Peter, queen d7, these bailouts are no longer there.
What if white plays b3 here? Because
good move.
Are you going to play b5 and sack the exchange?
No,
probably not. No,
I don't think I would. The thing is, I don't really feel that this is a scariness. Like, so for example, let's say I go rook a6. If you take
d1?
But maybe rook d1, maybe we can spend a move on taking the
pawn.
Well, then I would play b5, right?
No, take on c4.
Take c4 first, exactly. Bishop takes c4, now rook to d1, yes? In this position. So after, I don't know, queen e7?
Queen f4. Yeah, let's try queen f4.
Yeah.
Again, I'm not really, unless you're going to play against my bishop.
I am playing against.
Yeah, we can take on. We can take on a2 eventually. Well, now that we're not getting mated, we can snap on a2.
Exactly.
And the engine, even more interestingly, it says we can immediately begin by taking on b3 after b3 and just taking twice. And it says this is kind of happy times for black.
You mean?
Just it goes cb3 here.
And just takes twice.
And bishop takes b3.
And great, you win my pawn on d3.
Yeah, but it gives black time to stabilize. And now there's also an outside passer on the a file, so we're not really doing that poorly. And we are, or at least were, showing you Fabi thinking quite deeply while talking about the Jin game, because Fabi really looks like somebody who sees a very attractive idea, but realizes it's maybe a sacrificial, very attractive idea, and he is.
But we do have an interview at the moment. Christian is with MVL.
Maxime, fairly easy day at the office for you, I would say. Quite comfortable draw. You equalized out of the opening.
Yeah, well, I mean, it can never be easy when you play this sort of lines for the first time in your life.
Exactly, that's what I was going to ask you.
Yeah.
Not neither of today.
No, I decided to surprise Jan, and it's always good to add new options for opponents,
From Najdorf to the Berlin, how you psychologically change from one to the other. They're so different.
Who knows if this was Berlin? After
Bishop C4, yes.
Yeah.
Not the Berlin.
So Jan decided to go d4.
Yes.
Hoping that I didn't know too much, but I looked at this briefly, of course, because there's many things to look at when you're not familiar with e4, e5. I even looked at King's Gambit.
And this is quite a testing option, especially if you don't know what you're doing, because, white brings on an attack on the king side.
Okay, I knew until rook e8 that this is fine, supposed to be fine. Of course, white can give up a pawn with f6. I was then looking at all sorts of options. I was not sure between bishop c5, gf. GF, I didn't like too much because I had knight e4 and bishop e3. Actually, and then Fe, some Queen H5 is knight C6 actually.
Looks pretty scary. Yes.
Knight C6 wins, but in the end I think I wanted Bishop C5, like because I couldn't remember. No, not
Bishop C5.
Yeah, I couldn't remember the lines, but this seems to work because. Like E5 is under attack, and once you take, probably you want to, then the knight on D4 is also
You have to
an
lose
issue.
another tempo with C3 at some point.
And then
E5
I'll just get
also
one
an
of the
angle.
pawns.
Yes.
So I assume this would be sort of okay, but anyway, Jan went for knight E4 and D6, and there I assumed I'm fine, but maybe bishop. Actually, I regretted going.
Just 1 second to see the final moments of this game between the world champion Ding Liren and the challenger Gukesh. A draw will be the final result. They're repeating the position right now. Did you get a chance to look at that game?
Yeah, absolutely.
What did you think of it?
It was, somehow good fight, but it felt like Ding didn't get too much from the opening, so draw is logical result.
How do you think they approached the opening phase in this one? Probably the final classical tournament for both
a
of
bit
them.
cautiously, I guess. Ding goes for this bishop is exchange the dark squared bishops. It's not
Not the most
usually
tested.
very principled with the Italian, but some questions were asked.
Absolutely, absolutely. Of course, they're just kind of teasing each other right now, more or less. The main event is going to come in November. Now, tell us a little bit about the follow-up of this one.
I played bishop f6 maybe a tad too quickly, because but at this moment I had 2 hours on the clock.
You still knew what you were doing. You actually surprised him.
Yes, but then I was like, bishop f6 is a very normal move, but bishop g5, bishop c5 may have been interesting to, keep the queens. But I just thought this is going to be an easy day. And let's just say if I play bishop e6, I underestimated from afar b3, a5, a4. Actually, this is the first line, but and I have to play rook a6 now, knight d4, and I thought this could become a bit unpleasant to defend.
Because of the pawn structure.
Like I can never really take the knight with the bishop, because even if this should still be within drawing margin, it becomes tricky, extremely tricky.
Yes.
In
you
a
don't want to
practical
defend
game.
this type of positions.
Yeah. So in the end, I settled for rook e6, which I had also seen from afar, and rook d6. Knight b5. Maybe. Actually, when I played rook c6, I just assumed Jan would play knight d4 and we would repeat. This I looked at. Oh wait, rook b8 first. I don't know if it matters, and rook b1. This was the issue for me, because I can take on b2, of course, and I probably should. Bishop b2.
But then you have the a4 pawn to worry about,
I assumed I'm still fine, but I didn't want to test my luck too much in this type of positions with the a pawn running so fast.
Yes.
So in the end, I just thought, okay, let's go rook c6. I assumed knight d4, rook d6 and draw, but c3 came, and I was not too worried. I could actually have gone a6. It was just really a matter of principle to not lose the e4 pawn, but because the difference now with once I play rook b8 is if you go knight d4, you go rook f4. I can go actually bishop g5. Was my intention, and now c5, and you get b2 at the end.
Let's just show that really quick.
A little subtlety.
Now you're getting quite active on the second line.
And Jan decided to play on a bit with this a4. And actually, I suspected that this was maybe not the most accurate for him, but I didn't realize I could allow him to take on c7. Anyway, it shouldn't be much for me. I could imagine that I have enough counterplay, but I thought, why would I care too much? And this is a very comfortable draw.
How are you feeling about your form right now? How are you feeling about, in general, switching from rapid and blitz to classical on such a short time frame?
Quite disappointed with my end of tournament in the rapid, especially the blitz portion. I didn't play well. I got a few games that put me on tilt, basically. It happens to everyone.
Of course.
But now I'm under pressure, of course, to make it to top 3 in Grand Chess Tour standings. So, I'm hoping to play well, and of course this was a good first game, like to test my memory, like in new lines.
In a new opening, yes.
And to test my reactions in position I don't know so well. So, I would say test was passed, but looking forward to tomorrow and then after.
Good start for you, Maxime. Go get some rest. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Christian.
It's back to you.
Thank you, Christian. Thank you, MVL. As we do have a move of Fabiano's bishop c4 to f1. And we had been looking at queen h6, sacrificing the bishop. And we even thought, okay, maybe rook f3 with the idea of queen h6. But bishop c1, and that seemed to actually catch Firouzja off guard as he used half. I think he used half of his remaining time.
Yeah.
Wasn't he down to like
and he played
20 minutes?
Right, and he played rook d6, which seems like
correct.
a good
And
move.
yeah, it was a surprise to him, judging by how much time he spent on the reply, but not an unpleasant surprise, because now that the bishop is no longer participating in the attack, and now that, once again, as we mentioned, rook d6 covers the threat of queen h6, because we always have queen f8, seems like black is completely fine. Not that white is running any risks, but the engine now, after our favorite rook lift ideas, even starts suggesting doing something like this.
Run for the... Ooh.
And in this particular position, it now says g4, g5 is very strong.
Right.
But the fact that these types of ideas now exist is an indication that maybe bishop f1 wasn't the greatest.
The most
salient. Still within margins. It's Fabi is still completely fine, but he did miss an important opportunity there with queen h6.
I have an interview. Christian is with Prague.
Prague, first of all, the transition from a rather disappointing event for you in the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz to Classical. How did you make that transition? How are you feeling right now about your form?
Yeah, I'm feeling okay. I don't think I played badly in Rapid and Blitz. The game, there were many games where I was better, but my time management was quite bad. And I lost many games because also my reflex was bad. When we were down to seconds. So, I lost many points there. But Classical is a different tournament altogether, and I'm just hoping to play some good chess here.
Peter is also in the studio. We know you guys work occasionally together. Did he give you any words of advice, words of wisdom in between events?
We went to the zoo nearby yesterday, and I tried to take some inspirations from the animals there.
Excellent. Now let's talk about this game. Nodirbek, a bit of a timid approach with the Petrov. Did you expect this one?
I actually said to Peter that I think Petrov is unlikely for today. Knowing Nodirbek, he always wants to fight.
Yes.
And especially considering that I had this very poor Rapid and Blitz, I thought he will try to keep the game going with some other line.
He's been playing some Sicilians occasionally.
Sicilians or something else in e4, e5. But Petrov came as a slight surprise. I had looked at it a bit, and he plays this knight c6. Mm-hmm. He had one game here, and I knew that queen d3 is a move here, and I couldn't remember all the details. But a6 looks quite strange here. Maybe I had something more. Com says h4, but I didn't understand the difference. Like, for example, h4, h6.
And I think this probably is still some sort of a theory, right?
No, not really.
Not yet. Not anymore, it seems like.
Yeah. I mean, the point is that, usual moves queen d2, and they go, there's bishop e6 here, long castle, queen d7.
Yes.
For example, let's say king d1, black can't long castle because of knight d4.
Correct.
And g7 and a7 lines at the end. So that's why they go a6 here to do long castle. Mm-hmm. So he goes a6 in this position to kind of prepare queen d7 long castle. When king b1, I wasn't sure which way to start. And here, Yeah, h4, I didn't see what to do after h6. I thought h3, g4
It seems like some bishop e2 perhaps try to go for g4.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if bishop on e2 is the best. I wanted to put the bishop on g2 with h3, g4.
Got it.
And knight e5, queen e4. Yeah, I thought his plan was f5 here. I was surprised that he went knight f3 so quickly because f5, queen b7 is critical and rook b8. I wasn't sure what was going on here.
It does seem
I
like
thought
he
queen
has
a7.
a lot of bishop takes 8.
Bishop a2.
Wow.
Wait,
what
what's
is
the
this?
point here? Knight c6 now. Okay.
That's nice. Queen takes a6 falls to rook a8. So the queen is more or less trapped.
Yeah, I mean, I would have spent some time anyways before taking, but yeah, I should have spotted this.
That's
anyways.
a nice tactic, yeah.
Yes. But yeah, anyways, I thought f5 is more critical. I was kind of surprised he went knight f3, and because this is risk-free for me.
Yeah, we felt at this point you were definitely pressuring him. h5 seems to have been a significant attempt, at least, perhaps, in this one. Take, queen a1, queen a4 back, and just to go for the mate, maybe queen to g3.
Yeah, I should have spotted this. No, the thing is, I played a3 quite quickly because queen d5 is the only move. And I thought queen g3 at first, and yeah, queen a2, king c1. Let's say if queen a1, king d2, queen b2, there is rook b1, and queen is trapped here with rook a1, and bishop a2, bishop c4. Queen b2, queen b2, rook b1.
Yes.
Yeah, so this wins, and I thought bishop f6 is forced, h5, queen a1, king d2, queen b2, and hg, queen c3, king e2, hg6, bishop g6. First I thought this is very good.
It looks mating.
But
I guess rook d8 is the only.
No, fg. I didn't understand why this is good for me. Wait, what?
It's not completely clear, yeah, but I guess the 2 pawns, the computer thinks that they're decisive.
There is something that I missed in this position. I assume that I don't have a3 pawn here, which is strange.
Oh.
Yeah, I thought I'm just a pawn down and okay, there is nothing. If I knew that if I knew that I had pawn on a3, I might have gone for it.
And you guys entered this endgame.
Yeah, even
it felt
this
like
I
you
thought
have some pressure, yeah?
Yeah, I must have been better. I don't know where I'm.
I do think he defended quite accurately in this one. Didn't make a lot of mistakes.
Yeah.
And things simplified after. Well, Prague, obviously, maybe half of an opportunity missed there, but still you said you're feeling quite good about your form. Any ambitions in this one?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really thinking about the standings for now, like GCT standings and everything. Obviously, last tournament, ruined my chances. So I'm not really thinking about it. I just want to, play some good chess after the last event.
Always exciting chess coming from you. Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Yeah, as expected, and I've been looking at chess with Prague for quite some time now. It would have been shocking to me if he missed both h5 and queen g3, and the line he showed after queen g3 there is basically the precise line that he needed to calculate. There was just kind of a strange brain glitch at the end there where, as he said, he just miscounted the pawns on the queen side after making this very precise 15-move calculation, and that stopped him from playing it. But yeah, you can't really count this as a massive chance miss, but he will be a bit unhappy about that. And we have only one more game running. It's this one. We left it after bishop f1, rook d6 played, queen h6, queen f8 played. And Fabi is thinking here, both of them are somewhat low on time. Fabi sort of more in control on 25 minutes, but for Alireza only 10 minutes left, but it becomes kind of easier to play now, because with the queen on f8, let's say after queen h4, you can even make some kind of a move like queen h8, you can start with queen g7, and Well, you've made progress on the queen side. A4 is hanging. You can maybe even have some dreams of pushing c5, c4 now that the bishop is no longer there. And whatever little threats white can generate, let's say you bring the rook back down to f3 and g3, but at the end of that line, really the best you can hope for is play rook f3 back and hope that the attack against the f6 pawn will be enough to convince Alireza to take the draw after queen g7. And for the time being, we will park this and we will have a conversation between Christian and Liren.
Liren, obviously the whole chess world was about to follow and wanted to follow this big clash. How did you approach this one? What were your emotions going into this game against Gukesh?
Well, I want to surprise him in the opening. In the meantime, save my preparation.
Save the preparation, that's quite important. Thank you for letting us know on that detail. Tell us a bit about the game.
The game starts with Italian defense, and here, normally he played a6 instead of a5. Mm-hmm. But before he played a5 a lot.
Do you think he's saving some preparation as well?
Maybe he didn't want me to get well prepared. He wanted to surprise me at first. Mm. Here he played this line more safe, I can say, comparing to h6. H6 there are so many positions. Mm-hmm. Right after that, he played bishop a7, and I remember the preparation was bishop e3. So here is all my preparation, but now I don't know how to play. To play knight d2 but it looks very harmful and harmless with knight on d2, so I want to develop the pawn to c4.
So you want to go c4, knight c3?
c3, yeah.
Got it.
Got it. Here I was very worried about d5. He played it. So I'm quite... First I want to take with knight, but he take with knight. If I take g6, he can take with f2. Mm-hmm. And don't
you felt this is pretty harmless,
yes.
Yeah, for black.
If I play f3, he can go queen g5. If queen e1 and bishop h3, he takes.
And if he take on f1, yes. Cannot take with the queen because of queen takes c3. Mm-hmm. That's nicely calculated, yes.
So I develop knight. Mm-hmm. Yes, this is a good move. Knight e4, and here.
But you still managed to get some pressure in the following
I was worried of being worse. After c5, I don't know how to continue.
Okay. Okay, but that's why you took with the knight. And
yes, I took the knight. But c5.
How did you assess this position? Because it did look like you're getting some sort of an attack
I
on the king
was
side.
worried about queen h4 here, yes, to stop my queen h6 idea. Mm-hmm. If I go king h2, I play rook a8. If I go f4, then play this. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. For queen f2, I saw this idea, but I'm not sure if I'm better.
Mm-hmm. It does look like you're getting some sort of an initiative on this side, but he decided to go for this d4. Did this move surprise you? What was your initial reaction when you first saw this move?
d4, he can take with the queen, then I have nothing better than perpetual check with rook g7. Mm-hmm. So I had queen 6, and now
it does go lower after rook to e1. It's not like plus 1.2. It gets a little bit lower. Did you consider this move, rook to e1?
No, but here it was the idea rook e4, rook h4.
Yes. Yes. Which is, again, not deadly by any means, but it does pose some questions.
Yeah.
Perhaps queen, maybe even d takes c3 would be a good move here. Take, and try to go for queen d5.
Maybe h4.
h4, yeah.
d8, h5.
Which rook should we go?
F rook. Queen d2, rook e3.
Yes. These sort of setups
could be very strong.
Get the checkmate, yes.
Rook join attack by
yes.
E3 line.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. But you chose this move, bishop to d3, and after c4, d3. You spend a lot of time here. What were you calculating?
Every move I can take on g6.
Of course.
It's a simple job, but I want to play for one move more. But here he can, maybe he can go queen b6. Oh, not the case.
Queen b6, h4.
Oh.
Yes. Now, Ding, obviously after d3, you decided to finally go for this one and make the draw. How do you feel about your form? Obviously, this has been a topic of discussion for a few tournaments now, but in Astana, you said you gained a lot of confidence after that tournament. How are you feeling right now?
I think I'm playing better than in the beginning of this year. So I played many tuning games with my seconds, and although I lost most of them, but actually I got familiar with chess. I learned from the lose a lot.
Well, Ding, great to see you with a positive attitude. Great to see you here in St. Louis. We'll let you go, get your rest, get your preparation going, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
And please, Christian, do tell for Ding Liren on behalf of ourselves as well, a hearty welcome to St. Louis. I'm glad to see him here and thank him for accepting the wild card. We have one game remaining. Jump right in.
Well,
Peter,
it's
because I'm not quite sure what
it's drifting
Fabi
away
is
from
doing.
Fabi a little bit. Yeah, he also placed the queen on a slightly unexpected square on h5. I think you know you're not putting pressure on the f6 pawn. You're not protecting f2. Additionally, if you play rook f3 here, you have not actually created the threat of rook g3 because black can take. This pawn is pinned. So the engine now plays queen e2.
What?
And this is like, I think this tells you everything you need to know about this position.
This
is really not going in the direction it's supposed to be going. Even c6, c5 is now something you can very seriously consider.
Can
something
black
like
take
queen h6.
on a4, or is there a problem with that?
You can, yeah. Somehow, and this is honestly quite weird to me as well, the engine currently thinks giving white this tempo to now have some rook d1, d3, g3 ideas actually makes it good for white again. Not very good, but kind of good. Yeah. And instead it plays c5 is the best one. Alternatively, you can play queen g6 and queen h6. I'm assuming with the ideas of playing rook b2 and maybe putting pressure on the f2 pawn. Yeah, c5 is by far the biggest favorite of the engine here. Obviously, the threat of this pawn getting to c3 is massive, so you have to waste maybe a full move on something like queen c2, and now rook b2 is okay, queen h6 is okay. This really isn't heading in the direction that we expected, because our entire narrative somewhere around these parts was this is more or less completely risk-free for white because of just how safe we are. But now that Fabi wasted maybe is strong, but spent 4 moves doing not very much and also retreating with the bishop, it seems like Alireza could legitimately start thinking about playing for a win.
But we do have an interview. Christian is with Anish Giri.
Anish, a very interesting opening discussion between yourself and Wesley. It seems like somebody surprised the other, but still not sure which one did the first surprise. What is your experience tell you?
Yeah, we've played a lot of games with Wesley in this around these positions. Of course, it's in both of our repertoires, also kind of positional kind of things. And he played the Benoni, which is quite remarkable and
quite surprising from Wesley, right?
Exactly. Of course, I have looked at it because it's, for example, Parham played it against Svidler, which suits Parham very well. He likes to play Benoni colors reversed, but I didn't quite think that Wesley would do that against me in the first round, because White is of course taking also serious risks, and even the computers there are like flirting with the advantage for Black in these lines. Of course, Black isn't better, but. Still, I didn't expect this choice from Wesley.
And generally, Wesley is a much more cautious player. He likes to have the plus,
exactly.
Especially with White.
Especially with White, when he can have the plus. And there are various options here where you can play with a lot less risk than here. So I didn't expect it from Wesley. But I respected that choice a lot, so I was happy to fight. What I was surprised by though, is he was kind of started thinking here, because I think what I did is more or less mainline. I mean, I remember there are different ways of playing. Black is choosing between rook e8, bishop c5, a5, and h6, and there are a lot of subtleties, and I was trying to sort of recollect them again. And but okay, I chose some sort of order, and I was surprised he was thinking. And I think after rook e1, e5, here I'm very comfortable already. So I was thinking if there is something, it's probably with rook b5. And the line goes knight c5, yes, bishop a3, queen to c7. And I couldn't make it work for white. So maybe knight d2 is nice, because I cannot really take here, because there's some business. Or maybe I can play rook somewhere, and then I'm sort of able to maintain the stronghold here, because I can sort of... Actually, he said even drop the bishop back. I was thinking about b6, but maybe just dropping the bishop back is stronger. And then bishop d7, b6, I'm sort of all right. But I felt like this rook on b5 would... if I'm worse, then this is how I'm worse, let's say.
Yes.
But he didn't find a way after knight c5. Actually, I don't know what it is.
You guys actually discussed the game quite a lot, quite at length after the game.
Yeah, we had time to, afterwards.
He was here in the studio for like 20 minutes or so.
We're talking about the usual topics, our game, our matches with Hans, all of the usual. But rook e1, I was surprised. I felt like it looks kind of good for me. So I don't know what he prepared exactly. Very strange, also a risky choice and not so deeply prepared.
That's
I don't know
what surprised me.
Maybe people stop respecting me. That's maybe what's happening. I have to regain some of that respect, because this is just total disrespect. You go for some position worse for why you don't even prepare. Okay, next level. But yeah, knight d3. I think knight 3 also strange move. Yeah, probably I'm better here. Yeah, just maybe knight f6.
Bishop g4. It seems.
Yeah, I was not sure about this position, of course. He does have potential to go f4, and my d-pawn is weak. So I was not completely sure. Of course, currently it looks ugly. I have sort of a grip, but I was not sure if I am better here. And I missed some details after knight c5 that I saw knight b5. Yeah, to be honest, I thought I'm here from position of strength, but I missed rook c1, honestly. Like what I missed is that after takes, he takes rook c to d1. Because rook f1, and now, yes, so I kind of missed that. And that was a bummer, because I was thinking, okay, this is probably drawish. I expected b4, take bc, and I'm slightly better, but not much. And I was happy with that, happier than with the knight f6 thing. And then when he played rook c1, I realized that, I'm still fine, but I'm not anymore on the good side of things. And I was not even accurate. This a4, okay, I have various ways to try and make a draw, but I didn't see a very clean one. And a4 I thought was clean, because b, I want to go rook a4. And then it's, like I calculated some line like this. And rook cd1, knight d3, it's just a draw. Should be some knight b4. And he went b4, which is very brave exchange sack, which I missed, because he's sort of sacking an exchange. And then I got quite concerned here.
Maybe bishop d5.
Yes, bishop d5. We talked about it after the game. He said, I was thinking about rook e d8, but I think it doesn't work because rook c3, what I missed. And actually, though, we were afterwards, I was thinking about this, let's say maybe this is a fortress, I don't know. Maybe not. And
it's a very dangerous one.
Yeah, no, but it's crazy to do this. But rook b8 is what he thought. But I was worried. That was the one-sided game with Vincent. And he had the chance to sack an exchange like that. And I remember I thought during the game, okay, here's some exchange sack. And then after the game, I checked the engine, said like he's completely winning there.
Yes.
So I knew that computers really like these exchange sacks sometimes when there's the bishop supports the pawn. So I was very worried that when I missed this before thing, like I just sort of assumed it cannot work. And I also thought that in the worst case I can do this, but actually this worst case started to be very annoying. Like I thought, okay, this endgame is not fun to play. I'm not very stable on the... Even if I had a pawn on like b5, it's okay, but I'm not stable on the b5 square.
The b-pawn can run at...
Yeah, so I have to watch the b-pawn, and of course I can try to switch with the d-file and hit the a-pawn maybe.
It's very dangerous.
Yeah, and I have not so much time, so I was not thrilled with that. Finally, I should have gone bishop d5, because this, now I can do this, and now I can even do this. And surprisingly for me, like initially I was thinking this is great for white, but then I realized actually it's very good for black. Because I'm, let's see, he comes with the king, but he can't come further. Whenever he goes b5, I collect the pawn. And my knight on b3 is sort of trapped, but it's actually chilling there.
Yes.
And if king
controls
c2,
the bishop.
Yes, then I can reroute the horse very nicely. King comes to e6, I have full control over the position. So once I realized that this is good, then I could no longer fear these positions, and then I gained an important tempo. Because otherwise you think that I have to do something like this. in some other order. But okay, this again is a little bit of suffering. But once I could go rook e8, then I gain a tempo, then yeah, this is already a comfortable draw.
You mentioned that match with Hans. Obviously, that was a new experience for you, playing in a hotel gala, playing hall, 2 rounds a day of classical chess. You probably haven't done that in a long time. How was that experience for you?
Yeah, it was a very unpleasant experience because I was thinking, it was the offer is too good to be true. Yeah, when it came to me, I thought, okay, some novice sending me a challenge with a big prize fund.
You're
a lot of games.
Farm some rating points.
I was going to farm everything, the cash, the rating points, rapid blitz as well, and I thought this is great. When do you get such an opportunity? Nobody knows. I mean, sometimes people invite me for matches, but it was never anything even close to this juicy. And 2 games a day, yes, a little bit, but I thought, he's also overestimating his youth because he had a very tense schedule.
He was playing non-stop. Yes.
And he was traveling. And I was also not too kind. Like at some point he said, he's traveling. I had some busy schedule. So I said, okay, no, we start the next day. So I was thinking, okay, it's going to work out very well. I also played some other players in the blitz matches before. I was doing very well in my training.
So you've done
games.
some preparation?
Yeah, definitely.
For the match?
Yeah,
okay.
I was doing very well in the training games. I was very confident. But already on day 1, I realized, okay, already before the start, I realized something is off because I signed up to play 2650 guy who hasn't done anything great in a long time, but then by the time we started playing, he has gained rating to up to 2710. Mm-hmm. He's also beat Wesley, and so first he beat Maxime in the SCC. In SCC, yes. He beat Wesley after he beat me in the Blitz, which was already more of a relief than not, to be honest. But yeah, it was not at all what I signed up for. And by the end, I got hope at some point in the classical portion when I won the first game. But even there, at some point, he started to...
What surprised you the most about, let's say, his progress?
Yeah, just his level.
Was it the speed, the level?
Yeah, just the level, honestly. Somehow, and I think that I sort of understand some of my colleagues, they have this strong assumption that somehow Hans is a noob. And that, he must be a noob. I had that as well, but then when he proves you wrong over the board, it's really hard to accept that. Because normally, someone who looks like a noob is a noob, but it's not always the case. And on the other hand, a lot of great players now, and a lot of great players these days. So you never know.
I'm sure very few people will consider him a noob moving forward.
No, not a noob anymore. No.
Anish, thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Christian, as always. Thank you, Anish. And the standings, just before we jump back to the remaining game.
Let's have a look. We have 4 draws, so everyone's sharing first with a half point at the moment.
Absolutely. And the big game remaining, Fabi versus Alireza. Peter, take it away. What's been going on while we've been interviewing the players?
Well, this is the position, and Alireza just made a very, very important decision here. We left it here. We played king h2. The queen was driven back. Queen f3. King g7 is playable, but c65 is also completely playable. And Fabi chooses not to play bishop b5 here. I guess very much getting into the spirit of, I don't care about the a4 pawn, please take it. And goes rook c1. And really, there was no particular reason not to take it. And the engine was very strongly suggesting that after, let's say, rook takes a4, queen d1, just putting it back, there is really no more attack because this rook really isn't getting lifted to g3. We can also very much now start looking into ideas of getting this king over to e7. Perhaps what he didn't like is that there's this cute move, rook c1, a1, using the pin on the g-file to take on a5. But interestingly, the engine now says, my king will be so safe on g7 that I can switch to creating my own threats. Let's say queen d3, I go king g8, g7, up a pawn. Second rook about to land on b2.
Right.
There will, just optically, it doesn't look like the king on g7 will ever be threatened in this game. Big advantage for black. Instead, Alireza played rook b2. He's still better, but after queen d3, which appears to be the only good move here, once again utilizing this pin along the g-file not to lose the pawn on f2, it seems like white is now back to being able to hold. I guess we want to play rook c2, secure the pawn on f2. And because the pawn on a4 survived, our situation on the queen side is just not as dire. Because in these positions, you can't play slowly anymore. Like you just start,
A3.
there's two of them now, and the one on the A file is kind of threatening. You know, if it gets to A3, you will feel it.
Right.
It will not pass unnoticed. One thing I will mention though is 14 against 5.
Yeah,
and
that's
it is
a big thing.
that eternal time trouble that we were talking about. So Alireza now will be playing on roughly this time. He can gain some time, I guess, by playing incredibly fast, but he hasn't really been blitzing.
You said that Queen F3 to D3 in this current situation is the best only move?
Well, Bishop E2 is the second best, but it's awkward. You don't really want to put the bishop on that square where it's not properly supported. It actually makes all your future moves slightly harder to make. So yeah, Queen D3 is, I would say, a must. Yeah.
So would it be fair to say that Fabi has either been outplayed or he's outfoxed himself?
Yes, I think starting from him missing Queen H6 here, because once again it's a harsh thing to criticize because it's a difficult calculation. You need to see a lot of things, and just generally with your Queen on C1, it doesn't really look like you're giving mate just yet. You're just hoping to exert pressure, and to give up a full bishop here, and then the opposite of the rook lift. I think your mind might actually kind of prevent you from seeing this immediately. But as is often the case in positions like this, his play was fine when it was leading to something. And it was leading to this particular moment. Bishop F1 was also, for some reason, honestly not very clear to me, is much weaker than Bishop E2. I do not know why. But very specifically, if you go for this plan and black allows you to take on F6, there needs to be a payoff. And starting from Bishop F1, it seems like the next maybe 5 moves were a little bit soft. And he now finds himself in a situation where he needs to make precise moves not to be in even more trouble.
Thank you, Peter. And 5 minutes to 12 minutes.
He does have the time advantage.
Yeah, it's starting to get a little nervous for Fabi fans here because it's clear he's been outplayed, and it's not like, okay, Queen D3 defends the problem child tactically, right? There is a pin, but also makes a lot of sense for black to start thinking, well, I can go full in, I've got the rooks coming down the B file and an advantage black.
Basically now, where is the compensation for that extra pawn? Before we had the attack.
Just a good blockade.
Right.
Our compensation has become a blockade, like, oh dear. So it definitely went backwards.
Oh, he played Queen D1, not Queen D3.
I'm just going to refresh
Seems
my
a
board.
little bit
Queen to D1.
Passive?
Because it is. I'm assuming we're going to release the pin. Are we banking on some rook G3?
I think maybe I see Fabi's idea. Maybe he wants Bishop E2, Bishop H5.
Okay, so rook D6, Bishop E2, you reckon? And Bishop H5. What exactly is the bishop doing over there?
He looks more active than he did on F1. That's pretty much it.
I saw on a number of occasions that Peter has actually just been putting the king on G7. Let's just imagine that I'm not exactly sure why I'm doing this. Well, I do imagine why I'm doing this, actually. I wanted to play rook to D2 and rook B2.
Yeah, that's unpleasant. Maybe I have to do rook C2 here.
Okay. And
rook B1, right?
Rook B1?
That also looks interesting.
Also looks... the thing I was thinking was just, like, how good / bad is it if I do get in the pawn coming to C4?
Probably Queen C4 here.
Queen C4. I was ready to sacrifice the pawn. Queen to C4.
You shouldn't have told me that you were playing
right. Yeah, okay. Wow.
Okay, Firouzja has less than 4 minutes on the clock. That can be a problem.
Sure, but if you're enjoying a pawn up in a better position,
I was trying to figure out what the difference between Queen D3 and Queen D1 was, and I think I got it.
Go for it.
Fabi played Queen D1 instead of Queen D3, and now the best move by far is the move King G7, which seems quiet, but I think it's just an improvement move. Before we do anything else, I think that's the way to explain it. And the massive difference is if you play rook f3 here, black can just take on e4, which would not have been a
with
move.
the queen on d3.
A move with the queen on d3. And if you don't have rook f3, black just continues improving. Kind of shockingly to me, after bishop c4, the engine suggests going h5, which I think is a very heavy hint at wanting to play h5, h4, and then we never have to worry about any rook getting to g3. And once we've completely safeguarded our king, we can start looking at things to do proactively.
Right.
And yeah, it really, really hates this for white. King g7 hasn't been played yet, but it's a kind of a move I think you enjoy making, because you further safeguard your position. f6 is further protected. You've gotten your king off the back rank. All of these are good things, which, in particular on 2 minutes, it's a kind of a tidy move that you like making. And also, let's say if you play bishop f2, I was wondering about that, and this is probably an additional reason to like king g7. We now have this tactic.
Thank you. A lovely exchange sacrifice suddenly.
Giving up the rook on d6 to, very importantly, win the f2 pawn. You have to play queen d3 and now rook e3. For instance, put the bishop on g3. We have 2 pawns for the exchange. Now, by far the safest of the 2 kings. Just a massive, massive advantage for black.
Nobody likes it for white.
He's going to rook b6, though.
Right.
Which is maybe a second best move, but it does allow white to play bishop b2 in particular, which is something the engine very much likes. I'm not sure why it's so crucial to play bishop e2 here, maybe just to protect the f2 pawn. But
I think Nazi and I were looking at this actually, Peter. Bishop e2, queen h6, just sidestepping.
Yeah, rook c2 holds. You're not enjoying this at all anymore, but you've re-established control. Like, we've not lost the a4 pawn, we've not lost the f2 pawn, and after rook b1, queen d3, rook a1, it still prefers black, because now you have to worry a little bit about rook bb1 coming in and some threats along the back rank. But with precise play, this somehow works out as okay for white, even though as I'm looking at this position,
it's like
I'd be panicking with white, because we are still not doing anything at all proactively on the king side, and we're kind of getting mated a little bit there. You know, if the rook gets to h1, we're going to be
unhappy,
in a great deal of trouble.
Unhappy.
Now, this is a very dramatic game, and honestly, we kind of need one in this round, with a lot of potentially very sharp positions all fizzling and 4 draws to begin with.
Thank you, Peter. By the way, during that interview with Anish, you probably heard that technical term that Anish used. That was a bummer. That means things didn't work out so well. Wanted to clarify what a bummer meant. Queen d3, it's queen d1, pardon me, that's a bummer. It looks like after this move, rook d6, as well as king g7, black is just kind of enjoying what's going on. He's safeguarded his king. Remember that from the position after queen c1, like what few moves white has played, and black has played like all of these useful moves. Queen g6.
Black is now in full control of one of the open files. The queen is on g6, completely protecting the king side.
As opposed to on e7.
We played c5, and for white, we moved the rook from e1 to c1.
And
we brought the bishop back to f1 for whichever reason.
Right.
And
we've accomplished nothing.
Yeah,
whereas
not much
our
in the way of progress.
Really looks to our eyes as if Alireza has accomplished a lot, although he's consumed a lot of time doing it.
Indeed, he only has 2 minutes and 20 seconds left, while Fabi still has more than 9 minutes. And yes, you can say it's very easy to play for black, but I still feel like 2 minutes is not enough to convert this position.
Yeah, except when you do see that, let's say rook c2. Oh, pardon me. Hold on. How are we?
Bishop e2 is a good starting point here. Yeah.
Okay. So bishop e2, queen h6. When you do see this idea of rook c2, rook c1, queen d3, and doubling the rooks down the b file, you go, okay, I'll go for that.
Yeah, I think this looks intuitively just very strong. So, I think you're, as a human player, you might actually assume you're winning there.
Indeed.
Which you're not, because you're playing a computer in our scenario, but...
really? How does the computer handle this variation, Peter?
After rook a1, it goes bishop h5, and if we go rook bb1, it goes queen a6. And it just allows all of these checks and says we're holding on, and it starts creating its own counterplay with ideas of queen c8 check and so on. f6 is now hanging, f7 might hang. But it's very easy to be brave like this when you are an engine.
Right.
Rook a3, check f3, or king h4. King h4 in particular is kind of funny.
Stop.
King h4, 0, 0, 0. In fact, black actually needs to be careful here not to lose, which is absolutely absurd.
King h4.
Yeah, king h4, and you have to play either rook g1 or rook h2. Everything else apparently leads to white being better. But yeah, I mean, good luck even starting with bishop h5, frankly. Which is not a move that would have occurred to me necessarily in this position.
Well, Fabi did play bishop e2.
Yeah.
Well,
good start.
King h4 would never cross my mind.
Yeah, this is absolutely illegal. Like you should not be allowed to do this.
Like what? What? Remarkable line.
Queen h6 played, but this is very logical. Yeah,
Right.
this is very, very logical.
Yeah,
Intending to
rook d2.
play queen d2 or rook d2. Both of those ideas are very, very scary.
Well,
and for Fabi, he can still sort of bail with bishop b5. It doesn't lose. But apart from the move rook c2 and the move bishop b5, everything else appears to be borderline. I mean, it's going to be very close to trouble.
Thank you. But c1 is hanging, and f6 is hanging. No, what?
Somehow this works out. Bishop b5, rook f2, takes, and then rook f1 in the end. Then your rook on b6 is very awkward.
Check first, then rook f1.
Check first, and then rook f1.
So what?
And this is somehow okay.
Check.
You can't cover with the queen.
Yeah.
No,
king g7, rook f1, queen f4, check, king h1. And for, once again, whatever reason, this appears to be fine. In fact, rook b7...
Queen.
Yeah. The only move to make a draw here is c5, c4. I have no idea why. Why can't I play rook b7? What is going on? Queen d5 followed by queen a2.
Queen a2, and once the piece.
Geometry
Actually, that is beautiful.
Geometry is a beautiful science.
Queen d5, queen a2, and bishop b5 on the board. Bishop
b5 on the board, yes.
A very reasonable expectation that Fabi might say, well, wait a minute, this is getting very serious.
Best move is rook d2.
Yes, that's
queen g4,
easy.
queen g6.
Two easy moves to make.
You have to play queen h4, I think.
Which is strange, because we just came from h4.
Yeah,
so you have to undo everything you just did.
Yeah, and now, as black, I think you are quite interested in the idea of playing king f8, king e7, just to never have to worry about
Definitely,
the king.
Yeah.
And then we reach some kind of a impasse. White goes rook f3, king e7, it goes
I was
rook
going to say,
f1.
at some point, black wants to take rook b5 and a4, a3, but rook f3
Yeah,
just killed that
he started
idea.
with king f8 there after bishop b5.
Okay.
King f8 immediately.
And now after rook c2, the engine says white is slightly better.
What? That is...
Well, that's sort of understandable, because we're back to this original situation where the rook on b6 is now locked out. We have not lost the a4 pawn. We've stabilized against threats against the f2 pawn. We want to play rook c2, swap those down, maybe play g3, king g2. We're completely safe. I'm not sure how we're making progress, but black is back to being very, very passive, and white is the one making most of the running. Rook c2 on the board, I think.
He's played it, yes. It was a surprise for me exactly in this position that Alireza did not play rook to d2 and go for that position where the queen was squeezed to h4. But okay, he's played king f8, rook to c2. And it's funny that the computer says white's better, because
actually you have to play rook b4.
Yeah, because I was thinking that probably this exchange sacrifice is not as strong as in those other variations when you got a pawn on a3. But rook to b4 makes sense.
You have to play rook b4. If you trade rooks, at least on my screen, the variation starts bottoming out. It doesn't It doesn't reach really alarming proportions, but the engine severely dislikes the position with the rook on b6 being your only rook on the board.
Okay, so rook to b4, by the way, has been played with how much time on the clock?
1 minute and 19 seconds for Alireza.
Yeah, and this is why this time control is so tricky.
Getting dicey.
Yeah.
But now he can play king e7 and just shuffle pieces around, right?
Yes.
Probably, yeah.
Yes.
Probably.
I'm thinking it's time to do a little reshuffling as well. G3, King G2, maybe on a good day, Rook could somehow slide its way. I don't know how I'm supposed to get to...
You can do that, you can start with King, Queen F3, but it does seem that some kind of an equilibrium has been reached, which would be a very nice evaluation if not for the fact that Alireza will have a minute for the remaining however many moves.
For the equilibrium.
And I think Fabi is very, very incentivized just to keep it alive.
Right.
And to continue. It's just a question of whether you can create a single problem with the king on e7 and the way the black pieces are set up. Because how do you create a threat?
Yeah, without being too abusive, this rook needs a better job. The rook on b6, I don't know exactly. I'll put the king on e7.
Maybe it goes to d6 and you park it on d6 and you wait.
Yeah. That seems reasonable, right? Fair.
I think, honestly, none of the black heavy pieces have really much to look forward to anymore. So we just assume we're going to be defending for a while, and we defend.
What about like king e7, rook d6, and then if we get a chance, move the bishop?
Yeah, but will we?
That's a big if.
Queen d3 on the board, and he did that with how much?
He's got still 7 minutes, slightly less than 7 minutes.
Queen d3.
Yeah, I feel like we're entering a period of shuffling. It's going to be very difficult for either side to do anything proactive.
Well, even with the chess engine eval notwithstanding, I just think that practical game, I'll take the minute and the pawn.
Really?
You know, rook d6.
I would never take a minute.
Never, you know. You need the time trouble, I know.
Yeah, time trouble, panic sets in, and then objectivity goes out of the window. And
right.
Yeah.
You see ghosts.
Yeah,
and suddenly,
exactly.
like, blunder.
Especially when you're in time trouble for a long time.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about, perpetual jeopardy here, as the players will be relying upon their increments for the rest of the game. No second time control.
On the other hand, what are some moves for white to even
Again,
make Alireza think?
G3, King G2.
Sure.
Swap the queen and rook positions so that the rook on C2 would come to F3 on a good day.
Okay. That's going to take a while.
And then I don't know what to do. I'll be there. I'll be there.
What did Alireza play? Rook d6.
Yes.
So I think G3 makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it no longer really feels like we're going to be using the G3 square for anything else, so why not G3, King G2?
He played bishop c4.
Fabi is very intent on trying to give up the pawn on a4, but it seems like right this moment it's not a problem. If you go rook takes a4, bishop takes f7 is actually very, very strong with queen b3 in the end there.
Thank you.
So a little bit of a trap there by Fabiano.
But if Alireza repeats, goes back to b6?
Or king e7 or queen g6. As long as you don't touch the pawn on a4, you're not in trouble.
I was thinking maybe they want to repeat 3 times, but...
Looking for a repetition and a bailout.
King e7 played?
e7?
No, these players are definitely maximalists. King e7.
Yeah, a lot of repetitions on my screen, and not the bishop b5, rook b6, just like the engine goes queen f3 and then back, or queen e2 and then back. It seems like we've reached a situation where, as I said, it's now going to be very, very difficult for either side to do anything proactive.
Any benefit to putting the bishop on d5 instead of b5?
Yeah, first of all, just to boldly mention the obvious, bishop takes f2, now that the rook has been protected, is a threat. So bishop to d5.
Well, we still control all the squares. Like the queen from d3 is still not threatening to jump to a6 or anywhere. And
all the business squares protected, yeah.
Queen g3 chosen.
Queen to g3.
Yeah. Well, it's queen g8. But of course...
Not going to be allowed, I think queen g6 is a very automatic response to this, and then the queen has to go back.
Rook d8 also possible, maybe?
Yeah, I'm very much in favor of this rook on d6 having a more useful job.
Yeah, absolutely fine as well. queen g6, rook d8, king f8 even. As long as you don't blunder queen g8 followed by queen c8 and you have to deal with that queen rummaging in your cupboards. You know, as long as you don't do that.
No.
Alireza under a minute, 40 seconds. He's going for rook d8.
Queen g6 also, you would probably go back to no, you can't go. Queen g6, maybe queen
F3?
h4.
Queen h4,
Rook
yes.
h5. Rook d8 on the board. Very sensible, very logical, I should say. You just cover g8.
Yeah, I think they're going to find some kind of repetition because...
I'm not sure.
It's not easy.
How do you keep trying, though?
Well, at a certain moment, maybe rook I know that bishop f7 is an answer to rook a4, but losing the f7 pawn may not be that bad. I mean, in some ways, you know, getting rid of that.
You would try to play with black, you mean?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, precisely.
I thought it was Fabi who was trying to play.
Well,
for
the
him.
engine is definitely saying that white is fine and maybe pressing. Yeah, it's just
the engine suggests nobody should be playing for anything here.
Right.
But this is not how these two guys work.
No.
I'm pretty sure both of them are sort of playing for a win.
In
a weird way.
I mean, is it just me or is Alireza playing very slowly? I mean, it's not like he's building up any cushion. Every move he's taken a half a minute or more.
I think he feels like he's in time trouble.
He's
'Cause he's such a great bullet player.
right. But sometimes that can be
And moves are kind of easy in
distracting.
this position, so...
Yeah, the way
G6.
to properly scare black here would be to essay g2, g4, which is probably a horrible, horrible idea. But against somebody on a minute, if you really want to go all in, you can play g4 and say, I am now threatening g5. Believe me, it's a winning threat. It probably
H6?
isn't. Yeah, h6,
Yeah.
h4, and like just bluff like this. But yeah, I am very much not advising that. I don't think it's a good idea at all.
Right.
But it occurred to me that it exists as a kind of a last-minute all-in. It is round one, though, so I don't really quite see why we're in search of last-minute all-ins for Fabi. Yes, he would very much like to win this game in terms of the GCT standings. It's a kind of a win that counts double.
Is a4 still not hanging now? Because we don't have the tactic.
Right. That tactic of queen coming
Yeah,
e3.
if rook a4 here,
Yes.
it goes rook a2 and says white is to be preferred.
Wow.
Because after rook takes a2, queen takes a2, you suddenly
It's not so
will
easy
probably
to
have
defend.
to let the queen inside, and then defense becomes quite unpleasant. For instance, maybe the only move that holds is bishop d4, c3, and everything else kind of starts looking scary.
No, I'm not taking the a4 pawn and allowing that. Rook b8, very sensible, and
Yeah,
then
bishop-
quickly bishop to b5 just to stop these penetrations.
Maybe queen h6 back. We're going to repeat the position. Maybe not the moves, but position.
Exactly.
Yeah, and good luck keeping track of
Is this a
keeping track of
three-time
where
repetition?
where
Right.
everything was. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's that famous, like a very old-timey story in one of the books by Edward Gufeld.
Yes.
There is this absolutely hilarious story of one of one of his female students claiming a threefold, and then her opponent suggested that it's a different rook that is now on d4. They were playing like a 120 move game, and there was a threefold with rooks on d5 and d4 until her opponent claimed that the rooks got switched, and somehow this makes it a different position because those are the different rooks. And they started marking them on the bottom. They turned them around and wrote like rook 1 and rook 2 on the bottom of the rook, and then started playing through the game. And as all Gufeld stories, you suspect it might not be entirely true, but it's a good story nonetheless. Yeah.
I must say, I laughed when reading that. That was pretty funny. Rook back to d8, and again, we're still in that half a minute, 1 minute zone.
1 minute for Alireza, 4.5 for Fabi.
Right.
He goes queen f3.
Oh, we may have.
It does feel like they are finding a repetition after all.
No, still a fresh position, I think.
Still a fresh position.
Yeah, last time the queen was on f3, the bishop was on c4, so this feels like a
Queen
fresh,
was on
a
h6.
fresh position.
So I could go rook c8, threatening is a strong word, intimating I want to play c4. You will play bishop c4.
Yeah, we
then
put it
go
back, yeah.
rook back to b8. And somehow that might be the repetition.
I think he's going for it. No, he lifted the rook back to d6.
d6. Nothing wrong with that either.
But I think Fabi should try g3, h4, right? Just to improve the king side a little bit.
Right.
It also takes away some squares from your own pieces, so... Like, maybe you're still dreaming of one day being able to play rook c2, g3, yeah, but I think it's pretty clear you will not be able to ever, but... and there it is, yeah. In your heart of hearts, maybe you are an optimist.
G2, G3. Well, that puts paid to any three-fold repetition. As,
and now we can have another exciting 50 moves of this.
Excellent.
At least.
Now that the structure has been adjusted.
Right. Firmly established. You have played the move G3. Is the king safer on G7 now? Oops, what?
You mean black's king back to G7?
Yeah.
It does H4, H5, so I wouldn't put the king on G7.
But then the queen goes to H6, and, well, I don't know. Queen G8, king G2.
Yeah. Is he planning to just abandon the pawn on H7 and push for like queen C8, rook H5, C4 and mix it up? I'm pretty sure queen C8 is not being answered by rook H5, by the way.
C8, rook, why not?
I think we're probably stopping C4 first and then going rook H5. I don't see any reason to allow C4, C3. But yeah, who knows?
Whoa. I'm not sure, Peter. Just a second.
You can keep the queen on G8, just shuffle the rook again. Rook B6.
Yeah, but why have we played queen G8 then?
Answer.
Yes. I am demanding an explanation here.
Let's ask Alireza after the game. Yeah, so he played rook b6.
B6, so still the rook shuffle. If you were to ask the players, who do you think is playing for a win? Or would they both say, I was just keeping the position alive?
Yeah, I think it's Fabi only because of the time situation.
I think what they will say is, you can't offer a draw here. And also on a minute and in a position where minute details change all the time, and we're not confident looking for a threefold because we might be wrong.
Okay. H3, H4. I would, if I was in Alireza's shoes, I would love it if White were to ever play the move H5, because that would be, in a sense,
H6,
locking down the...
You don't have to worry about the H7 point.
Exactly.
Right.
And rook b6, I mean, what I'm basically saying is this would be a kind of an automatic, if I'm in Alireza's shoes.
Then he can move his queen to the queen side.
Exactly. And we do instead have queen e2.
I think now we're running out of useful moves for White. Maybe.
Peter, what's the evaluation?
It's been firmly in the 0-0-0 camp for quite some time now. I think ever since Alireza decided not to take on a4 and kind of went back with his pieces, it's been suggesting that pretty much any move by any side here is completely fine, because well, you just can't you can't create a threat. I've been looking at ways to make the exchange sacrifice on the c5 square a threat somehow. But the queen would need to be on some completely artificial square for that. Like, you need to get it over to c1 and hope that black will do nothing about it. And honestly, even if you achieve that, I'm not sure that sacrifice is any good. So I'm really struggling to figure out how you're even attempting to liven this up now, because with the king on e7 and the way the pieces are, I'm sure Fabi would have liked to play against a minute here, because honestly, this eternal minute is difficult to handle. Like, the amount of pressure you're under, trying not to make a kind of a small tactical blunder for 25 moves, it's difficult for Alireza.
Right.
But also his position is just so sturdy. By this point, it's just so difficult to ask a question.
Yeah, and again, you're just saying 0-0s according to the chess engine. And I'm guessing Fabi's time is kind of...
he still has 4 minutes.
Decaying, yeah. 4 minutes. Yes. Okay, that's even more than I thought that he had.
He's been making moves quickly and getting back to 4 or 5 minutes.
But to Peter's point, I'm just, like, wondering how do you improve? The rook on c2, as Peter's saying, imagining a sacrifice, rook takes c5 and getting that bishop out of the way.
Black would need to be completely blind to what you're preparing there for that to work, because
King h3, kind of indication once again.
I think he was playing g4, g5.
Right
when Alireza relaxes and thinks it's a draw.
Yeah, lull him into a false sense of
g4, h6
security there.
With some prep.
Queen c. Okay. Now, please, King g2, Queen g8. This is about as open a draw offer as we've had in this game.
Right.
Pin on the rook on f5. Very much like a logical move here would be to put the king back from whence it came.
What about Queen g4? Because I want to go Queen g7 and win the pawn.
You're ruining my beauty.
Sorry.
Queen g4, and you want to go where?
g7.
Also, rook takes e5 is a bit of a threat if you play Queen g4, but black probably doesn't blunder it. Queen e6 looks like a decent reply.
He's reaching for his king,
King
by the way.
g2,
King
and
g2.
Alireza, Queen e6 or Queen g8? Come on.
Quick question, c4?
No,
I know what you're suggesting as far as a repetition is concerned, but do I have a tactic?
I mean, you just want to trade?
c8 is hanging. I mean, maybe the full trades lead to a position you don't lose, but you are actually giving me a pawn here, right? Rook takes c4.
I'm giving you a pawn? How
Queen
could I
takes.
do that? Rook b5 is my intention.
And then I go back. Oh, but rook f3, bishop b2, that's really nice.
I'm trying to be a sneaky...
And your king is close enough.
Dirty rat.
Okay, now we have a very interesting test of where they feel they are in this position, because this now is a draw offer.
If a king goes to h3,
he went back to g8,
Queen c8,
not choosing any of the other perfectly legal options. By the way, instead of Queen g8,
yes,
c4 is decent, and my engine also for a second there was suggesting rook takes b5 followed by c4. It has now disappeared, but for a brief moment it was saying this is also playable, but it doesn't say that anymore.
Because?
Queen f3, and you start getting torn apart. And also, like you will enjoy this tactic. Blunder a rook.
Blunder a queen.
Call an ambulance.
But not for me.
But not for me, yeah. This is a draw, by the way.
How is that?
Rook g7 check, king d8, rook takes f7, b1 queen. Just rook 5 takes f6, and we have enough counterplay for this to be a draw anyway. But yeah, fun.
Fabi says no draw for you.
Fabi says no.
Queen g4.
And actually, this is now kind of sharp, because Queen e6, Queen g8, it starts suggesting you have to start making very committal decisions with black. Rook b8, Queen g7 is also not that. Yeah, sorry, why I was doing it off the screen. You would like to play Queen e6, but then after Queen g8, suddenly there are checks from e8, and it does suggest you have to start going for some very sharp tactical continuations to hold. And if you don't want to play Queen a6, it says Rook b8, but then you have to put your queen on this wonderful square. And after Queen h6, once again, says it's fine.
We do have Rook b8, and it's kind of an intimation that that's his intention. Queen g7, Queen
He will
h8.
have to, yeah. I think he will have to after Queen g7, because what else do you do? You don't want to give up on...
Fabi played bishop c4.
Interesting. Hang on.
So Queen G8.
Can he go Queen G8 back now?
Yeah, now you can play Queen G8. It's interesting that Fabi decided not to play Queen G7, because that actually was quite testing. After Queen H6, it's suggesting you have to go back to B6, and it says you can quite seriously now try to play for G4, G5 breaks. It doesn't get there, but it's definitely sort of the most life we've had in this position for quite some time. After bishop c4, I think now you can play Queen g8 and switch to...
Which he is.
The way you were holding this position earlier. I don't think we have, as white, much in a way of progress.
Yeah, by the way, those exchange sacrifices that you've been mentioning, rook takes b5, to my way of thinking, with that bishop so handsome on d4, and you get a4, a3, they can be very legit exchange sacrifices. Queen g8, and Sorry, Nasi,
It's same time. 4 minutes for Fabi.
That same.
For
I feel like it's a twilight zone. They're in this perpetual jeopardy, as Peter described it.
Queen e2 back.
Yeah.
I'm almost convinced we're going to see rook
b6.
Rook b6.
Right.
Rook b6 looks like a very, very logical move. Yeah.
Rook b8, b6.
Right.
Yeah.
Alireza looks a little bit worried, or maybe it's a time pressure. Eventually, you start to feel it in your body.
Yeah. Well,
He's going for rook b6.
yeah, it's one of those things too. It's this constant pressure that you're under, that and sometimes internally you relax yourself when you think, okay, now we're going to agree to a draw, and then your opponent plays a move like
It's
queen
very
g7.
annoying when your opponent keeps not repeating.
Precisely.
And you know it's still a draw, but you have to still make the correct moves.
And the tension builds up. A prelude to a blunder.
Right. But when you're an experienced player like Alireza, you've done this a million times. Doesn't affect you as much.
He's holding the position well.
Okay,
Bishop to
bishop.
d5.
Switch to d5. But how about rook p1 now?
Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm a pawn
Because I
grabber?
want to give rook h1 check, king g2, rook h4.
That's a pawn. I'd be grabbing that pawn too. But rook takes
30
a4?
seconds.
Rook takes a4? Just tell
I
me.
thought
Oh, rook
rook
a2.
still works.
Sorry, it's the same business.
Right.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah, I think we've reached the point where you pretty much never can take on a4, because it always leads to those positions where suddenly you have to defend on both flanks, and that's not great for black here.
Right.
He went back rook d6.
Rook d6.
Can Fabi try queen d2, queen h6? I'll be mad with queen g6.
Yeah, the way to do it was with the queen on h8. I'm
Right.
honestly a bit surprised he hasn't done it, because I don't think it's likely he will have a better shot at it.
Better opportunity.
Yeah.
Not for nothing. Is rook takes d5, queen c8, some kind of... Wow.
Rook c4.
Rook c4.
Fabi's really trying.
Now that invites rook b2, rook c2, rook back to b4.
Maybe a bit of a draw offer.
Yeah.
There was briefly a flash of rook d5, e5, queen c8 on my screen here, but it's
Right.
gone. It's gone again. Yeah.
Once again, can we just take a look at that? Rook takes d5, e takes d5.
Queen c8.
It's actually still zeros. You can play it. Yeah. You can absolutely play it.
And
G4?
G4 queen a6 is actually very strong.
Oh.
It's
Get
still
it
around
in.
equal, but it's a kind of around equal where black is playing for a win. And this is what I wanted to say about this exchange sacrifices. They will absolutely work if you can get the queens off.
Yes.
In pretty much every single endgame, you look for a way to give up that rook for a bishop. So this,
right
with
now.
in connection with queen c8, queen a6, it's very interesting.
So queen c8 happened instead of rook d5.
Yeah,
then
and
queen
Fabi
g4.
played queen g4.
Now rook d5 looks better, doesn't it?
Well, there's a rook e5 check.
When? At what moment?
I'm not sure.
Rook d5, it goes
e5
rook takes b4, c takes b4, rook takes e5. Still thinks it's a draw, by the way.
Sorry, what's
If
the
we
draw?
take on d5 here, it goes rook b4 first,
Okay.
asks us to take c takes b, goes rook e5, queen c8, and it's still a draw after bishop takes f2. Very important to take away the f pawn from the board so that our rook on e5 will stay on e5 forever. And now we go bishop e1, bishop c3, and we chill. But
Firouzja played queen d7.
not a winning attempt. Played queen d7,
Queen g7 now?
rook takes b4, c
Which
takes
happened?
b4, bishop b3 plus 1.
No, wait. After queen g7, now if he does rook d5, there is queen f6 in between.
Yes.
Is this the correct position?
Yes, it is. He's blundered. What?
No, he hasn't blundered anything.
He has.
And rook takes d5 is now the best move in the position, closely followed by queen takes f5, and everything else is bad.
Like queen f5 here now.
Yeah, queen f5, ef rook takes d5 probably holds. The rook needs to drop back to c2, and we immediately start c4, c3, rook b2. We have a lot of counterplay. Yes, we will have to give up the pawn on h7, but the c pawn probably runs faster than the h pawn. But yeah, this is now very much a game. After queen g4, there was a...
And clock times
16
2.
seconds for Alireza.
Wow.
In this position, instead of queen g7, there were a
10.
bunch of opportunities to keep things under control. But now after queen g7, You actually
King D8.
King D8 is trouble. King D8 is now trouble.
I thought the queen sacrifice actually was a brilliant way of.
When you have 10 seconds, how do you give up your queen?
Well, it's to get the c pawn right.
And it's actually quite remarkable how the machine approaches this position, because it basically it has started pretty much in every single position. It started taking on b4, improving your structure, giving you a further progressed passer. Then at some point parking the bishop on b3, going king g2. And then just collecting everything on the king side, now that it basically eliminated all counterplay. Maybe king g2 first, actually. He's going bishop takes f7, which wasn't one of the top.
For a second, I thought that was a blunder.
Yeah, because if rook takes c4, right? Exactly. It's
yeah,
like,
but there's queen f8. King c7 now is
king c7
is the best move. White is still better, but bishop f7 was not
optimal.
Maybe optimal, but as I said, things the engine was calling optimal were incredibly counterintuitive.
But I did like the rook b4, bishop b3 concept, just as a concept of holding the...
And the same applies to rook b4, a4. We still put the bishop on b3, and we still claim there are so many threats on the other side of the board that the pawns never progress. But yeah, it's not an easy concept at all.
Right now, our bishop's pinned, our rook is pinned. How does white continue for the advantage?
Rook c2.
Rook c2.
Rook c2 seems to be the strongest.
c4?
By far the strongest. Queen takes h7, c3, and then we just continue.
G8. Just holding...
Second best move, but very importantly, this allows bishop takes f2. And bishop takes f2 is a very, very important resource because it...
That's a pawn.
Yeah, not only is it a pawn, it's a pawn which gives you hope to perhaps at some point inconvenience the white king. The white king has been very, very safe for the past 30 moves or thereabouts.
What if bishop e8?
Maybe not 30.
After bishop f2, bishop e8?
Queen c8.
Okay, you need to see rook b8. Okay, that's not...
That's not easy.
That's a bit unfair, yeah. Queen c8 also doesn't lose, but if you go rook b8, you're immediately fine, yeah.
8 seconds for Alireza, and he takes the pawn.
Wow. Now that's... Well, I thought king d8 was gutsy. I thought queen f5 was simpler. This is gutsy. I mean, wow. What a...
Yeah. Currently, the best line on my screen is rook takes b4, a takes b4 for some reason, a5. Just completely ignoring everything that's been going on and creating a passer on the a file and then wanting, I guess, to play bishop c4 and a6.
If I was in Fabi's shoes, I would be afraid of rook d3 and rook takes g3 check, and you're saying push your a pawn?
I guess bishop e6 solves those problems instantly, but yeah. Fabi is in a better spot than Alireza, obviously, because he does have time for one reasonably deep tank. But even on 3 minutes, like it's not a calculation that comes naturally. You do worry about rook d3 a great deal here, I think.
And
everything else is fine for black.
Tell me the engine. Queen a8, very attractive looking move, I would say.
Queen takes f7, black is better.
Wait, is bishop just hanging? Oh, rook b4?
He thought rook b4, but c takes b4 and a7 square is covered.
Oh no! So
well, f2 is hanging.
Yeah. So the variation continues. You go rook. Well, okay.
He's taken on that.
He spots this is legal. Very good.
I take. You have to take.
You absolutely have to take on b4. We take with the c pawn. You have to take on f2. We go queen d7
I
check.
think that's what Fabi wanted. He must have missed.
No. This must have been a miscalculation.
Queen d7 check.
King g2, and now we need to find a move. This is still unbelievably sharp because rook c2 check is a deadly threat, I would assume, and as is queen takes a5. So
queen takes a5 check.
Wow.
Oh dear.
This is heating up. We had such equal position for 2 hours.
Okay. No, this is just comical. It just goes queen takes a4 in this position.
Oh, it takes the c2 square away.
Yeah.
That's great.
It's just so comical the way machines play these types of positions. What is less comical is in that position, if we switch to my board for a second, I think what is overwhelmingly likely to happen if they reach here, because Alireza will have 40 seconds again, is he will play king e6, and this will be a draw.
Yes.
If he actually on 40 seconds plays the move queen takes a4 here, that is so massively gutsy and impressive.
Yeah.
It's not winning either. Like there will be check, 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 and eventually white will maybe take on h7. It's still very much a game. It's not like you win by playing this move.
No.
So on 40 seconds, I think you are very drawn to the idea of playing king b6 and just keeping things under control. Yeah.
and say, nice game.
Yeah.
Let me get out of here.
Okay, we're going to get there. And also, I think for Alireza, very usefully, he will finally, for the first time, I think in maybe 20 moves, be almost above 2 minutes. Although not quite, minute and a half. I think he goes queen d7 check here. It feels correct.
Right.
It's a kind of a move you absolutely want to start with.
Yeah, I was trying to make the difference between d7 and e6. I couldn't determine.
d7 is kind of, it's more snug, right?
Of course.
Controls more squares.
And it hits a pawn. So but truthfully, after king g2, I would be playing king b6.
Yeah, I think most people... I mean, you have a minute and a half right now. You spend pretty much all of it looking for something that looks safe as an alternative. Queen takes a4 maybe doesn't even cross your mind. If it does, you kind of rule it out because it looks a bit too,
risky,
arrogant. Yeah.
Yes, arrogant.
Yeah. It's something you might play when this is move 41 in a normal 6-hour time control and you have 50 minutes. And you burn 30 of them checking that you're not actually getting mate, and then you take on a4. King h2. This is a mistake, but for the same reasons.
Queen a4.
Yeah, queen a4 just somehow became stronger. I have no idea why it became stronger, but it became stronger.
But also,
Hang
is
on
it
a
really
second.
perpetual? King b6, queen b8, king a6, and then I can cover queen a7? Queen c8, king b6. But I do allow rook c2.
King b6 played, and also here this is not zeros. It was zeros with the king on g2, but not here. I wonder why. So check.
So rook on f2 is hanging.
No, this is so massive. This is so massive. When we play queen a7, the rook on f2 is not protected.
So just to share with our viewers, check.
Queen a7.
Make a perpetual.
And I assume with the king on g2, we play something like queen f8 here.
Right.
Check.
Here, just queen b7.
Just queen b7. And we've sort of stabilized, because we will be playing king a7 next move after queen c4 check.
And in this position, if I play something like queen f8, attacking the rook, I lose the rook because my king is not on g2. Oops.
Wow.
Yeah, I wonder why Fabi chose h2 and not g2. That really, this is maybe the first decision I don't quite understand.
Yeah, in what position is king better on h2, right?
Yeah.
Right. And finally, Alireza did get a little buffer on his clock.
1 hour 39. Sorry,
1 minute 39.
Yeah. You still have to start by queen b8 check, because like currently queen d8 threatens win in 1 basically, because it actually catches the queen on a8, and all the rook endings are completely winning with the b pawn being where it is.
Exactly.
So you have to start by giving a check on b8, and after king a6, the best line on my screen currently is h4, h5.
8, of course.
Just doing something.
Natural.
Basically, it says all of our pieces are on best squares. Checks actually make our position worse.
Right.
Let's put a pawn on the better square. Yeah. And then after rook d2, we take and we play king h3, and we hope we don't lose that queen.
First time in this
think
game,
we've got check.
Fabi has less time.
I think we've got a check on rook d2.
Yeah, we do, but we might actually be losing this, right?
Take and a4.
Take and b3 or a4.
Oh shoot!
I have a feeling. we're not surviving that. Yeah, I have a feeling we're not surviving that. So queen b5 is not being suggested to me by
the computer,
by my screen. Yes.
Oh my goodness!
Fabi under a minute.
Blundering a rook.
Yeah. Once again, unclear how easy that is on the as little time as they have. But
once again, we think queen d7, d8 is a winning threat.
Pretty much
for Alireza.
I think it wins.
And therefore, queen b8 check has been our main line. But playing h4, h5, that's
not easy at all.
Come on, that really is not easy.
King a6 will be played.
Okay,
I don't think.
Queen a8 check instantly, and big moment, queen a7. Queen a7.
Isn't that just much better now for black?
He is.
Queen a7.
Of course, Firouzja is going to go for it.
Yeah.
He even has more
He
time
might be
now.
tempted to repeat a couple of times, but I think he also knows he might not get a second opportunity, because Fabi might decide against it if this reappears. So yeah, queen a7, queen c8 check, strictly the only move, because f2 is hanging.
Right.
We go queen b7, and if queen c4 check, we go king a7. And we are prepared to play something like queen b6 or queen c6 or something.
And I think the king has ended up perfect. Black's king just suddenly, it's lived its charmed life.
And white's rook
Yeah, queen c4
After
check, you
passing.
have to play king a7, but not a difficult,
But
not a
happily
difficult
so.
decision.
Happily so. And now after king a7, black is thinking about moves such as queen to c6. And
Yeah, rook
there
c2.
you go, rook
Rook
c2.
c2, very good move, I
necessary.
think, in practical terms.
Necessary.
And the only move to get a big advantage is queen b7, d7, apparently.
Yeah, that looks
Queen
logical.
d7?
Yeah,
Yeah,
just to
because-
give your king
What about queen c5 check?
I guess we go king
b7.
b7, and if you
He's
take
played
on a-
queen d7 instantly, by the way.
If I take on a5,
Check on d2.
and is that lost?
Well, I've got the b pawn.
Yeah, but I have checks.
Actually, after queen c5, we can start with king a6, force you to give one more check, and then go to b7. Then you have no more checks. That's
Okay.
probably even cleaner.
Check
Yeah,
just to
that's better.
protect the pawn.
Yeah.
King a6.
Just go king a6 for now.
Then king b7.
And then
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense.
Right.
I was looking at a variation with rook coming down to d2, a queen ending, if you will, but I thought my b pawn was more past.
And the issue for Fabi is that in all of these positions, you can't actually stop rook d2. So you are
Right.
going to have to defend that queen ending, and you arguably burn some time. The position with the queen on b8 and the pawn on h5 that I was advocating for, the black king was worse on a6.
Right.
So you've improved black's coordination here a little bit by
these-
giving all of these checks. Yeah.
Exactly.
You can see Fabi shaking his head because
Yeah.
Well, he's a
Yeah.
pawn down. There's a passer. Black has this huge pass pawn on the b4 square. It's not that far from
So
promotion.
rook d2, and also I see on my screen the engine improving by playing rook b6 and starting to create threat of just pushing the b pawn further down the board.
Makes
If you do
sense.
nothing, I can play rook b6 and then maybe even queen b7 next move to really reinforce the idea of b3.
I do see a lot of head shaking suddenly from Fabi. And also, I like that whole king b7 setup. So
And
that you
below
just-
a minute against 3, by the way, Alireza is untold reaches.
Yes.
Untold reaches for somebody who's been down to under a minute for very, very many moves. Is now firmly in control on the clock. Healthy pawn up.
queen c5 has to be played, and just to put black's king on a6.
Okay.
And then once again, it goes h5, and it gives black a
I was
choice.
going to say, I don't have too many useful moves. h5, h6, then what do I do?
King g2. It really does do
Right.
that. It just says, okay, I have now exhausted all of my good options. These are my bad options. Do with them what you will. You know?
Okay.
10 seconds for Fabi.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa,
Is
whoa,
he aware?
whoa.
I hope so.
'Cause he is
And he's
like,
not even reaching.
Oh, no.
He's going down.
Jeez, 2 seconds.
With 2 seconds.
good
Yeah.
peripheral vision there, because that really did look like maybe he's lost control of the clock. Wow, and queen f2. And if you start going back to
Hold on,
squares
hold on.
such as f2,
My
Can I
spidey
take
sense is
on
tingling.
a-
yeah,
A4?
b3 is just winning. b3 followed by queen takes a4. Immediate queen takes a4 is also winning, but why not push the rook away from the c file?
Exactly.
Well, on queen a4, maybe rook c7, right?
Yeah, but it goes
Rook
queen
b6.
g1 and then runs with the king.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry for laughing, but
But,
yeah,
yeah.
this is like a
Funny line.
typical computer conversion. So it's your board. Queen takes
Yeah.
a4, just put it on the board.
Queen
Rook
takes
c7, it just
a4.
goes queen d1. And says,
then-
yes, you have a few checks, but the king will be on a4 in 3 moves' time.
But rook c5. No.
Yeah, and then it will be on b3 in 3 moves' time.
Wow, okay. This is...
And
Queen
then you
f7?
will run out of checks. And I'm also, black is now basically threatening
I'm
mate
still in
with their own
disbelief here.
checks.
I know. I mean, you go check to f7, I'll go king c3.
Rook c5.
I'll go king
King-
d2.
Queen a2. I
No, king
don't-
b2, I think. But yeah, but this
king
is
b2.
This is a very computerish conversion. But if you start with b3, none of that happens, which is
Right.
why I think b3 is just such a lovely move to make.
It is a
Rook has to go to
very-
either e2 or b2 because allowing rook d2
That's much
resigns the
better.
game immediately.
Right.
And then we take on a4, and we get all the benefits of being 2 up now
Well,
without
going
any of
b3.
the drawbacks.
yeah, b3 for sure.
What a turnaround.
Because you have to keep your rook on the second rank. But I'm not even sure about queen takes a4. But rook b3, I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure I'm converting this comfortably. I feel
Rook d3, third best, because queen takes
Third.
f6 check is a pawn, yeah. Rook b6 is easily winning. Queen takes a4 is completely winning. Yeah.
Yeah, I would go rook b6. I just forgot about the f6 pawn with
But
check.
why aren't we picking another one?
Queen a4, right?
Yeah, like Yasser, come on.
Yeah,
what
that's
happened
true.
to you?
Yes, it's true. I wanted to dominate with the queen in the center, but a4 is delish.
There's just no reason not to.
And by the way, he went down to, did you say 2 seconds?
Yes,
2 seconds,
he did,
yes.
he did.
And
2
it's not
seconds.
looking any better.
He can
No.
include queen e2 check here, maybe.
Yeah, I think I'm playing queen b5.
What?
No, I was saying queen e2 right now.
Yeah.
For queen
Ah,
e4.
And
rook b2
there-
wasn't on the board yet. Ah, okay.
Yeah, there goes pawn number 2, by the way. Queen takes a4.
Took that fast.
Yes, he did.
He was ready.
Johnny on the spot. Rook b6, queen d4.
Yeah, and after queen e2 check, I think a human decision would be just play queen b5. But the engine goes king a7 and then rook b6. And then says, I have everything protected, I'm 2 up, and they are kind of far advanced.
They are.
Yeah.
I think that's it.
Queen f3. Okay, queen
it's
f3 is kind of forcing black to play rook b6, which is a move they want to make anyway.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
No, this
And
has
gone south completely.
This has gone, very, very pear-shaped for Fabi. I don't really see how this gets saved after rook b6. Rook b6, any check, we play queen b5. You can maybe put the queen on g8. We're not blundering mate in 1. We go like king a7, rook b7. After that, there are no more checks to even think of, and we start going a4, a3, a2, a1 queen.
Seems just very straightforward.
Yep.
Wow.
Wow, huge turnaround.
Alireza winning this with black.
Well, it's not just that, it's the preparation. You know, a week of preparation, really enjoying this pawn sacrifice, the initiative, and then, you know, revealing a pretty deep idea and coming up empty-handed. That's the worst of the worst.
It's almost like Fabi's getting punished for trying to play. It was draw, right?
Of course.
He was putting pressure
He could
on
have repeated
Alireza.
a bunch of times.
Many times.
Yeah.
But he was also, he was trying to exploit Alireza's clock,
Clock,
actually.
He was playing against the clock a little bit, yeah, that's for sure.
And I mean, I again, hyperbole aside, GCT Tour standings, this is simply huge as Alireza enters the Sinquefield Cup with a 4 or 5 point lead in the GCT Tour standings, and Fabi definitely needed to knock him off his perch.
In terms of that story, this is actually kind of a bad result.
Yes.
Because it makes the race. Both of them will need to start doing remarkable things in opposite directions. Like Alireza will have to start losing games pretty much immediately, and Fabi will have to start winning games.
Game after game.
For the GCT tour to return to play, so to speak. He's gone king a7. Fabi correctly goes queen d5, trying to at least not give black an easy conversion. But I think we don't even care about either h7 or f6. I can play queen b5, queen f7 check. I can give you either one of those two, and then play a4, a3.
I do, exactly. Queen b5 for sure here, followed by rook b7
So like
and
queen
a4.
e3. That also looks good.
Queen a3 good.
Just kick the rook out and.
I mean, if we're entirely honest, even queen c6 is good. Oh no, queen 6, queen takes a5. Okay, let's not do that.
Ooh.
That's the one
Not
thing.
entirely.
Yeah, that's the one thing we do not do.
Right. I'm advocate for everything, but queen b5 just seems so.
Which one are you giving up, f6 or h7?
F6. Queen b5, queen f7 check, rook b7, queen f6, a4.
Queen d6.
Just so white doesn't have the pass pawn on the h file. Although
Right,
it's
exactly.
queen a3.
Queen a3. Okay, tickling the pawn.
The rook.
Pardon me, tickling the rook.
Yeah, extremely clean conversion,
If he
actually.
moved the rook, just b2, right?
Right.
Yeah, no, he just wants to win fast. He does not want to.
He wants to win like an engine, yeah.
Yeah, do the long conversion. Yeah, queen d2. Now we can play queen b4, and we've improved one more piece.
No question about
Not
it. That
even
is a
losing
much better conversion.
pawn.
Queen a3. Yeah.
Yeah.
Accuracy.
Very, very impressed by how Alireza
Has handled
treated this game once he took over. After
Agreed.
that
Agreed.
queen a8 move. I think he did not put a single foot wrong after Queen A8. I think most of his decisions were absolutely spot on.
Yeah. You know, I must say that in their heyday, the accuracy of both Anatoly Karpov and Garry Kasparov was remarkable. As Magnus, I mean, they Queen A3, Queen B4.
And he's been playing on what feels like a minute for about 2 hours now. I'm not.
Right?
Yeah, I'm not.
And
even
you're not
kidding,
joking either. It really does.
It's now 6 p.m. where we are, and I think, definitely from 4:30, he was playing on a minute in increment.
Queen D8. Well, we don't
never lost. I don't even see why not A4.
Yeah.
Like, what's the threat?
Exactly.
I thought Queen C3 just wins on the spot, because what do you do with your rook?
That is also a good point, yeah. That is a very solid point. I keep on thinking why need two when one wins perfectly serviceably.
Yeah.
We don't actually need to.
And this will be our only decisive round of the game today.
That's true, 4 draws, exactly. Wow.
Well, maybe this was the most draw out of all the other games.
Yeah, for those of you joining us late, a very eventful draw between Liren and Gukesh as world champion and world champion challenger locked horns. We thought that Ding had every right to play for a win, but he went for a perpet. He sacrificed bishop and rook to make a perpetual check.
Alireza using his time to just put the finishing touches. It's down to 28 seconds. Yeah, sometimes when
this allows rook d2 actually. There is a reason not to make this move because
and
after
he did play rook d2 right away.
Yeah, he has to activate some pieces at least. And,
right.
And now only 2 moves win, shockingly.
No.
Queen takes e4 and queen c4. Everything else is somehow
so
a draw.
what's wrong with rook b7, let's say? Just prophylaxis?
Rook d5
rook d5
maybe?
with the idea of...
Oh.
I mean b2, rook d7, rook b7, rook d5 is a draw. This is the point.
This might happen.
You know what? This game is back on.
Wow. Queen takes e4. Yeah, e4.
And once again, with the idea of running, just taking away...
He's going for b2.
Here it comes. Magic moment. And Fabi, heart must just flutter because I'm absolutely sure.
Well, he has no other choices. Like, it's either that or resigns. So
Right.
he will play it.
Rook check.
I am very willing to
bet considerable
he will play,
amounts.
because everything else is just resigns. Yeah,
and
check.
he's done it. And you can make a queen,
wow.
but this is one of those perpetual checks.
Oh my
Like
God.
What a
extra
save.
rook, and it's still a draw.
What a save. Extra rook, extra queen.
That's maybe my most impressive commentator's curse ever.
And the game's,
in my entire
I think
career.
Alireza just saw it.
I think he figured it out
Yes,
now, but he has no choice because
King a6 is probably losing.
King a6 you lose to Queen c8 and then Rook a7.
10 seconds for Alireza. He goes Rook b7.
Yeah, and there's like Rook takes b7 loses.
Rook
everything.
Rook takes b7, he took.
Oh no!
And he did it instantly.
Oh no!
Fabi had 3 minutes. Oh no!
I'm speechless.
Rook d5 was a draw.
And now it's a reasonably trivial run up the board because you can't stop it. You get to b5 and then you either progress forward or you play Queen c5 if the
Well,
check
the
comes.
king just walks up the board towards your pawn and nurses it to coronation.
Oh my!
There was just a draw on the spot with Rook d5, and it's. I mean, you know, you give him this position in the puzzle rush,
Of course,
and he
yeah.
sees it instantly. Oh my goodness!
I guess mentally Fabi already resigned, and that's why he didn't find the draw.
Probably, yeah. Oh. But also, that's exactly what Yasser said. If you don't know it exists, if you don't know it's there,
you're not looking for it.
Yeah, black has a pawn on b2 and a move, and you're creating a threat of sort of one check. And you expect there is a way to stop that one check, which will be efficient enough. But turns out no.
Oh,
and he also rushed. He had 3 minutes. He could have
He did
thought
have
about
3 minutes. He should have, yeah.
Wow.
I guess the move just did not occur to him, because if he realized it was a move he could make, he would have spent some time on it.
Right.
But he thought rook takes b7 is the only legal move that stops b1 from happening on the board.
Yeah. I'm not sure.
Or maybe he
realized
thought
it or
this is a
not.
perpetual, but this really doesn't look like a perpetual.
Not even close.
No.
No. King
Queen
was
d5,
running.
queen c5, queen b7, queen b6, and then I get to b4 and you resign.
Right.
Yeah, it's not even
But I
remotely
think
close.
Alireza did see rook d5 because you could see in his body language when he was
Yeah,
playing rook
no,
b7. It's like, oh no.
the pause before rook b7
Yeah.
is a very clear indication that he spotted rook d5.
Exactly.
Because otherwise you just blitz out rook b7 very confidently.
Exactly. And this is what we imagine.
No, this is just
Alireza
over. King gets to a2, and then we play queen b3, and then all of our guys
are
kind of
beautiful.
all come home.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Wow.
That save would have
Wow.
changed everything for the rest of the tournament.
Wow.
Yeah, now just 2-3 more moves and no more checks.
So we were allowing Alireza to the skies for his accurate play.
Mm-hmm.
He allows us one trap that exists in the entire position. He falls right into it, and Fabi doesn't.
Yeah,
take
somehow we
advantage.
managed to improve on our commentator's curse by cursing two people within a 30-second span. You know, we managed to.
Just a second, let us congratulate ourselves. I mean, it's rather rare.
Job well done.
Well done.
Job absolutely well done here.
Queen b6, as expected, and now it's just it's simple. We just come forward.
Go forward, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Not really very difficult anymore.
Yeah, I think it'll be better for Fabi if he doesn't check after the game than
He
used
will.
the draw. But
Somebody will tell him.
Oh, you know they will.
Yeah, unfortunately, there is no way to completely avoid it these days.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And
there
Fabi
it is.
has had
Resigns. Yeah.
Well, congratulations to Alireza. Great start.
Big time, huge result. As Alireza wins with the black pieces, the only win of the round, and it couldn't be more significant for the
Very tense at the board, actually. Like I expected them to already be talking about it, but yeah, now they are. Now they're back to. He's saying rook d5. This is clearly asking about.
And I think Fabi is kind of stunned.
Yeah. Fabi like what?
Rook to d5.
Was there any queen b5 or
Let's see if we can get into the playing hall.
They're
I
not
don't know.
mic'd up, so we
Oh,
can't.
of course. Apologies. But that is exactly what they're talking
Yeah,
about.
no,
Rook
this is,
A5.
he's saying b1 rook a5 and it's a draw. Yeah, he says I don't know because he doesn't know, but we know.
Yes. And Fabi shaking his head, I didn't see it.
Yeah.
Peter,
Let's
for
revisit
the
that.
audience,
Yeah, let's
if you
revisit
don't mind. It is a remarkable moment.
So it began here, where Nazi was correctly saying that it's just much cleaner to start with queen c3, and if you go rook d2 here,
b2.
The big difference is after b2, rook d7, rook b7, rook d5. Actually, rook b7 is a mistake here. Apparently, it's not. No. And now after rook, wait,
queen c3.
Yeah, sorry.
Different position.
Different position. And now queen c2. Hang on a second. It's still tricky. It's interesting. It's tricky even here.
I thought there was king a6 instead of rook b7 here.
Yeah. So yeah, it's cleaner to actually start running. Okay,
And
this
just
is
start
very, very inhuman actually, because you absolutely want to finish this game with the king on a7 very safely in its nest. Yeah, like if you actually pretty much everywhere, because of this fantastic idea of the rook coming back to d5, have to start calculating lines like this. This wasn't as easy as we thought. But what happened in the game is even cleaner for white. a4, rook d2. Now, as I mentioned, two ways for black to knock this idea on the head. One is queen takes e4, which is maybe the easiest to understand because we have even taken away the a8 square. There's one check here, and there's no more checks. And yes, you're not very happy about having to put the king on b5, but since there are no more checks, you probably feel like this should be winning. And the other one is queen c4, which is, for similar reasons, also winning. But he played b2, and this is what they were discussing. Rook b7, rook b7. Fabi had 3 minutes at this point. And he just did not see this existed. You can very clearly see it from their conversation after the game. He just did not see this move existed whatsoever. And the very simple idea is of giving this check on a5, and then the perpetual on the d8, a5 squares will be unstoppable. If you play king a6, I have queen a8 check, and whatever you do there is enough checks from the queen.
What about a queen b5 or something? I'm sure there is still perpetual.
Yeah, queen b5, we take, queen b7, queen d7, check.
King a6.
It's a draw, black runs 0 risks, but yeah, you go, both checks actually a draw, but I would prefer not to give you king a5. I think my personal preference. And the issue is, sorry, not queen d7, of course. The issue is, if you do this,
this still looks winning, right?
I know, right?
Yeah, but you cannot. You're still connected to the rook on b5. So if you go here, I will attack it from here, and if you go to c3, I will attack it from here, and you cannot actually continue further because the rook gets dropped off. So yeah, after rook d5, I think if it occurred to Fabi that this exists, he would actually have made not just it's a draw, but he would have made the draw because his decisions from here are very, very logical. You don't really even need to do anything fancy anymore. You find the check, you give this check. But yeah, he took on b7 instantly, maybe for the first time, like
in this whole
second part of the game where he was trying to defend the bad position. He was taking his time, finding minute opportunities to, make it harder for black to convert. And just as he found his one big chance, he didn't consider rook d5, and yeah, after rook b7, the game was just completely over. Yeah, very, very dramatic turnaround there. First by Alireza not finding a cleaner solution, and then rook d5 not being played on the board.
Thank you, Peter. And how did our day go?
Well, we had a lot of draws and then one dramatic win by Alireza Firouzja. And as you can see now, he's already a sole leader after round 1.
Wow, I've seen this movie before. It was in 2022. Alireza won the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, the Sinquefield Cup, and the GCT Tour, all within the span of 3 weeks. And I've never seen such a big smile.
Yeah.
Wow.
And considering, just to finish on that point,
Great start for you, Yasser.
Oh no! But you guys do get a participation award.
Well, I mean, it's only the GCT which is really in a lot of trouble in terms of intrigue. The Sinquefield Cup itself, which is what this vote is about, is still wide open. He's half a point ahead of the field.
I agree.
But yeah, in terms of the GCT standings, he doesn't need to win the tournament even. He just needs to do better than Fabi.
Right.
And he has a full 1 point buffer after one round.
Right.
And that is a massive, massive thing. So. Right. And we do have an interview now.
Christian is with the winner of this round, Alireza Firouzja.
Alireza, first of all, a lot of emotions riding on this game. Obviously, a very important game for the GCT standings and for this tournament as well. Sum it up for us. Sum up your emotions for us right now.
Yeah, I mean, it was a shock at the end. Of course, I'm still. I saw rook d5, but yeah, we'll get there. But
obviously, we should start with the opening because it seemed like he got some insane prep on the board.
Yeah, I mean, I knew the bishop b2, and I just was trying to remember everything, but it was very difficult. I had this position, rook comes to f5, but I knew I'm okay here. I knew this line, but yeah, I mean.
So you still had some ideas about this.
Yeah, I knew the rook comes to f5, bishop to g5. This was the main plan, and white could play around, but okay, it's 0-0. So
yes,
I knew that much. But yeah, he knew more probably because he knows the plans here. Yeah, probably I should go rook d6 here. I should not allow it. I thought bishop c1 and he goes bishop a3. It was a bit strange. Or g4 he starts. So I thought opposite colors, I'm very solid at the very least. So, but yeah, okay.
There was this queen h6 moment. Did you consider this move? Yes, take and rook f3.
And what, rook c3?
I think rook e3, yes.
Okay. I missed it.
Some crazy engine moves.
Yeah, no, this is crushing, actually.
You're still in the game. You can still stay in the game. In fact, it's not that bad. I think rook takes c3, take and king h8.
Ah, okay, maybe it's draw even.
Yes, some sort of a.
Oh, yeah, okay. Probably
very strange calculation.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, I missed this rook e3. But yeah, if he doesn't have this rook e3, I think rook b4 is not a bad move.
Of course.
Yeah, it's very difficult to see. And yeah, he was playing around here. He was working on my time, which was very good strategy by him. He was playing nonsense moves, but
It was making me think, so it was very good strategy by him.
How did you assess it, this one? Obviously you're a pawn up, but there's still some...
I knew I'm better here.
Yes.
But I just didn't have time. I have, I think, already 3 minutes here, so... and he's very solid always. I mean, so I should take the pawn, of course, I should take the pawn. It's just very... In time travel, you see ghosts.
Yes.
But yeah, even here I am still okay. Yeah, we shuffled around here. I was trying to get him also low on time. And he was trying here a lot for the win. But I was also
It felt like both of you were trying for a win.
Yeah, of course. And he had reason to go for the win. But I'm very solid here. Like, even if he gets the queen to 8th rank, I always playing dark squares. This is the problem of opposite colors. It's that he doesn't have control on my dark squares. And yeah, I always could sack the exchange. So I felt solid, happy here. Of course...
But the time difference must have been in the back of your mind as well. 50 seconds against 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Did you feel pressure? How do you deal with... Because you seem to be very good with low time control.
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult, but when opponent also gets low on time, it helps, of course.
Yes, yes.
But yeah, it's not easy. King d8, I thought it's very interesting. Rook c2.
It's not that high. It's not that high of an advantage. It goes down. Yes.
Yeah, because I said, in worst case, I'll go always take on a4 and play.
And it's just some crazy move, just king h2. Not
it's
very natural.
Computerish.
Yes, very computerish.
Takes rook f6. Oh.
Yeah, this is
a
bit unrealistic.
Yeah, I mean, I saw exactly here that queen a8 doesn't work. I just take on f7. This was very important.
Yes.
It's very easy to miss, of course.
Because the bishop covers a7 now.
It's very easy to miss. And suddenly his position collapsed. And here I felt already I'm winning. But yeah, maybe he has some defense. But it's very difficult. Yeah, I should win very easily here, but my technique was not so good.
And you are also gaining time right now. You are already up on time.
Yeah, I have to finish the game very easy here. But yeah, I mean, I calculated like move by move here. I thought queen endgame is winning, okay, but when I played rook b7, I just realized actually here here's rook d5. It's just crazy.
Was it after rook d7 or before you played rook d7?
After b2,
yes.
Yeah, here I think, yeah. Here
you realized that rook b7, rook d5 is coming because we saw you thinking for a little bit.
Yeah, which is crazy. I thought I could try queen b6, queen a6. This is what I wanted to try. Takes, check, king b6, queen d8, king b5, queen d5, king a6.
No, it seems like you have to stay close to the rook, yeah. King b4 unfortunately doesn't work because of queen takes b7. Yeah, just an absolutely insane moment. What was your reaction when you saw him play rook takes b7 instantaneously?
I just felt so happy here. I mean, it's very obvious rook b7 loses. But my guess is that he thought he has perpetual here. This is my guess, because you don't take on b7 quickly, and he missed king b5 probably. I think it's only move. It's the only idea. King c5, queen d5. Yeah. And I don't know what he missed, but he was already very tilted, I think. So, yeah.
Did you speak with him after it? Did you tell him about
I told him rook d5 and he was so shocked. I don't know. He went to check, I think, quickly.
It seems like he just didn't think about it at all.
Yeah, he said he had these kind of ideas in mind, but he just missed it at the moment.
Alireza, this is an absolutely dream start for you with the black pieces, an important victory against one of your main competitors in the Grand Chess Tour.
Yes.
How are you feeling right now about your chances? Are you even thinking about those Grand Chess Tour points and the final standings?
Yeah, I mean, it's too early, I think, in the tournament. In Romania, I lost first round to Fabiano, and last game I was, if I win, I would win the tournament. So many games to go, but yeah, of course, it's very important game. It's direct opponent for Grand Chess Tour.
Plenty of chess still to be played. Plenty of crazy action, I'm sure we will see from you. Thank you for joining us, Alireza. We'll see you tomorrow. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Christian. Thank you, Alireza. Our congratulations for a simply humongous victory. Really, wow.
And for giving us a great show.
Indeed you did.
Thank you for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow at the same time for round 2.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.